Kim Dane, an ordinary young man with nothing remarkable about him, is suddenly pulled into the world of the superhero comic Stardust. There, Kim Dane makes a bold choice to become a villain named Egotic, not only to challenge and elevate the power of the heroine Stardust, but also to proactively prevent the tragic catastrophes that occurred in the original story. His determination burns like a vow engraved in his soul, to protect this world and above all, to protect her. Yet fate always finds a way to twist things. Stardust, the heroine who once looked at him with suspicion, has now become strangely obsessed with Egotic, the mysterious villain she is determined to hunt down. One day, Kim Dane launches a daring plan called Hunt the Villain. With knowledge from the original, he knows these villains will soon become a terrifying threat. To protect the city and Stardust, he decides to act first, eliminating them before they can unleash chaos. Accompanying him is C, a genius with superintelligence. Through the earpiece, Sia's voice sounds cold but precise. Target is in sight. He's sitting motionless on the sofa. The perfect moment has come. Kim Dane tightens his weapon, his palms slightly sweaty. His first power, instantaneous teleportation, activates. In the blink of an eye, the cold barrel is pressed against Reno's forehead, and a class villain. His second ability, psychokinesis, erupts like a dark lord. Kim Dane speaks in a low voice, a farewell from the realm of death echoing, "Welcome to hell." In less than a second before Reno can react, he finishes him without hesitation. Done, Kim Dane coldly picks up the stack of papers the villain was holding. Just as predicted, it is a detailed terrorist plan, ready to drown the city in blood. In the original, Reno would become an S-rank villain, donning a rhinoceros mask and stealing hundreds of lives. But now, thanks to Kim Dane, that future has been erased. Sia's voice comes through the earpiece again. Police and heroes are on their way. Before leaving, Kim Dane leaves a line written in blood on the door, a message directed straight at Stardust. When the police and heroes rush in, they quickly realize that the perpetrator this time and the previous one are the same person. That writing is like a challenge. That sets Stardust ablaze with rage. The press begins to cover it widely. Under the articles, the public buzzes. Many unexpectedly support Kim Dane's actions, criticize the hero's sluggishness, and exalt Egotic as a shadow enforcer of justice. In the small room, Kim Dane reads those comments. With a heart full of conflict, he pulls at his hair, his mind in turmoil. C sits beside him, glancing at him because of the noisy sound. The flame of determination in Kim Dane blazes more fiercely than ever. He cannot let things go this far. If this continues, his image will be glorified, while Stardust, the true hero, will be turned against by public opinion. To protect her, he must become an absolute villain, a dark shadow terrifying enough to strike fear across the world. From this moment, Egotic is officially born. He prepares a timed bomb concealed in a backpack. In a crowded square, everyone is gazing at the big screen, waiting for a spectacular scene. At that moment, Kim Dane, under the name Egotic, hacks the system and takes over every electronic display in the city. His masked face appears in the live video, his deep voice ringing with authority. "I am the one who eliminated Reno and Enoch, two rank villains." He arrogantly points toward Tower 127, then gestures with his other hand toward the observation deck of Building 61. The crowds inside those buildings, as well as millions watching via screens, fall silent when he declares, "Those two buildings, I've planted bombs in them." Fear spreads like a tsunami. Some panic and scramble for exits, while others stand frozen, unable to believe their eyes. In front of hundreds of cameras, Kim Dane spreads a defiant smile and calls out to Stardust, "I'm waiting for you, hero." Not keeping him waiting long, Stardust appears, swift as a whirlwind, descending with such force that the ground trembles. Kim Dane checks everything, the cloak, the mask, all perfect, but his hands are still trembling. This is the first time he directly faces the character he loves most in the Stardust story, radiant as a goddess, so beautiful his heart skips a beat. "Whoa," he exclaims, unable to contain his admiration. In that moment, time seems to stand still. Memories flood back the first day he was pulled into this world, his body battered with wounds. Standing on the razor's edge between life and death, he once longed to return to his old world, until the screen lights revealed Stardust's face. That very moment changed everything. If he became a hero, he could stand beside her. But Kim Dane, who had memorized every line of the story, knew that even a hero wouldn't be enough to protect her from those fated tragedies. So he chose the path of villainy, not to destroy, but to become an unshakable bulwark, shielding Stardust from all threats. Back when Kim Dane was only 15, the brutal, gut-wrenching laughter of the man being mocked on TV never ceased. "Ha ha ha," his face was elated, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, back then I really didn't get it. Was Jackie actually crazy? Even for a villain, this one went overboard." Now, having understood a villain's mindset, he confidently lets out a terrifying laugh. Ha ha ha. Despite the hero before him staring with furious eyes, ready to smash him to pieces at any moment, the world seemed to freeze. Even the murmuring crowd below, it felt like there was only a hero and a villain left on the rooftop. Rewind a few minutes before the two officially met. Kim Dane pointed at Stardust with a smug look. "I know what you're thinking right now." He spoke coldly. "Even my subordinate controlling the broadcast has a detonation switch, so don't think you can overpower me with strength." The hero's step faltered at those words. He spread his arms. Behind him, a swarm of drones hovered in the air. "This stage I created is reserved just for Stardust. How do you like it?" She scowled in response. "You madman, release the innocent people now. A few punches and arresting you would be enough." Kim Dane kept a nonchalant smile, tilted his head, and raised his hand to the camera. "Yes, release them. That's the word of the righteous hero Stardust. Everyone, look at me. Now I'll unlock elevator A at the observation floor. He snapped his fingers, click. A sound rang out from the elevators in both buildings. Stardust's brows tightened slightly. She knew villains too well, it could never end that easily. Some residents in the building saw the elevator working again and rushed toward it. Hurry up, someone shouted. But then a piercing sound cut them off. Wait, Kim Dane smirked, this is still part of my plan. If you release them now, where's the fun? He pointed to the glowing descent button. Look, just press that button and the bomb at the observation deck across will detonate. Simple, right? He sang out 30 minutes until the bomb goes off. Before then, hurry up and choose. Kim Dane had become a true devil, using words to tempt the weak-minded crowd. Hurry up, after all, they're strangers, right? On the big screens, chaotic footage from inside the building was broadcast widely. The cries of children, quarrels, and pleas mixed together. Stardust gritted her teeth and growled softly, "You bastard." But Kim Dane ignored her, pretending not to hear. Today, I'll show everyone the depths of human selfishness. This is Egotic's game. Inside the buildings, people began to panic. If the other side presses first, we'll die. But if we don't press, we'll die anyway. No, there's 30 minutes left. Does he really intend to kill people with just a button? Yeah, it seems so. They were all anxious and doubtful. Will the other side press it? There was no time to think. The bomb would explode in a few dozen minutes. Tension spread through the air. Damn it, what is the hero doing? Someone shouted. Stardust stood there, unable to act rashly. Though she could rush and take him down in an instant, if there truly was a detonator elsewhere, everything would be meaningless. Damn, if this continues, the hostages will. Her gaze grew ice cold, her voice choked. Is playing with people's lives fun for you? Facing her, Kim Dane remained unfazed, eyes squinting as he smiled. Ha ha, the fun isn't in that. Stardust, one of South Korea's few A-rank heroes, someone who always believes in justice and her own convictions, never compromising with evil. Actually, I quite respect you, Stardust. Those words flushed her with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Kim Dane gleefully rubbed his nose, proud. I just wanted to praise you while the whole country is watching you on TV. His voice carried again, drawing all attention. Seeing her helpless and unable to act, Kim Dane smiled maniacally and reached to touch the bomb button. This is truly fascinating. His form blurred and his voice rang coldly. I'll give you a chance to join this game too. Now I'll connect you to those desperately waiting for the hero. Stardust looked momentarily stunned, staring at him warily. What? Kim Dane continued the performance. If you succeed in convincing them and in 30 minutes no one presses the button. He crossed his legs, grinning wickedly. The bomb won't detonate. Stardust of course didn't believe him. You expect me to trust a bastard like you? But Kim Dane was unfazed, even goading her. Better than letting them helplessly stare at the sky, right? She clenched her fist at her side, furious but powerless to act. Kim Dane gestured, come on, let's begin. A shout echoed, and all cameras immediately turned towards Stardust. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, a dramatic scene unfolded. The hero's face appeared on massive LED screens across the buildings. Citizens recognized her all at once. Stardust took a deep breath amid the invisible pressure, looking into the lens as if into the eyes of millions. Hello, everyone. I'm a rank hero, Stardust. Each person held their own belief in their heart. Kim Dane watched silently, his face slack. Yes, this is what I wanted. A half-real, half-fake world, just like a dream. He would be portrayed in the public eye as a terrorist villain. His dream came true, and she would shine. This is the stage for you, Stardust. Her voice rang out strong and warm, so that later people can be proud of the choice they make today. Show this villain that we are strong. Our faith will never waver. We will never bow to evil. Thank you, everyone. Kim Dane barely raised a corner of his mouth, a mysterious smile spreading. The countdown on the screen read only 5. Those trapped in the building held each other tightly and prayed. Stardust's face was filled with worry. When the number reached its end, everyone closed their eyes and waited. No one knew whether the punishment would fall, or whether the villain would keep his word. At that moment, all the cameras fell, accompanied by Kim Dane's frantic screams. Impossible, impossible. The cameras captured his anguished, stunned face. So they didn't throw themselves out to live. Impossible. There must be at least one person who pressed the button. There must be a selfish bastard like me. Kim Dane clutched his head, murmuring in despair. People can't be this kind, why? Then Stardust spoke up. Egoistic, people aren't as selfish as you think. Her image shone like light, her voice resolute. No one is entirely selfless, but I believe in people's goodness. Kim Dane looked at her and smiled faintly. It's because of you, Stardust. You made them unite. He suddenly changed expression, a crooked smile appearing. How interesting, Stardust. Kim Dane politely bowed before Stardust charged forward. In the next game, Kim Dane will surely see you one last time. Stardust's steadfast blue eyes made him exclaim. Her gaze was full of righteousness. Finally, he vanished with the assertion, I will win. The entire populace erupted in joyous celebration. They cheered and hugged one another, celebrating the hero's victory. Everyone chanted Stardust's name in unison. Still, the hero remained silent, standing in place. Kim Dane had already quickly teleported elsewhere. The moment he touched down, he collapsed powerless. That was exhausting. He groaned in complaint. Oh my god, I'm going to die. This was the consequence of teleportation, a dangerous side effect of instantaneous movement. Bodily injury scales with the distance teleported. His body was so heavy he couldn't even crawl. Ugh, I'll probably be bedridden for days. A girl exclaimed, I told you not to change that hat, didn't I? The white-haired girl looked at him with disdain. It's so ugly. Kim Dane murmured, pleading. "Oh, you're really about to die. Give me a glass of water." She dusted off her skirt and cruelly walked away. "Drink it yourself," leaving him frozen in place. The large screen flashed breaking news. Terrorism at the building, number of casualties 0. Stardust hovered in the air, teeth clenched with hatred. Playing with others' hearts, next time I'll catch you for sure. She vowed to remember that name until she caught him, Egotic. One early morning at the Korea Hero Association, the organization for those with superhuman abilities. The big screen displayed numerous tabloid headlines recently posted online. The radio kidnapper watched by the whole nation. Who is the villain who named Hero Stardust? Review his actions. Egotic, who is this errant villain? Hot topic. No casualties from the terrorism. The news spread across the peninsula and even abroad. Is Korean broadcast security safe? The meeting host turned to the next slide, an analytical profile on Egotic. The villain dossier and some facts about Kim Dane as Egotic. Male, masked, likely capable of reducing residential identification. Speculation. A pot-bellied, balding uncle spoke up, then let's begin the briefing. This was Park Jun-ho, president of the Korea Hero Association. Images appeared alongside a few crime scene shots in a closed room. He looked disgusted. "All right, we've seen this part many times, move on." The host continued. "I'll explain yesterday's incident in detail. First, it appears the perpetrator exploited instantaneous teleportation to plant a bomb on the building's exterior beforehand. After disarming it, it was confirmed to be a high-yield improvised explosive, powerful enough to blow off the observation deck, concluding the bomb was handmade by him." Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny head in distress. Still no leads on the kidnapping. The secretary replied awkwardly. "Yes, how he bypassed modern security systems to broadcast remains a mystery. They do have some specific analyses. However, since no one with wave-related powers has appeared before, we suspect he has an extremely skilled tech accomplice behind the scenes. That's the extent of the current conjecture. An accomplice? It's highly likely that person built the bomb," the secretary said gravely. "One more thing I want to add, he seems obsessed with Stardust." All eyes immediately turned to the blonde-haired woman. From scattered clues, it's certain he left a message aimed at her at the scene. The case also confirmed he directly mentioned her through the villain's words, according to the report by the A-rank hero in charge. Hearing that, Park Jun-ho directly asked her, "What did it feel like to confront that guy?" He pointed straight at Stardust. She stood up slightly and offered her comment. "He seems psychologically disturbed, enjoying toying with people's hearts. Moreover, he can organize large-scale terrorist acts, a truly dangerous villain." 2 days after the terrorist incident in Kim Dane's room, he lay prostrate on the bed, groaning, "Oh my god, I'm going to die." He forced himself to sit up, then groped into the kitchen for something to eat. Just as he took a gulp of orange juice, a voice called out, "Are you doing that again?" Kim Dane, startled, spat out the drink and hurriedly explained, It's not like that." "See, I'm not like that. Now let me introduce this girl. This is Hansel. She has a super intelligent ability." At first, he wasn't used to the girl calling him a genius hacker. In the original story, the girl will grow up to become an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that's in the original. But for now, I've kept this girl by my side. The girl snapped, "This is my home. Don't act like it's your place." In fact, the two were in Hansel's underground base. Kim Dane smiled lightly, "Haha. Anyway, I pay for living expenses and everything." Hansel immediately threatened, "You should shut up and drink." "Got it?" Kim Dane chuckled at that cute threat. He gently ruffled her hair. "Okay, got it." The warm moment didn't last long before the girl shyly pulled him away. Something else happened. Hurry up." The door to the modern control room opened and closed. Hansel sat before the advanced control screens. "Remember that girl named Lubin I mentioned earlier? She's a candidate to be our assistant." Kim Dane didn't hesitate. The girl who works on the deep web. I think she's a fan of mine." The girl typed a few commands, then pointed at the screen. "Look, she's present here." Kim Dane heard the broadcaster's voice. Egotic's fanatics are carrying out a terrorist act, taking hostages at Anon's center. They have planted a bomb in that building. He froze and stepped closer to the screen. "What the hell? These lunatics. Is that girl being held hostage here?" Hanseo pointed at the trembling gunman. "No, it's the masked girl over there." The broadcaster continued to report. "The fanatics claim they won't negotiate, seeking only terror and death. Police confirm at least 3 dead and about 300 hostages trapped in the building." Kim Dane's voice dropped. "See, what are our principles?" The girl clearly remembered her brother's instruction. Never under any circumstances kill civilians. Danger flashed in Kim Dane's eyes. "We have to clear them out. Help me." Hanseo nodded resolutely. He began calculating a plan of action and surveying the scene. Over at the site of the attack, Stardust stood before the blazing building. She bit her lip, fell silent for a moment, then spoke into her radio. "Headquarters, I request permission to breach." From the other end, the commanding voice replied, "Not yet. Await orders. Only after police finish final negotiations will breach be authorized, with a kill order if necessary." This incident made her hate Kim Dane all the more. "It's all because of that bastard." She ground her teeth. Previous terrorist acts were usually carried out by villains with superpowers. But this time, he used explosives and kidnapping as his spearhead instead of powers, a tactic that put heroes on the defensive. Clearly, his image of pressing heroes had inspired other ordinary people to imitate him. Stardust seethed in anger, since many copycat crimes occurred just after that day. Suddenly, a radio notification rang out. Stardust, Egotic has appeared at the scene. He's streaming the interior live on YouTube. What, she gasped, immediately opening her phone. Indeed, the villain who once toyed with others' deaths had reappeared. Viewers poured in quickly. What is this? The villain is live streaming the terrorist attack. The world's #1 villain. The chat was full of chaotic comments. This is a crime scene. Yeah, as long as it's not me. Release Kim Jong-yu, where's moderation? Another TV hijack. The footage showed Kim Dane as Egotic standing inside the building, facing a group of people dressed just like him. They pointed guns and shouted, "Who are you?" Immediately after they cheered. Our hero Egotic has descended to this place. He will personally slaughter these idiots before your eyes. But Kim Dane only frowned, looking displeased. Oh my god, I have to teleport a long distance just to deal with these guys, my whole body aches. No, damn it. The terrorist panicked, Ghostic. He burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. The terrorists didn't understand but forced a laugh along. At that moment, Han Seo's voice came through the earpiece. 3 o'clock position, the guy is by the pillar, holding a detonator. Kim Dane glanced quickly and confirmed the target. In an instant, the terrorist was blown apart, his body torn with a large hole like a donut. The others screamed in horror, "No, this person isn't Egotic, surely it's disguised police." They immediately raised their guns. But before they could pull the triggers, the weapons flew from their hands. In a flash, Kim Dane's gun was pointed straight at each of them. He sneered, "I've never had fools like you as subordinates." Gunfire rang out, the building filled with smoke and screams. The scene was streamed live, leaving online viewers stunned. Wait, are they on the same side? How did he finish them so fast? My god, did he just kill them? Brutal. Who is Egotic to act like that? What are the heroes doing? The villain is saving people. Is this really happening? Just then, superiors authorized Stardust to enter, with top priority to ensure the hostage's safety. She rushed into the building and found only one assailant still standing, and he was the very person Kim Dane had been looking for. Han Seo's voice came through the earpiece. "Sir, save her. From my confirmation, she was forced by the terrorists and did not participate willingly." The girl curled up, clutching her head and sobbing. Save me, hic hic. Kim Dane stepped forward, his hand made her flinch. He forcibly removed her mask, his voice stern. "Did you do anything wrong, yes or no?" The girl trembled, tears welling. "Okay, I admit it, hic, I admit it." The more she spoke, the harder she cried. Kim Dane frowned. "If you keep crying like that, you'll get shot." She quickly covered her mouth and fell silent. He turned to the hostages, then solemnly bowed. "I'm sorry, although this didn't happen because of me, I bear responsibility for the copycat acts that arose from my case." This act triggered an online comment explosion. What? The villain is polite like this? Wait, what's actually going on here? Kim Dane continued in a calm voice. "To the hostages and everyone affected because of me, I will deposit compensation into your accounts. Please check. I offer my deepest apologies to the 3 victims who died. I will pay the highest possible compensation." Still, he hesitated inside. Transferring from fake accounts like this, it's easy to trace. "I don't know, C can handle it, right?" Han Seo sighed and replied. "Sai, just take her home now. You can tell she agreed to do it." Kim Dane only gave a faint smile. Kim Dane hoisted Lai Subin onto his shoulder. Hick. His body immediately felt like it was breaking apart. The effects of teleportation made his whole body tremble. Suddenly, a shockwave hit the entire floor. Kim Dane instantly realized the only one who could do that was Stardust. She was rushing in. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a few days after that commotion at John Hai University, in a choo-choo cafe, KPS News reported, "The villain is responsible for monetary compensation. The public is thrown into chaos." The villain Egotic bowed at the scene of the terrorist attack. Verifying the hostages' accounts is truly not easy. What kind of person is he? KPS's investigative headline. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, eyes fixed on her phone screen. Her finger scrolled through the comments. Who is this Egotic anyway? The name Egotic sounds even more legendary than a hero. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, about to rush off. Luckily, Kim Dane's legs went weak at that moment, so he managed to dodge in time. Stardust was truly too hasty, and couldn't react in time. Oh my, and just like that, she let the villain slip away when she should have caught him. The more she thought about it, the angrier Shin Haru, Stardust's real name, sighed in frustration. Just then, another girl approached and pulled out a chair to sit. Shin Haru, what's wrong? Is the assignment too hard? It was Kim Chi-hyun, Haru's close senior. Haru snapped back to reality and looked up. It's nothing, sis. She bowed her head in embarrassment and pretended to focus on her work. I'm fine, just a little distracted. Stardust, Korea's rank hero, real name Shin Haru. On missions, she hid her identity with a cognition-reducing filter, so to others she appeared to be an ordinary student. Actually, maybe not entirely ordinary since she was always the center of attention. Lately, what bothered her most was the name Egotic. Haru circled the name in her notebook, her eyes flashing with resentment. People are all selfish, she muttered. A big question formed in her mind, but why did he save the hostage? Suddenly, the person opposite pinched her cheek. Look at you making that sad face again. Kim Ji-hyun cheerfully suggested. Forget the exercise for now, let's go get mango ice cream, your favorite Haru. Haru's face immediately lit up. But then the image of Egotik's maniacal smile and perverted gaze flashed through her mind. Ha ha. Her expression suddenly darkened. Ji-hyun studied her expression and asked softly, even mango can't cheer you up, no way. No sooner had she finished than there was a cracking sound. Haru snapped her pen and muttered, the mango is mine. Ji-hyun laughed and coaxed like a child. Alright, the mango is yours, all yours. The fire in Haru burned like hell. I'm haunted by that Egotik. I will definitely make him reveal himself. Despite her anger, when fed a spoonful of mango ice cream, she still ate it in an oddly cute way. Meanwhile, in the heart of Seoul, where villains and heroes constantly clash, there was a house that looked very ordinary. But when the front door opened, another door beside the entrance appeared. When the second door was opened, a hidden elevator suddenly revealed itself. After entering the code, the door closed and the lift began descending dozens of underground floors. It was Egotik's base, also called the Ego Base. Kim Dane lay back in the glass chamber, proudly admiring his achievement. Hanseo frowned. Hey, why did you just name someone else's house? He replied nonchalantly, why, between us, whose house is whose? Your house is my house, and my house is your house. The girl pouted in disdain. That's so weird, totally ridiculous. Before she could say more, a pain in his knee made him writhe and scream. Oh, Hanseo snapped. Stop talking nonsense and lie still so you'll heal faster. Kim Dane whimpered, don't say that. Teleporting and carrying someone made me twice as tired. Suddenly, he grinned mischievously. Hanseo, the one with super intelligence, I'm sure you're casting a hungry look my way. Oh, where was I? He said with satisfaction. Though she wasn't hired for that reason, the recovery capsule she engineered was genuinely effective. Hanseo glanced at him and gave a thumbs up with a strange look. What's that about? The door suddenly opened. The person he had risked his life to save in the terrorist incident walked in. I'm home. Lee Subin said shyly, I saw the fridge was empty. Do you guys want any snacks? Kim Dane startled and shouted, what? You're wanted and still going out? She replied cheerfully. I covered my face before going out. He froze. That's even more suspicious. Watching that, Kim Dane wondered inwardly, does this girl expect me to bring her home to do chores? He teleported directly in front of Hanseo. Why did you tell me to bring this person back? The girl unwrapped her ice cream and answered casually, oh, I was going to ask her to help with a bit of work. Kim Dane was stunned. What? That should have been considered before she became a terrorist. Are you sure she won't open fire in our house? Hanseo sighed. That won't happen. She asserted firmly. She had no intention of being a terrorist. Your henchmen forced her out. They practically coerced her into participating. Then she pointed at Lee Subin. Miss, no, sir, wait, Ms. Lee Subin, right? The girl flinched. Huh, how do you know my name? Hanseo smiled mysteriously. I know everything. Even your household registry. Your parents are researchers at the Hansel Corporation, right? Lee Subin's face went pale. How did you know that? Hanseo replied nonchalantly. I read the posts you wrote on the deep web. That shielding system has a lot of holes. The girl stepped closer, eyes serious. Ms. Lee Subin, do you want revenge? Revenge for what Hansel Corporation did to your parents. She paused, her tone heavy with implication. I'm looking for the leaders of Hansel Corporation. Kim Dane listened to Hanseo speak. The girl's voice was clear and decisive. I've been harmed a lot too. I need to find those bastards and crush them to feel at ease. Will you help me? Kim Dane barely furrowed his brow as he quickly pieced together Hanseo's motives in his head. So that's it, that girl is also a victim of the Hansel Corporation, like Hanseo. When I convinced C to become my first assistant, I also promised to help her get revenge. Of course, his real goal was to prevent Hanseo from becoming an S-rank villain as in the original story. After all, Lee Subin didn't leave much of an impression in the original, just a fleeting supporting role. That might be proof she's harmless, but we still have to see if she can be of any use to us. Suddenly, Kim Dane snapped awake when he saw the two girls in front of him hugging and sobbing loudly. He went blank, not understanding what was happening. Whose sister? Sob sob. Ah, see, this development is fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up with my feelings. He blinked and sighed. Your cool image is totally ruined now. He silently watched the two of them be emotional for a long while, then quietly returned to the capsule, exhaling. Fine, I'll just lie still and be safe. A night in a cozy restaurant. Everyone anxiously watched a young couple arguing. The atmosphere was silent except for the wife's sobs. Sob, why are you doing this to me? Tears streamed down her cheeks. The man opposite was silent, his cold gaze frightening her. I'm confessing to you, so why the sad face? The situation escalated, prompting nearby patrons to call the police. A police officer appeared and walked coldly to their table. There's a report of assault. Please come with me to the station. The man muttered curses. Oh damn, at least let me eat a bit more. Move along. The officer growled. Without waiting, he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. All right, I'm officially placing you under arrest. Immediately, the man's body flashed with red light. In an instant, the officer was teleported to the edge of the building's rooftop railing. The man's perverse laugh rang behind him. Shall we go to the station together? Then he sneered and kicked contemptuously. Fine, but I'll see you off first. The officer was taken by surprise, couldn't react, and fell straight to the ground. The man laughed coldly. Who do you think you are to defy me? Fake cop. This is an A-rank villain, Kim Ha-chun, the one with spatial teleportation ability. The world in his eyes was desolate and soaked in blood. A scream echoed in the darkness. You think killing me will change this world? Han Seo, the White Witch N-rank villain in the original, now appeared looking completely different. Stardust couldn't tell how the hero felt in that moment until a voice cut off the flashback. Hey, get back to the present. Han Seo, 16 years old, loves orange juice. You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you? She shouted. Lai Subin, washing dishes, awkwardly spoke up. See, I'm sorry I drank it. I'll buy you a new one. Immediately, Han Seo's face brightened. She hugged Subin and beamed. It's okay, sis. Seeing this, Kim Dane winced, his tone dripping with sarcasm. She wouldn't treat me like that. Then he suddenly asked, by the way, C, did you finally stop pretending to be a boy? The girl angrily shouted, Kim Dane, stop teasing me. He took the chance to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Life for the three of them passed strangely happy and peaceful. Looking back, Han Seo's misfortune stemmed from the Kai-Hoa project conducted by the Hansel Corporation. She was the sole survivor. Hundreds of children were subjected to illegal experiments. One day, a child developed an unexpected complication. The entire facility exploded, leaving only Han Seo alive, with her body covered in wounds. The girl fled the facility, hid in a basement, and built a secret shelter, which has now become their base. She lived alone for years until Kim Dane suddenly appeared. A chair crashed to the floor, making Han Seo as alert as a hedgehog with its quills raised. Kim Dane calmly made an offer. Don't you want to avenge them? I need your help. Seeing her bewildered look, he reached out, his voice sincere. I'm not here to harm you, I'm here to save you. That was the beginning of their current relationship. Unlike the original, where Han Seo became an S-rank villain out of hatred and met her end, this time Kim Dane vowed he would not let that happen. I promise I won't let you walk the path of villainy. Still, a thought lingered in his mind. If Han Seo has become my accomplice, does that make her a villain? In any case, follow the right path. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Han Seo turned, scowling. What are you looking at? You don't understand anything, so stop staring. Kim Dane's eyes flicked to the other person, Lai Subin. Both her parents were deceased researchers. She taught herself, worked her way up, and was admitted to a prestigious university. Kim Dane knew her profile. She majored in computer engineering, making her well-suited to handle technical support for Han Seo. He took a sip of water and said evenly, although she's a bit suspicious, I have to admit her cooking skills are top-notch. Suddenly, Han Seo held up a tiny spider. Done, this is a tracking sensor. Kim Dane looked blank. A tracker for what? The girl clicked her tongue. Have you forgotten our line of work? It's for the name on the villain list you picked. He froze. Is the teleporting one him? Kim Dane knew very well this guy could teleport infinitely over short distances without taking any harm. He can't be stopped by external force. He's tough, Han Seo said excitedly. The harder it is, the more reason to take him out first. Kim Dane sighed and rubbed his head. Do you understand how exhausting it is for me to keep teleporting non-stop? You don't need to understand, just do it, the girl shouted. Egotic, begin operation. The team quickly set off, heading to a small apartment in a remote area. Kim Dane crept onto the rooftop, anxious. See, have you gotten in yet? Kim Dane crept onto the rooftop, anxious. See, have you gotten in yet? The girl's voice came through the earpiece. What are you doing? You still haven't gone in. Go now. He hesitated, tension in his chest. Is it safe to teleport straight into the living room? What if he's there? Han Seo sighed and repeated once more. How many times have I told you? Trust me, Dane. Kim Dane fired a bullet equipped with a tracker. Even if the opponent teleported to dodge the bullet, the sensor would still stick to him. He glanced at the shiny gun in his hand while Han Seo grew impatient. I made it faster than a bullet. You're a social sciences major. Explanations won't help. Just go in. Still, he hesitated a little. Wouldn't it be quicker to kill him out on the street? Han Seo nearly flipped the table at her brother's slow pace. He never goes outside, he only teleports. I've investigated and prepared this plan completely. Han Seo grew anxious and took a sip of water. Lubin beside her cheered nervously. Egostic, go for it. Seeing that, Han Seo shyly added, Yostic, go for it. Kim Dane felt strengthened and excited. All right, thanks, let's begin. Immediately, he teleported straight into the criminal's house, just as the man had finished showering. Startled by his appearance, he grunted. Immediately, Han Seo shouted into the earpiece, Dane, shoot. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Two tiny sensor-equipped spiders shot out at incredible speed. As predicted, Kim Hak-chun immediately teleported away. Kim Dane dropped the gun and asked anxiously, damn it, C, did the tracker stick? On the other end, Han Seo monitored closely. It's stuck. Subin, report his location. Lai Subin immediately checked. He's currently 500 meters east of here. Without hesitation, Kim Dane followed the directions. He teleported and appeared in the middle of a crowded street. People recognized him at once. Hey, isn't that Gostic? It really is him. Kim Dane frowned, looking around and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this wasn't in the plan. Immediately, images of him spread all over social media. In John Hai University's lecture hall, Shinharu, who was studying, received a message over the radio. A Ghostic has appeared in the city. Hero Stardust is preparing to deploy under the association's orders. She jumped up in panic. What? Everyone in the class turned to look, and she hurriedly packed her things. Sorry everyone, excuse me. Then she rushed out of the class. Meanwhile, Han Seo checked the tracker again. Dane right ahead at the intersection. Kim Dane immediately saw Kim Hak-chun staggering away, hit by the sensor. The light turned red. He risked it and jumped out to block his path. Ignore it, just go for it. Han Seo's worried voice rang in his ear. Eager to capture an A-rank criminal, Kim Dane dashed across the street without watching for traffic. A truck barreled toward him at breakneck speed. Whether he could react in time to avoid it was unclear. At that moment while fleeing, Kim Hak-chun suddenly remembered that fateful day. "Hey Kim Hak-chun, weren't you thrilled when you stole the money and ran?" He begged helplessly. "I'll pay it back, please spare me." Not convinced, the ringleader pressed a cigarette to the rope bindings, causing them to burn and sending him into the sea. In that desperate moment he cursed, "I curse you all to die." The instant his face hit the water, Kim Hak-chun suddenly vanished. When the others were about to leave, he reappeared nearby, terrifying the whole group. Kim Hak-chun was stunned to realize he was still alive, but the others immediately lunged to recapture him. After being surrounded for a while, he clenched his fists, joyfully realizing, "So from now on no one can catch me anymore." Thinking that, he teleported again, letting the two sides clash with each other, then escape. Back in the present, the truck slammed on its brakes when it spotted Kim Dane in the road, but he had already teleported into the cab, startling the driver. Seeing he was safe, Kim Hak-chun was furious, instantly teleported onto the roof of a nearby building. Observing the situation closely, teeth clenched in rage. Could it be that he kills two villains over a personal grudge? Clearly I had nothing to do with it. Below, as Kim Dane stepped out of the vehicle, he was immediately surrounded by a large crowd. Yes, I'm busy working, I can't talk much," he said quickly, then added, "Don't be afraid, I won't harm anyone. But that A-rank villain who can teleport, now go to hell." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a strange thought flashed through Kim Hak-chun's mind. Does he specialize in hunting villains and executing them? Just out of that line of thought, Kim Dane reappeared and continued the chase. From then on, wherever Kim Hak-chun went, Kim Dane followed close behind. Trash belongs in the bin, scummy villains must be erased from the world. Come on, today I'll clean up another piece of trash. Relentlessly pursued, Kim Hak-chun lost his composure and grabbed a nearby civilian as a hostage. Kim Dane's voice rang in his head. Why can I still hear him in my ear? Kim Hak-chun threw the civilian aside and kept running. Before the girl could fall, Kim Dane had already reached out and caught her. Softly asking, "Are you all right?" His concern made the girl blush. She murmured yes. After repeatedly using instantaneous teleportation, Kim Hak-chun had nearly exhausted all his strength, could no longer hold on and finally collapsed. He muttered in despair, "Why me?" Once the rescued girl had rested, egoistic Kim Dane shifted his attention to the real target, the rank villain, the teleporter. Without a word, he drew his handgun and pressed it to the man's head. "You have confessed your crimes." Though exhausted, Kim Hak-chun tried to argue. Yostic Kim Dane snorted and replied, "Damn it, you're a villain too, aren't you?" "Yeah, hey, but at least I'm not as despicable as you." Finishing, he turned to the onlookers and shouted, "Everyone, this piece of trash stole billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those victims were someone's husband, father, friend, son. Do you want to pardon this cold-blooded killer?" Asked that, the crowd did not hesitate and answered briefly, "Finish him, yes, kill him." Hearing that, Kim Hak-chun trembled and struggled in despair. "Bastards, you calling for his death makes you no different from me." Yostic heard this and smiled with satisfaction. "Hak-chun, your greatest crime is that you'll become an A-rank villain, kill hundreds, and torment Stardust countless times in the future." Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned back and growled, "You mean those two things are the same? Sorry, but it seems you'll die here." Immediately after, a painful scream rang out. Yostic looked around. What surprised him was that the civilians were not terrified but were joyful, delighted at the villain's demise. How strange, seeing someone shot dead should make people afraid. Having finished, he stood up dazed, looking at the crowd's happy faces. Apart from superpowers, this world is no different from the old one, but moments like this made him realize he was somewhere entirely different. The people here are truly baffling. After thinking for a while, Egoistic set aside that feeling, took off his hat, and smiled in greeting. "But I'm that villain, don't you fear me?" Hearing him ask, the crowd grew more cautious. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic immediately recognized it, looked up to the sky. "Stardust, damn, I've been drawing attention for too long." Stardust quickly landed, pointed at him, and shouted, "You bastard." Yostic paid no attention and simply focused on watching the newcomer. Normally, she's a somewhat cold college student, but when she becomes a hero, her voice changes completely, like in an old historical tale. At the thought, the simple mode in his head automatically switched on, finding her unbearably cute. But Stardust misunderstood that demeanor. "What have you done?" No matter how infatuated he was, Egoistic stayed in his villain role. "What do you mean, what did I do? I just dealt with a cruel A-rank villain who killed people and robbed a bank, just doing what your heroes should be doing." Hearing that, Stardust fell silent, unable to argue. Seeing her reaction, he continued, "Hey, what did I do wrong? An A-rank villain can be judged on the spot by heroes." Unable to rebut, she changed the subject. "Egoistic, do you think you're a hero?" That question left Egoistic momentarily stunned. "I'm the villain." At that moment he realized there must be a bunch of people filming and cheering for Stardust, right? There are so many people here. Snapping out of the thought, he smiled and clapped as if to change the subject. "Indeed, Stardust. A villain like me punishing the wicked is against the law, but I can't accept her unshakable chivalry." He added, "Maybe I should withdraw for today." Those words set the crowd buzzing. Are villains only allowed to fight heroes? He's got a point. After all, you arrived late and couldn't beat that teleporter. Honestly, Egoistic didn't do anything wrong. Those opinions left Stardust confused and sad, while Egoistic felt the world growing more chaotic. Something's off. Just then Hensio urged in his earpiece, Dane, stop rambling and get out of there. Pressed by the prompt in the situation, he hurriedly explained, no, I don't mean I'm right, I'll keep doing evil and Stardust can try to stop me. Then he regained his composure coldly. So, that's it for today. With that, Kim Dane used his teleportation power and vanished. With nothing left to see, the crowd dispersed, leaving Stardust still pensive. Shall we go too? Yeah, let's go. Everyone left. She quietly walked over to Kim Ha-chun's body. With sadness, she returned to base. As soon as they arrived, Egoistic had already collapsed unconscious. Hanseo quickly called out, Subin, get up here. Lai Subin, hearing the call, rushed over in panic. What's wrong? Hanseo assessed the situation and explained. It's a side effect of teleportation powers. The two women together dragged him into the room. 1, 2. Just then, Kim Dane's phone in his pocket vibrated. It turned out a post about this afternoon's event had been posted on an open forum, gauging favor between the two sides. Who likes the cool guy Egoistic more than that old-fashioned Stardust? Definitely me. That evening, Stardust sat quietly on a rooftop, reading the post with undisguised sadness. She recalled the painful past when she was Shin Haru, a 17-year-old schoolgirl, and an unfortunate event occurred. No, Mom, Dad. Seeing her suffering, the triumphant robber held the stolen wallet aloft. You should have handed it over earlier. He pulled out a handgun and threatened her, blame your stupid parents. But even with a gun to her head, Shin Haru had nothing left to lose and showed no fear. Not seeing the reaction he expected, the robber grew bored, smiled brightly, and holstered his gun. Lucky her. He flicked the cigarette away and turned his back to leave, leaving the person who had just killed her parents to escape. Shin Haru was unwilling to accept it, but she could only collapse helplessly and cry. If I had the power to protect Mom and Dad, no matter how much I regret it now, it would have been different. Mom, Dad, I will end that bastard. After swearing, Haru could only sit by her parents' bodies and cry herself dry. At that moment, the dark sky suddenly produced a ray of light. A shooting star fell straight into the narrow alley. The schoolgirl Shin Haru, who had been crying, suddenly looked up. A blinding beam of light struck her eyes. As the light gradually faded, Haru lost consciousness and her hair changed from black to gold. The next day at the secret base, after resting, Kim Dane finally opened his eyes. Hanseo was already sitting by the glass, waiting for this moment to cheer. You're awake. Before he could say anything, he wearily called to the girl. See, can I get a hot meal? Suddenly, Hanseo handed him her phone. You can eat and listen. Immediately, the girl read the article on the screen, compiling the facts about A-rank villain Egoistic Dane. Only the facts about A-rank villain Egoistic. Hanseo read carefully, recounting countless feats of Dane. Eliminating a rank villain Lai, eliminating a rank villain Zodiac, orchestrating and suppressing a series of special incidents at the observatory, dealing with fanatics who caused trouble, thwarting the hostage-taking terror tied to him, and even paying compensation to victims. Pausing briefly, Hanseo continued. The teleporting criminal has been on the run for years. Even with a reward, authorities say capturing him is extremely difficult. Honestly, he doesn't look like a villain at all. Then she smiled and added, 7,842 likes and only 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing that, Dane awkwardly asked right away, so what about Stardust? At the mention of that name, Hanseo looked sulky. Stardust, look at the comments below. Not letting him grab the phone, she read aloud. Actually, Egoistic is better than Stardust. Stardust hasn't done anything so far. At that, Dane nearly choked on his food. Hanseo read more. King Ego has taken down 3 A-rank villains. Regaining his composure, Dane stammered, why is Stardust being criticized? The girl thought and explained. Maybe because among the 3 A-rank heroes, she acts the least. Shadow Walker or Ice have each saved dozens or hundreds by themselves, whereas Stardust hasn't done nearly as much. After reading, Hanseo hesitantly watched Dane's reaction. See, that's how people respond. Hearing those comments, Kim Dane fell into despair, unable to hide his sadness. That's the majority. It didn't stop there. Hanseo pulled out the screen to show a bouncing mango, excitedly. And Egoistic even has a fan club. This news crushed Dane. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. No, impossible. A villain fan club, these crazies. Unable to accept the situation, he stood up, his mind already forming a plan. Alright, I can't leave this as is. After careful thought, Kim Dane decided to prepare for the next terror attack. Seize, Subin, can you two do it? Suddenly called. The two girls panicked. Again. Ignoring their dismay, Dane was enthusiastic. We have to show Korea what a real villain is and who the true hero is. He murmured to himself. Wait, Stardust, I'll bring you back to the top. Elsewhere, the awaited Shin Haru was thoroughly enjoying a delicious mango frap smoothie. When she looked up, she saw the cherry blossoms outside in full bloom. The scene was romantic, but in her head echoed other people's remarks. Playing the great hero, finishes the job and shows up afterwards. Maybe you couldn't even catch that teleporter. Recalling those words, Haru could only sigh as countless negative thoughts swept through her mind. The public is more crazy about Egoistic, the villain slayer, than about a hero who only handles things with suspended sentences. I did my best, why am I still being criticized? Not wanting to sink into negativity, Haru slapped her own cheek lightly to pull herself together. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Haru, why are you slapping your own face? Hearing that voice, she snapped back to attention and saw Kim Chi-hyun sitting gently beside her. Haru was moved and her senior smiled at her. The weather is beautiful, let's rest a bit. Invited like that, Haru didn't hesitate to agree. By the way, when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully? Kim Chi-hyun happily took out her phone. Oh right, do you want to see this? It's really popular now, but you probably don't know. She showed a picture of a bouncing mango. What do you think, funny? It's got a lot of appeal lately. Seeing that image, Haru gritted her teeth, resentful. Even senior Chi-hyun likes him. While scrolling, something caught her attention. Huh, what's this? Kim Chi-hyun handed the screen over. Haru, Egoistic is live right now. Haru was surprised, really. As she took out her phone, the familiar voice sounded. Egoistic was once again aiming his barbs at Stardust. Immediately, she rushed back to the association and deployed to the scene. No sooner had the announcement ended than Shin Haru slammed the table and stood up. Chi-hyun, I have an emergency. Sorry, I have to go. Having said that, she dashed out of the cafe, leaving Chi-hyun bewildered and mid-sentence. Running, Shin Haru vowed, wait, Ghostic, this time I'll definitely catch you. At the same time, on a high cliff, a familiar screen lit up and Egoistic's voice echoed. Long time no see. Hello everyone, I'm the villain Egoistic. After introducing himself, he eagerly watched the comments streaming across the screen. How would people react? Crazy, they treated this like a live, dramatic event. Not wasting time, Egoistic lifted his phone and joked. There's been a lot of news about me lately, huh? I'm not a hero, I'm a villain, and apparently I even have a fan club. He gave a sly smile and angled the phone to show the tracks below. Perhaps people are misunderstanding, I'm the villain. He pointed to the hostages and then toward the speeding train. Ah, the train is about to enter the station. Stardust, are you watching? A comment popped up, he's still a true Stardust fan, huh? Unbothered, Egoistic began to lay out the rules, turning up the pressure. The rule is simple, choose. Keep the lever to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one person for the many. Pulling the lever will cause someone to die. Remember, if you try to pull this person off the track, I'll derail the train. Understand? As soon as he finished stating the rules, he invited, you have only one choice, pull the lever. No sooner had he spoken than Stardust appeared, shouting angrily, you bastard, Egoistic. She hurled herself down and stood on the rails. He smiled with satisfaction. You're here, Stardust. Looking at the hostages, Stardust began calculating. If she tried to save them, the passengers on the train would be in danger. How could she save them all? Seeing her hesitance, Egoistic urged, come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. What will our Stardust choose? The flood of comments only amused Egoistic more. Everyone thinks Stardust will pull the lever, but I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. Just then, Lee Subin panicked and shouted into the headset. Dane, she's running toward me, what should I do? Seeing Stardust sprinting, he reassured her. We're live, so mute your broadcast mic. Don't worry, she won't hurt you. After the reassurance, Subin felt more confident. Okay. Having stabilized the situation, Egoistic turned the mic back on and resumed his villain act. What is Stardust doing? Don't be so reckless, you'll be torn apart. Why are you committing suicide? Viewers buzzed with speculation, but Stardust still rushed straight at the train. She summoned all her strength to stay upright, trying to encourage herself. Just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, the train accelerated. Egoistic was surprised. What? Is the train going faster than usual? Realizing something was wrong, he panicked and called, Subin, wake up. But Subin had fainted and couldn't respond, leaving Egoistic flustered. I didn't anticipate this. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Egoistic kept up the psychological pressure. Come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. What will Stardust choose? Though still playing the part outwardly, inwardly he only awaited the girl's decision below. What will the righteous girl do? Stardust was in intense inner turmoil. After a moment of thought, she gritted her teeth and charged straight at the train. Seeing this, Egoistic was pleased, pulling his hat down low. Good, everything is going exactly to plan. Satisfied with the development, he carried a terrified, struggling girl closer to the tracks. When they arrived, Egoistic gently placed the pale-faced girl on the tracks and secured her with tape. Inwardly he complained, this is tiring. Without Shadow Walker, doing this at night would have been easier. Preparing a daytime bombing has so many things to watch out for. Despite the complaints, he finished the final knot. With the hostage secured, Egoistic instantly teleported up the cliff to watch. Looking at the 5 people tied under the tracks, he silently took pride in his handiwork. The peaceful scene before him reminded him of the original story. After this event, Stardust would be weakened but would grow stronger. If I remove the villains first, she'll lose her chance to grow. Snapping out of his thoughts, he reached down and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. After writing, Egoistic smiled smugly and told himself, consider this her special physical training ground. Back in the present, seeing Stardust throw herself at the train with all her might, Egoistic was startled and shouted, wait, that's really dangerous, Stardust. The scene set the net abuzz, reading the comments. He felt both despair and smugness inwardly. Outwardly they say it wasn't my idea, but actually it was my plan. At that moment, Stardust crashed straight into the locomotive, shattering its front. From the cliff, Egoistic observed and analyzed. Her muscle power and flight ability are still lacking by about 2%. Though nearly at a rank, stopping this train is beyond her capability. However, Egoistic knew something others hadn't noticed. When facing danger, Stardust's powers would erupt dramatically. Even as Stardust was being pushed back, he remained confident. She can definitely stop this. With that fierce conviction, the train's engine began to make unusual noises. However, the train didn't slow down, it sped up. This unsettled Egoistic. Why is the train getting even faster? He hurriedly called for backup, but Lai Subin had long since fainted. Subin, Miss Subin, wake up. Receiving no response, Egoistic fell into panic. I didn't account for this. The worst-case scenarios flashed through his mind like a film. If the people tied to the tracks died horribly, Stardust's image as a brave superhero would be destroyed. Just thinking that, Egoistic tore at his hair and clutched his head. Ah, what should I do? At the same time, the train drew close to the doomed girl's position. Recognizing the emergency, Stardust gritted her teeth and exerted strength beyond her normal limits to stop the train. Although the front of the train was shattered, it did not slow. Standing above, Egoistic could only plead inwardly, please, please stop. As the distance between the train and the hostage narrowed, he could only pray. Then he witnessed a miracle. After so much effort, the train was finally stopped by Stardust and the whole process was captured on camera. Seeing the unbelievable scene, Egoistic was overjoyed. She stopped it. The danger is temporarily over. Amid the chaos, he brimmed with anticipation. Come on, show yourself. Stardust, will she be okay? That train was so fast. Staring at the live phone screen, Egoistic worried. Could she be dead? But at that moment, Stardust's familiar figure appeared. Seeing the girl he longed for safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement. After cheering for a moment, remembering he was still the villain, Egoistic composed himself. Oh right, she stopped it. Did she really hold on? Ah, this isn't how my plan was supposed to go. Turning his gaze to the dazed Stardust, Egoistic thought to himself. She found her own way to resolve the dilemma. That assertion set the live comments ablaze, reading each one, his face lit with excitement. Yes, that's the right reaction, see. Filled with pride, he praised Stardust without restraint. This is the hero Stardust. Watch her power erupt purely from the desire to save others. After exerting all her strength, Stardust finally collapsed. Seeing this, Egoistic's eyes filled with worry. No longer caring about his image, he jumped down to check on her. Approaching, he heard Stardust softly scold. You bastard. Though tired, she still focused her gaze on him. Egoistic gently comforted her. It's okay, Stardust, you did very well. In a way I never imagined. This is your victory. After speaking, he brushed her brow so she could rest, then instructed. I'm leaving now, rest well. Another hero will arrive to help you soon. Let Stardust rest. Egoistic rose, removed his hat, and showed a sign of mourning. Yes, my little act of terrorism ends here. Thank you for watching. After he spoke, the livestream screen went black. A shocking comment appeared. Those two, what's with that ambiguous atmosphere? The next morning, at the secret base, Hanseo burst with energy running around calling. Wake up, you sleeping late Kim Dane and Lai Subin. After yesterday's incident, both of them were exhausted. Oh my god, I'm dead. Good morning. Their looks made Hanseo just shake her head. It was only one terror incident and everyone looked so drained. Not scolding them, the girl pointed at the fully laid table and invited. Come on, look at these hot dishes. The two of them's eyes lit up. Seo, did you prepare these? Dane ruffled Hanseo's hair in praise. Thank you. The girl bashfully gave his waist a light pinch. Lai Subin also took the chance to urge, hurry up and eat before it gets cold. The three of them sat down at the table and happily enjoyed breakfast. While everyone focused on eating, Hanseo noticed the remote nearby, grabbed it and ran to the sofa to watch TV. Let's see how yesterday's deeds made the news. The next news segment played. Dane ate with obvious satisfaction. His villain image had completely changed. Of course, Stardust also became famous, a two-bird, one-stone outcome. Just then, Hanseo burst into a mysterious laugh. Huh, what is it? She pointed at the screen, eyes shining. They're saying you two are dating. The commentator's remarks rang out. This is about A-rank hero Stardust stopping the train yesterday. First, please take a look at this photo. The moment Kim Dane brushed Stardust's brow to let her rest appeared. The commentator continued, look here, between the villain and the hero, they might as well be lovers. Elsewhere, Shinharu Stardust watched the report, unable to contain her anger, and crushed the glass in her hand. Kim Dane, seeing that on TV, was also frightened. What the hell is this? The host continued, in Korea right now, the most popular villain is Egoistic, and the rising rookie is the superhero Stardust. The dating rumors between them are really hot. Reporter Park was asked for his take. Pointing at the screen, he said, look here, do you recognize it? Ah yes, this is a line bearing the name Stardust. Reporter Park slammed the table and exclaimed, wrong, it's not just a line, it's a message to Stardust. This is a gift he gave her, that's the meaning. Then the screen showed the scene of Kim Dane kneeling on one knee beside the unconscious Shin Haru, saying, all right, Stardust, you did very well in a way I never imagined. This is your victory. Pointing at that scene, Reporter Park asserted, look closely, if this isn't love, then what is it? When Egoistic spoke his last words and closed Stardust's eyes, she quietly fell asleep. He continued to emphasize, if those two aren't dating, then what do you call this? Elsewhere, Shinharu sat alone in the study room, silently watching the commentary, emotions welling up. Zinharu sat dazed, chin propped on her hand, mood gloomy, wondering, Are people even sane? Who would spread dating rumors about that crazy villain? There's absolutely no way that's true. She thought quietly for a while and then asked herself, why is this happening? Clearly in her heart there was only hatred and loathing for that man, yet along that line a confusing feeling had crept in. Just as Haru sat gloomily mumbling, Kim Chi-hyun approached. With a sympathetic expression, Haru, your spirit seems drained by all the studies. Saying that, Chi-hyun took out an ice cream flyer and smiled, coaxing, let me heal you today, okay? Chi-hyun tossed the flyer aside, eyes sparkling with emotion. Trust me today, let's go out and have fun. Elsewhere in the three-person house, the whining never stopped. Han Seo-yu writhed on the floor, throwing a tantrum and shouting, please, please, I really want to go. Lai Subin shook her head in exasperation. Seo-yu, don't whine like that. But Han Seo-yu wouldn't stop. We've already done 2 terror incidents, so now I want to go play. At that moment, Kim Dane spoke up, Miss Subin, Seo-yu, how about we all go out today? At that, Han Seo-yu sprang up. She stopped whining and screamed with joy in celebration. Lai Subin also smiled. Kim Dane held the ice cream festival flyer, the same one Kim Chi-hyun had, thinking to himself, this isn't in the original story, but I guess it's fine. Over with Haru, her mood gradually improved, and she even looked forward to the upcoming ice cream festival. The ice cream festival was crowded, the scene full of life. Kim Dane marveled, wow, even a weekday noon is pretty packed. Han Seo-yu held her cone beside him and asked confusedly, hey, why are you wearing black again? Kim Dane laughed, Seo-yu, men have to wear black. Han Seo-yu snorted, you're talking nonsense. Kim Dane was surprised, thinking, she's smiling so brightly today. She even called me Anne, she must really be happy. Suddenly Han Seo-yu shouted, pointing ahead, oh, rice flour ice cream. With that, she excitedly ran to the ice cream counter. Kim Dane smiled at Lai Subin. Going out was definitely worth it, right? Subin replied cheerfully, yeah, she looks really happy. She also activated her perception dampening filter, which only she could feel. When recruited by Kim Dane, she had appeared publicly once already. Kim Dane tasted a spoonful of ice cream and exclaimed in surprise, oh, that's really good. He scooped another spoonful and offered it to Subin. Subin, try some too. Lai Subin blushed, shyly eyeing the spoon Kim Dane held out. Han Seo-yu stood nearby, curious. What's wrong, sis? Eat it already. Subin flustered. Wait a moment. She shyly opened her mouth and moved closer to the spoon, thinking, isn't this an indirect kiss? Finally, Subin tried it, her face full of enjoyment. It's really good. After finishing her cone, Han Seo-yu happily ran to another stall. Look, mango ice cream, Kim Dane called after her in a hurry. Hey, wait for me. Han Seo-yu stared at the ice cream behind the glass with bright eyes and eagerly told the staff, give me a cone, please. The staff scooped the ice cream and laughed, turning to Kim Dane. Oh my, this kid looks exactly like her parents, so cute. Kim Dane was left speechless and could only force a smile. Yeah, Lai Subin stood beside him, face flushed. Han Seo-yu turned back, grinning, and teased in a low voice, you look older than your age, you know. Kim Dane retorted, on the contrary, it's because of your height, not me. Han Seo-yu had no comeback and huffed. The staff handed out the ice cream. Here's the kid's cone, 1 cone and 2 cups. The 3 received their ice cream, and Kim Dane asked Han Seo-yu with a smile, you ordered for us too, she answered. You're the leader of the Pentakin Club, so of course you have to get mango flavor. Kim Dane was taken aback by this new identity, the Pentakin Club. Seeing the vendor's smile, he didn't know where to hide his face, only answering awkwardly, ah, it's nothing. Suddenly, Kim Dane's eyes widened when he saw the vendor showing off a shirt printed with his image as he ghosted. The vendor smiled brightly. I made it myself, looks good, right? Kim Dane didn't know how to reply. Han Seo-yu generously gave a thumbs up. Totally cinematic. After a while, the 3 sat on a bench, eating ice cream and relaxing. Suddenly, Kim Dane spotted the dart-throwing stall. He asked Han Seo-yu, Seo, I used to be a master at darts, did you know? Let me show you my skills. Han Seo-yu doubted him. Hey, are you going to cheat with remote control powers or what? Kim Dane stiffened and could only smile wryly. The staff at the dart stall explained, there's an event, if you hit the target 10 times, you win a tiered ice cream. Han Seo-yu preferred the second prize instead. That stuffed bear is cuter, Kim Dane asked, but you can freely choose the first prize, right? The staff nodded. Yes, you can choose freely. Kim Dane confidently promised, listen up, I'll get that stuffed bear for you. He pretended to concentrate and, in a discreet moment, silently used his power. Just then, Kim Chi-hyun also came to the dart stall and asked the attendant, how much per try? Her arrival caught Kim Dane's attention. He thought, she looks familiar. A few seconds later, he suddenly realized, Kim Chi-hyun, Haru's senior from university. Kim Chi-hyun exclaimed, wow, Haru, the prize even includes 10-tier ice cream. Another female voice rang out, let me try to get one for you. It was Han Seo-yu. Seeing Kim Dane standing there dazed, she asked, what are you doing? Throw it already. At that moment, Lubin and Han Seo-yu also noticed Haru's appearance. The trio broke into a cold sweat. None of them dared to make a sound. Haru glanced over, her gaze landing on Kim Dane. He was still standing there in a daze, poised to throw the dart. Kim Chi-hyun smiled radiantly, pointing ahead. Haru, there's rice flour ice cream over there. The two of them went to the ice cream shop together. Kim Chi-hyun delightedly savored the flavor, exclaiming, this is so delicious. In a cheerful mood, she turned to Haru. Haru, try this. Haru leaned forward and gently tasted it. Her cheeks flushed, eyes shining, delicious. Kim Chi-hyun held the ice cream cup and smiled contentedly. Finally, your expression has relaxed. Haru seemed drawn to something. Kim Chi-hyun took Haru's hand, full of emotion. Let's go, the stall over there has Haru's favorite flavor. She pointed to the food counter, emphasizing, it's mango flavor, hurry and eat. At the sight of the mango ice cream, Haru's eyes sparkled with extreme delight. But not long after, her mood turned gloomy, and she lowered her head. The vendor proudly turned his back to reveal the print of himself on the shirt and cheerfully said, I made it myself. Kim Chi-hyun approvingly praised, oh my, so cute. The two girls rested under a cherry blossom tree, enjoying the cool breeze. Kim Chi-hyun stretched and said comfortably, this is great. She turned to Haru. You like it too, right, Haru? From sadness, Haru broke into a bright smile. Of course, sis. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the peaceful moment as cherry blossoms drifted down. Kim Chi-hyun pointed at the food stall in front of them. Haru, finish this and then let's try that one. Haru watched her intently. Seeing her excitement, she replied, darts, that sounds fun. Colorful balloons were decorating the stall's roof. A friendly attendant handed over the darts and announced, there's an event. Hit the target 10 times and you win a 10-tier ice cream. Haru gently replied, yes, please. Her blue eyes glanced at the trio who were sweating nervously, and she thought to herself, they look like a young couple, but why is the girl's hair silver? Maybe she's their granddaughter. She stared at Kim Dane for a long moment, a vague sense of familiarity welling up inside her. Before she could think further, Kim Chi-hyun cheered, Haru, you try. Haru quickly agreed, oh yes. She threw the dart, a brilliant orange streak flashed through, and Kim Chi-hyun joyfully cried, it hit the target. Kim Dane watched the scene, sweating profusely, thinking about Stardust's extraordinary power and growing increasingly attentive to her. Continuing like that, Haru kept hitting the darts, demonstrating superior physical ability. Cheers rose nonstop, 2 hits already. Kim Dane bowed his head, a little disappointed, thinking her power could erupt even more in the future. Haru happily continued throwing darts, her senses sharply honed. This made her quickly realize that if she revealed her identity here, the image of Haru as a superhero would pop into Kim Dane's head and he might lock her up in prison. Afterwards, Haru and Kim Chi-hyun hugged each other in delight, making Kim Dane fall backwards. One of Haru's darts sped forward and popped a balloon. Kim Chi-hyun praised, Haru, you're amazing, you hit so many. Haru modestly replied, it's nothing, just a small thing. The attendant happily handed the two girls the 10-tier ice cream. Here comes the 10-tier ice cream. The attendant turned to Kim Dane. Hey, aren't you throwing, sir? He answered dazedly, there was someone so good next to me that I was watching. I'll throw now. Kim Dane looked at Han Seo-yu and forced a smile. Seo-yu, look, I'll show you my dart technique. The girl cheered and doubted at once. Hurry up. Kim Dane took 10 darts nervous, thinking he wouldn't need to use his power, that he'd throw a few casually and slip away. But he threw all 10 in a row and hit balloons with every shot, leaving everyone stunned, mouths agape. Kim Chi-hyun held the 10-tier ice cream stick and looked at him in surprise. This customer is really skilled. The attendant brought out a stuffed bear. You want the bear instead, right? Here, the bear is ready. But Kim Dane chose to retreat quickly. The attendant raised a hand to stop them. Hey, wait. The three hurriedly ran off, laughing awkwardly. It's okay, we're leaving. Han Seo-yu chimed in. Yeah, let's go. Kim Chi-hyun held the 10-tier ice cream with a bright smile. We'll bring it over to Haru. Haru, holding the stuffed bear, turned and said yes. But halfway there, the ice cream was too tall. It toppled, and all the tiers of ice cream fell off the sticks. The colorful tiers of ice cream tumbled toward Kim Dane. He panicked, thinking that if even a bit stuck to him, he'd become like benzene. Eyes wide, mouth agape, he was determined to avoid it at all costs. Kim Dane's mind raced. He darted aside to avoid the splatter and then tumbled to the ground. Everyone rushed over in alarm. Han Seo-yu cried out worriedly, sir. Haru looked distressed, mouth open as she asked, are you okay? Kim Chi-hyun also worriedly covered her mouth as she watched him. Kim Dane hurried to reassure them. I'm fine, really, no need to worry. He slowly stood up, rubbing his neck with an embarrassed smile. I just overreacted a bit, just dodged it. Come on, let's move on. Lubin watched with some annoyance and urged, what are you thinking? Please hurry up, if this continues, we're all doomed. Sweat beading on Kim Dane's face, he was about to speak when a grim black smoke rolled in from behind. Move now. Haru and Kim Dane turned to look. They discovered the sky had turned red, the black gray smoke sending citizens into a panicked scatter. The sharp fangs of a green-furred crocodile appeared. It puffed itself up big and roared, Stardust. Stardust, come out. A system notice displayed. Crocodile Villain Class A. Kim Dane immediately pulled Han Seo-yu and Lubin close, making Lubin a bit embarrassed. You two stay right here. With sharp eyes, Kim Dane calculated. According to the original script, this guy shouldn't appear yet. Why is he active now? Haru also assessed the situation and lunged toward Kim Chi-hyun unexpectedly. Pain flared up, Kim Dane gritted his teeth. Running back to the guild to grab the cognition filter is too rushed now. He remembered that in the original story, if Stardust's face was revealed, it marked the start of misfortune and decline. An image of a blonde woman covering her face flashed before him. He resolved, I won't let that happen, even if the sky falls. Kim Dane shouted, and violet beams of light enveloped his body. The light grew stronger and stronger. His everyday clothes fell away. They were replaced by a tailored suit and a stylish hat. He said, I'll pack up my things later. Han Seo-yu stood behind, puzzled. What are you going to do? Shortly after, Kim Dane ordered Han Seo-yu to help broadcast for him. Han Seo-yu, clutching the stuffed bear, mumbled, Mr. Dane. The crocodile rampaged, tearing things apart as it bellowed, Stardust. If you don't show up, I'll smash everything. Its eyes shone brilliantly as the broadcast echoed. Hello, dear listeners. The black speakers projected the sound far and wide. Kim Dane took the microphone, flashed a toothy smile, and declared the true villain of this era. The common enemy of the Republic of Korea, egoistic. His voice rang everywhere. How dare you trespass on my territory, you little crocodile? The crocodile snapped angrily. What? Online forums erupted with chatter. Egoistic, ghostic, gostic. He's appeared again. One user exclaimed, oh my, it's him again. Another commented, he claims to be the common enemy. Someone else wondered, wasn't he a hero before? I don't get it. Everyone buzzed with excitement. Someone even joked, feels like an electric music festival. Kim Dane's cold face appeared. He glanced down and murmured, now you will die here. In a large corporate building 3 years earlier, in the association's lecture hall, a middle-aged man stood before the trainees, pointing at the modern machine. What we call the cognition-reducing filter, or simply the filter. He explained, when you pass through this device, a filter is applied to the face that causes viewers to have disrupted recognition. But if the face is revealed to someone who already knows it, the filter won't work. Do you all understand? Everyone answered in unison, yes. He then sternly emphasized, even an idiot knows how dangerous it is for a hero to reveal their face. Your career and life can be ruined, remember that well. Zinharu, sitting below at the time, resolutely shouted, yes. Back in the present, the street lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and dust. Kim Chi-hyun and Shin Haru hid by the roadside. Haru worriedly thought, it's too late to go back to headquarters for the filter. What should we do? Jin Haru clenched her fists, looking at the panicking crowd, thinking, in this situation, am I a hero only to run away? She undid her hair tie, and her golden hair fluttered, determination in her eyes as she clenched her fists and stepped forward. No, Kim Chi-hyun cried out in alarm, Haru. A crowd staring at their phones shouted, Gostic, Gostic is here. Zinharu heard it and blinked in confusion. What? She murmured, the true villain of this era, the common enemy of the Republic of Korea, egoistic. At that moment, Kim Dane stood on the building rooftop beside 2 giant speakers blasting music. Below was the green crocodile monster. He shouted, how dare you trespass on my territory, you little crocodile? The crocodile exclaimed in surprise, what? Kim Dane smiled coldly and pointed at the crocodile. Now you will die here. He held the mic and told himself, no, absolutely must not let Stardust's face be revealed. He yelled into the crocodile's face, do you know that, you crocodile? The monster shouted back, confronting Kim Dane, bastard, you act like you're close to Stardust, aren't you egoistic? Suddenly, the crocodile leapt and lunged toward Kim Dane at high speed. He said, hey, why keep dragging Stardust into this? Online comments displayed, a Stardust fanatic is here. Hey, little crocodile. The crocodile charged at Kim Dane angrily, roaring, I'll kill you. It quickly latched onto the building wall and used its strength to climb up to the rooftop where Kim Dane stood. Once it reached the top, it snarled fiercely and yelled, come here and face me. Seeing this, Kim Dane used a teleportation technique to move back and evade. The crocodile continued to rush forward, but Kim Dane teleported and appeared right above it, gleefully saying, what are you doing, you punk? You know my name but didn't know I can teleport. Taken by surprise, the crocodile flailed its limbs trying to strike Kim Dane, but each attempt missed because he kept teleporting around it. It angrily bellowed, you damn mosquito bat, fight me one-on-one properly. Kim Dane calmly replied, hey, I'm a villain. In the comments below, everyone laughed. A villain who has to insist he's a villain. Seeing that comment, Kim Dane looked puzzled. Comments continued, but why did Yostic run over here? Kim Dane thought to himself, wait, I need to explain, or people will assume I came because of Stardust. Suddenly he stopped and shouted at the crocodile, wait, hear me out. The crocodile answered, all right, speak quickly. Kim Dane demanded, but first I have to ask this, why did you attack me? The crocodile replied without hesitation, of course. I targeted Stardust and you clearly care about Stardust, therefore you're my enemy. Hearing that, Kim Dane froze, thinking, what the hell? What kind of logic is this? The comments buzzed again. That stupid villain also knows egoistic likes Stardust. He might not know the guy can teleport, just that he likes Stardust. 2 guys fighting over 1 girl. Is egoistic here to replace Stardust or what? Suddenly the crocodile pointed at Kim Dane and shouted, also, you were the one who said you'd kill me first. Kim Dane froze. When did I say that? The crocodile grew angrier, its energy flaring like fire. You said you dared to trespass on my territory, you little crocodile. You threatened to kill me right here. That's what you said, isn't it? Kim Dane hurriedly protested. I didn't say that. Comments popped up again. Why is the crocodile suddenly talking sweetly? What kind of threat is that? At that moment, as if pushed past its limit, the crocodile screamed wildly. I'm really going berserk. It opened its jaws wide, and a blazing red fireball began to form. Kim Dane saw this and panicked, thinking, isn't that an ultimate skill? Before he could finish his thought, a huge blaze shot from the crocodile's mouth, incinerating everything ahead. Crocodemon unleashed his ultimate skill, breathing an intense fire. Fortunately, Kim Dane teleported in time and avoided the fatal blow. He reappeared behind the crocodile, panting in shock. One hit and I'm done. The crocodile turned and sneered, surprised, Yastic. Without hesitation, Kim Dane whipped out a black cloth. Instantly, countless guns emerged from it and hurled toward the crocodile. With cold eyes, he clenched his fist. See you in hell, bastard. All the guns opened fire at the crocodile simultaneously. After a barrage of shots, smoke and dust filled the air as Kim Dane ascended to survey. Did we take him out yet? Comments erupted. Wait, did that many bullets and the crocodile still survive? At that moment, the crocodile lunged out of the smoke, roaring. You think a few bullets did anything to my body? Suddenly, Kim Dane's mask fell off right in front of the livestream screen. He quickly teleported away from the phone, pulled out a gas mask, and stood high above looking down. No, I did that to make you let your guard down. Immediately after, Kim Dane threw an unidentified object at the crocodile. The crocodile scornfully opened its mouth and swallowed it, shouting, you damn mosquito bat. Instantly, a powerful beam of light shot from the crocodile's mouth. Its body convulsed with electric shocks, writhing in pain as golden sparks flashed around it. Hey, in the original story, Stardust suffered from your thick hide. Did you think I didn't know? Thought I wasn't prepared. After the attack, the crocodile lay covered in blood all over its body. Stunned, then collapsed completely unconscious. Comments kept appearing. Bring Ghostic, request the association to appoint Ghostic as a hero immediately, and he still calls himself a villain. At this point, the depleted guns clattered to the ground. Kim Dane slowly descended back onto the rooftop. He gathered the guns, looking exhausted and trembling. He looked up at the sky and groaned, damn, that took too much energy. Trying to look cool and now I'm drained. My hands are shaking just holding this phone. Suddenly remembering the phone was still live streaming, Kim Dane glanced at the comments and read, so you came here to take down a villain. Kim Dane flustered, explaining like a madman, right, no, everyone, I came here because I hate that crocodile. Don't think I acted for Stardust or for the public good. Comments showed everything he says is true. Suddenly, a shaft of golden light flew in from nowhere and landed on the rooftop where Kim Dane stood. It turned out to be Shin Haru. She slowly rose after a spectacular landing, approached Kim Dane and asked, did you take that guy down? Kim Dane replied calmly, yes, he was blocking the way so I dealt with him. Hearing that, Shin Haru became suspicious. She gave Kim Dane a cold look and said, why? Kim Dane shrugged and answered nonchalantly, what do you mean? He kept shouting that me and Stardust were all cozy and ambiguous together, so it annoyed me. Shin Haru startled. What? Kim Dane put on his earphones, looked at Shin Haru, and smiled as he continued. Stardust, next time something like today happens, don't think you can just reveal your face and show off. Once your face is revealed, your life will be very hard. Shin Haru blinked in surprise at Kim Dane. He then turned to the phone and said, alright, that's it for today's broadcast. That was unexpected and exhausting. There's a big event next month, so tune in. Comments displayed. What were they saying on the stream that they cut the mic? Immediately after, Kim Dane vanished in a flash of light, saying goodbye. Seeing that, Shin Haru reached out, wait, her expression slightly saddened. At that moment, Kim Dane had teleported home. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth. Kim Dane's face was expressionless, looking soulless. Hansel and Subin, seeing this, panicked and ran over with worried faces, shouting, hey, Dane. Kim Dane had collapsed to the ground. On the rooftop, Shin Haru picked up Kim Dane's mask. She inspected it and wondered, how did he know my thoughts? Who is he really? Shin Haru sat at her computer watching the news. On the screen were two hot headlines from KBS News. Exclusive Festival Chaos. A rank villain Crocodema has been captured and subdued by Ghostic, then transferred to the Eastern Heroes detention. The building was destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. Ghostic was faster than everyone. Is A-rank villain Ghostic really a villain or something else? Searching Ghostic returned about 2030 results in 0.45 seconds. An official fan club, Ghostic Mangstick Association Hero Portal. One comment, is Mangstick a god? Another, lately Manglestick seems better than these heroes. Before praise could go on, the commenter was banned for a month for supporting a villain. Why doesn't everyone do it anymore? Shin Haru held her head in exasperation. Then she suddenly saw a comment. What did the hero do today? Lately Manglestick goes out on the streets and the fandom just blindly cheers. If Korea keeps going like this. Below it was a comment with Dane's humorous icon. Great, isn't it? Shin Haru exclaimed, damn it. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and thought she was the only one who didn't like Ghostic. She remembered the ice cream seller proudly showing off his Mang Association shirt. I made it myself. Ji-hun beside him also praised, oh so cute. Then she recalled Kim Dane admonishing her, Stardust, next time something happens, don't just reveal your face and show off. Shin Haru agonized over that remark, could everyone be right and I'm the only one who's wrong? Meanwhile, Subin and Sia Wu stood in front of a glass enclosure. Inside it lay Dane. Sia Wu remained furious at that Stardust woman. A sudden noise made the girl freeze. Kim Dane opened his eyes, tapped on the glass and asked, why is everyone crying? The two of them looked at him with concern. Sia Wu immediately rushed over and hugged him, sobbing loudly. Seeing this, Kim Dane reassured her, it's okay, it's okay. Eventually, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He couldn't believe he had been unconscious for 3 days. Looking back, it was from overusing his teleport ability and sustaining his body with psychokinetic force. He was truly exhausted. Zio Wu spoke up, from now on you have to take proper care of your body, okay? Kim Dane hurriedly promised, all right, I will. He looked at the girl happily, thinking, after all, this kid actually cried for him. Acting with her seemed to have worked. Meanwhile, Subin said anxiously, you're out and about, why did you run off in such a hurry? People thought you were a hero gone missing. Zio Wu agreed and challenged him, yeah, it's completely incomprehensible. You keep saying you're a villain this, villain that. Kim Dane replied calmly, if I hadn't acted, Stardust would have. The girl still didn't understand, so what? Kim Dane explained, making Zio Wu pause, it's dangerous. If that situation happens when a hero's identity is revealed, their personal information will be fully exposed. What then? Grudging villains or other evildoers will track down and eliminate the hero. Zio Wu still didn't see the importance. How does that concern me? Kim Dane patiently, Zio Wu, the world we live in is an off-kilter system. The imbalance between good and evil. Most so-called heroes don't take the hero's path, they choose the villain's route. Rewards for extermination efforts are too small and they're constantly harassed, so instead of struggling as heroes, many choose to be villains to live easier. He concluded, just in South Korea, A-rank heroes are only Stardust, Ice, and Shadow Walker, 3 people total. But A-rank villains are everywhere, aren't they? After hearing this, Zio Wu could only sigh. That's why you plan to go eliminate villains on their behalf. What a dark hero indeed, but how does that relate to us? Kim Dane scratched his head, tongue-tied, not that far, it's just that I'm a bit concerned about Korea's fate. The scene shifted to an airplane flying in the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, the plane lost power, and passengers were left bewildered. One passenger joked, look, with the lights off the sky looks clearer. It's like a vacation vibe. The screens on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the words the ego. A voice echoed through the cabin, everyone, we're very happy to see you again. This is the greatest quiz in the sky at 25,000 feet. No, call it the greatest aerial quiz game. Welcome to the Ego Show. An angry passenger shouted, flight attendant, what's going on? Kim Dane continued the announcement. Oh right, of course the plane you're on already has bombs attached. A bomb appeared on the screen. Passengers panicked and screamed. Kim Dane grinned slyly. Now let the game begin. The scene shifted to the hero's headquarters. Jin Haru rushed into the room and asked, how long has it been since the incident occurred? The association president trembled as he answered, even if you go, you might not be able to do anything in time. The remark made her furious. She slammed the table. Is that the association president's statement? I have to go immediately. He turned and said, did I say not to go? Daytime operations are really difficult. Suddenly someone entered. Jin Haru beamed and cried out, Kim Chi-hun. The newcomer was Kim Chi-hun, a rank hero, Shadow Walker, King of the Night. He told the association president, hurry to the airport, then go home and sleep. This kind of fight is too much for me. He warned, don't overexert yourselves, we can't save everyone. Shadow Walker activated his power and Jin Haru replied, I'll remember that. As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were enveloped by a stream of dark energy. They were instantly teleported to the scene of the incident. Jin Haru hurried off, not forgetting to thank him. Thanks for your help. On the other side, Shadow Walker clutched his mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly fainting. Jin Haru dashed outside. She looked up at the sky in horror. Her legs suddenly froze. Her face showed despair. How can we stop this? Before her was a plane burning in midair. Cut to 1 year earlier. At a building, villains gathered, all facing the figure seated above. He said, the day we place all of Seoul, all of the Republic of Korea under our heel is not far off. He was 1000, a rank 5 villain, laughing with glee. Suddenly a voice rang out, HM, but I think differently, who are they wary of? Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and answered the hero. The rookie A-rank hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night, crossed his arms and coolly said, you evildoers. A villain named Nusen stepped forward, posturing, hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? A henchman asked, how did he get in here? Shadow Walker fell silent, his gaze fierce. Niddle 1000 rushed forward and threw a punch, shouting, this is my territory, Niddle thus. A surge of power shot toward Shadow Walker, but he remained still. The punch stopped when it struck Shadow Walker, leaving Niddle thus incredulous. He and his henchmen looked around in astonishment, not understanding where they had gone. Suddenly, the shadow beneath his feet rose up. It swallowed him into another dimension. The remaining henchmen quickly met the same fate. Niddle thus immediately surrounded himself with power, cautious. Don't be reckless, he's not ordinary. Shadow Walker's night power crept onto his shoulders. Shadow Walker appeared behind him, but Niddle thus had some skill too, unleashing quill-like power from his back toward Shadow Walker. He smugly turned and said, this brat dares to point his claws at me. However, as he turned, Shadow Walker had vanished from his sight, which sent Niddle thus into panic. Suddenly, with blood-red eyes, Shadow Walker appeared behind and asked, hey Porcupine, earlier you said this was your territory, right? He reached out, gray power surging. Sorry, this place has become my territory now. A dark hand rose from the shadow, engulfing Niddle 1000 into another dimension. Recalling that scene, Shadow Walker lay sprawled on the stairs, panting, muttering, I'm probably dead. All this time, Kim Dane had been monitoring the exchange between Jin Haru and the King of Night. He thought to himself, all right, the protagonist has stepped onto the stage. He grinned slyly and spoke into the mic. Now, let's move on to the final dramatic quiz. Let's begin. Everyone on the plane clutched their phones, praying in desperation. A man broke into a sweat, his eyes vacant. His memory flashed back to 30 minutes earlier, when everyone was still panicked and frightened. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out, and an image of Kim Dane appeared on the screens. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, he said, now, before the game begins, I'll announce the rules. Please turn on your phones and disable airplane mode. Immediately after, a message was sent to everyone simultaneously. The ego sigh meaningless quiz. There are 10 questions in total. If any one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be disarmed. But if no one answers a single question correctly, everyone will be wiped out. Send your answers to this number. Ready? Okay. Kim Dane continued to emphasize, from now on, silence, no cheating, no discussion. Clear, any sound and you're immediately eliminated. Question number 1 appeared. How many people could a Titanic lifeboat hold? 59 seconds countdown. A woman tried to glance at the answer beside her and was immediately announced by Kim Dane. The girl who just cheated is eliminated. She screamed in panic. Kim Dane pressed on. You made a sound, right? You're eliminated. Then the man next to you who answered for you is eliminated too. Livestream viewers commented excitedly, this is truly a quiz game hell. Some wondered, who said Mangle Stick is a hero? Scary. When the timer hit 0, Kim Dane announced, too easy, right? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why? He slapped his thigh and laughed gleefully because it's, save yourself, silence fell, he smugly asked, enjoying it. On the big screen, a seating chart of everyone appeared. Kim Dane reported. More than half have been eliminated already. This is only the beginning and it's already this chaotic. You should be more tense. Now come on, next question. As time passed, the number of eliminated people kept rising. Those who passed the question breathed a sigh of relief, while the others clasped their hands in prayer. In the end, only a single person remained for the final question. Kim Dane said while feeling the peak of tension. He looked at the screen, saw Zin Haru approaching, and thought inwardly, good. Then he extended the time, saying, since it's the final round, let's do a little interview, see how you feel. Everyone's lives hung on a single word. Mr. Kim Dokbae from Bang Baedong, you're the last remaining person. How do you feel? The man named panicked. Ah, that's truly a responsibility. Kim Dane teased, why like that? I told you, what happens if you make a sound? Everyone was in utter confusion, but Kim Dane went on. Oh well, since it's the last question, a small mistake like this can be forgiven, right? Isn't that so, everyone? But I don't like that. Cough cough. After he finished speaking, that man was eliminated too. The plane shook violently, people screamed in panic. The plane caught fire and plunged into the sea. Kim Dane grinned triumphantly, now this performance is ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. But Zin Haru was horrified at the sight. Despair showed on her face, she didn't know how to save everyone. She looked up at the object exploding in midair and sighed deeply. What do I do now? The association president on the other end replied curtly, what more can be done? Give up, I'm busy drafting a statement to respond to criticism. Damn it, the president's phone is ringing about this. I have to hang up. Zin Haru clenched her fist in anger. Then helpless, she collapsed. I thought I had stopped a train going 100 km/h, so my current power still isn't enough. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Jin Haru seemed to recall some memory from the past. In that desperate moment, the girl was powerless, tears streaming as she grieved the loss of loved ones. Mother, father, I will kill him no matter what. That girl once held a relative's corpse in a dark alley and struck the ground, cracking it with her fist. She gritted her teeth in rage, blaming herself. Then it was the same, now it's the same, I couldn't save anyone. Suddenly, a connection signal came through her earpiece. To her surprise, a voice spoke from the other end of the line. Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Egoistic. Elsewhere, Kim Dane stretched and yawned. This terrorist attack is controlled remotely, so it seems easier to handle. Hansel Yu was typing when he suddenly called out tensely, Hey, Kim Den, take a look. HM. Hansel Yu turned and pointed at the screen, smiling. That's Stardust. No, Miss Stardust is frozen on the ground over there. Kim Dane's eyes widened in surprise, then he suddenly jumped up and yelled, startling Hansel Yu, What's wrong? Stardust. The image on the screen showed Shin Haru intently listening with her earpiece. Kim Dane immediately asked the girl, Cell, can you connect to the in-ear headset that Stardust is wearing? Hansel Yu quickly typed on the keyboard and said, connected, but why are you rushing? Kim Dane replied, there's no time, hurry up. Back with Shin Haru, she was stunned to hear through the earpiece. Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Egoistic. She immediately exploded in anger, shouting insults, you rotten trash. Kim Dane, on the other end, calmly continued, you intrigue me. Why stand there instead of saving people? The plane is about to crash. Zin Haru angrily glared at the burning, falling plane and shouted, you did this, didn't you? Now you tell me to stop it. Kim Dane retorted, if you don't do it, who will? Zin Haru, choked with grief and tears streaming, shouted, if I just touch that wreck hurtling at 1000 km/h, my body will be torn apart. This is your plan, right? You're trying to send me to my death. On this end, Kim Dane spread a dangerous smile. You can do it, Zin Haru. She was shocked what? He kept encouraging her, act, clench your fists, fly up there and save everyone. You can do it. Because it's you, you'll succeed. Haru grew more chaotic, shouting inwardly, "Damn it, what is this lunatic saying?" In a blinding white space, Kim Dane seemed to appear before her and gently asked, "Why would I want to kill you? If you're not here, Stardust, I'm just an ordinary villain. You are the one who helped me become whole." Haru was momentarily stunned. Then she propped herself up on her knees and told herself, "Even if this might be a plot to eliminate me, I'll try once." As she spoke, she pulled the earphones out. She crushed the earphones in her hand. Then she planted her hands on the ground. She summoned power that shattered the space around her. Her body shot into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for the nose of the falling plane. She pressed her lips together, thinking, "Yes, if I just stand by and watch people die, I'll live forever haunted by guilt." Kim Dane's image appeared, saying confidently, "You'll be fine because it's you, you can do it." Haru's face filled with resolve. She would rather sacrifice herself to save others than live forever with regret. Two streams of power collided in midair, creating a massive explosion. She thought, "I've already killed them. But if I concentrate a bit more now." A fleeting image of a happy family. Mom, dad. The man on the plane wept uncontrollably, looking down at the horrific scene, then closed his eyes as if giving up. Inside the plane, a little girl clamped her hands over her ears, gritted her teeth to stay conscious, and stared out the window. Suddenly she froze, tears streaming down her face. "The speed is decreasing." Those outside widened their eyes in astonishment as they watched. A tense crew member reported over the radio, "We're not sure what happened, but the plane is currently being supported from the outside and is descending to the ground." An announcement echoed through the cabin. "Passengers, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened and await further instructions." In the sky, Haru strained with all her strength to bear the weight of the plummeting plane at terrifying speed. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her face. Just a little more. Cut to another scene. The view gradually opens up. A flight attendant asked in panic, "Mr. Kim Dok-bae, are you all right?" The man woke up, clutching his head wearily, then looked around bewildered and asked, "What happened?" After that, the two of them disembarked together. The flight attendant supported the victim, while Kim Dok-bae stared around in confusion, his face full of bewilderment. "Is it you?" The flight attendant looked at him in puzzlement. Kim Dok-bae wept profusely, exclaiming with joy, "She is the one who saved us, a hero." As for Haru, she knelt on the ground amid everyone's curiosity. Kim Dok-bae cried out, "Is it her?" The flight attendant wondered too, but Kim Dok-bae, tears streaming, was moved. "She is the one who saved everyone." Haru lifted her head, panting from exhaustion, tears running down her cheeks, and said, "Egoistic." The story quickly made headlines everywhere. Haru's image was printed clearly across international news. America stunned, Japan shocked, China loudly praised, France bowed to this hero. Who is Stardust? China was forced to admit that, as heroes go, they were completely outdone by Korea. Even 10 Japanese heroes combined couldn't match Korea. Japan's Minister of Internal Affairs revealed a shocking detail. The newsrooms quickly seized the story's momentum, reporting, "Good morning, viewers. This is the Morning 900 Bulletin starting your day." Yesterday morning, the rank villain Egoistic used a remote control to seize the plane, causing it to fall. But all the passengers were miraculously saved. The one who stabilized the plane was none other than Stardust, our pride. Although many experts had earlier said she couldn't prevent the incident, in the end the plane landed safely. Finally, Haru returned home. Hearing the news about herself, she quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Just out of the shower, she looked very relieved and adorable. Suddenly the phone rang. She answered, "Hello." After hearing the person on the other end speak, she asked back, "Really?" The caller, a blue-haired person, confirmed, "Yeah, I asked the association president to give Haru a short leave. Go to the beach and relax for a day. It's been a long time since we've gone together." Haru exclaimed happily, "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow." The blue-haired person added, "Remember to invite Kim Chi-hyun too." After a while, Haru went out onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze, her face serious as if pondering something. Someone's words echoed in her memory. "It'll be fine because it's you. You'll be able to do it." Haru smiled faintly, thinking, has anyone ever had that much faith in me? He's just an ordinary villain. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Wait, why did he tell me to go save the plane? If he was sure I could stop and save it, then why did he make it fall? Kim Dane's words echoed back. "I'm just an ordinary villain. He was the one who helped me become whole." Haru pressed her forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. She thought Egoistic was full of mysteries, but somehow she felt he deliberately did all this for some purpose. His movements needed thorough investigation. Her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with a call from the Hero Association. What the caller said next made Haru exclaim in surprise. "What? Remeasure the force parameters." Time quickly passed to the next morning. Roosters crowed, cock-a-doodle-doo. Hanso, wearing a golden floaty at her side, shouted excitedly, "It's finally here." Kim Dane came out to remind them, "See, get ready to go. Remember to deflate the float a bit and put it in the trunk." The girl replied excitedly, "Yes, sir." Seeing that, Kim Dane looked exasperated and muttered, "Oh, really?" Suddenly, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking to himself, come to think of it, this is my first vacation since coming to this world. Should I enjoy it?" Then Kim Dane also broke into an expectant smile. But shortly after, seeing the road clogged ahead, his voice rose in complaint. "What is this?" Inside the car, the three were flushed from the heat, sweat pouring down. Kim Dane sat in the driver's seat and grumbled, why did the air conditioning break today of all days? Hanso, about to faint, suggested, hey, can you just teleport the whole car? Kim Dane replied in panic, you'll kill me on the spot. Stop at a rest stop and fix this first. Hans, with superintelligence, said, if it's too hot, just take off a layer. The girl took off her jacket and shouted, if I'd known, we should have taken the train, why make such a fuss? Kim Dane objected, we have too much stuff, that's not possible. Z curiously opened the gray box beside her. What's this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation stuff? It turned out to be a suitcase full of guns. Kim Dane gave a thumbs up smugly. Who knows what might happen? Han, burning with anger in the back, shouted, what kind of trip is this? Kim Dane panicked and hurriedly reassured them. Sorry, C, put the gun down quickly and then we'll talk. After a series of troubles on the way, their group finally arrived at the destination. Hanso had changed into a cute swimsuit, grabbed her golden floaty and rushed excitedly into the sea. The ocean. Kim Dane sat on the shore, watching and smiling. This really makes you feel like a kid. Lai Subin popped open a can of soda and handed it to Kim Dane. I just bought drinks, have a can. She had also changed into a pretty bikini. Kim Dane took the drink and replied, thanks, Ms. Lai Subin. Suddenly, Lai Subin kept staring at Kim Dane, making him look back in confusion. She said, I'm always grateful to you, Kim Dane. He asked, grateful for what? Liu Bin answered, for everything. Thank you for saving me back then, thank you for treating me kindly. Faced with such beauty and charm, Kim Dane went stiff, squinting with a grin and giving a thumbs up. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You do our housework and you cook well. Lai Subin tucked her hair behind her ear, showing a bashful look. Hearing that, I'm very touched. Kim Dane swallowed hard, suspicion creeping onto his face as he thought to himself. Could this be a dead flag from a comic or a betrayal? He looked anxiously at the can in his hand, thinking, could I have been poisoned? His contorted expression made Liu Bin look on in puzzlement. Cut to the large building in the city, where Xin Haru appeared. Some staff were talking together, we didn't mismeasure. The data clearly shows she couldn't have stopped the plane. Another staff member added, maybe there's an error somewhere. Perhaps we haven't grasped her true strength yet. Xin Haru stood before the strength test board, thinking, the ability test wasn't wrong. If I stopped a disaster that seemed impossible, then clearly. As she thought that, she unleashed her power, preparing to retake the test. The impact stunned the surrounding staff as they looked over. Xin Haru screamed, swinging a fist full of power. And that punch struck the test board dead on. The test board cracked and even the screws split apart. The force radiated out into the surrounding space. The staff watched the scene in horror. Standing before her fist, Xin Haru exclaimed, I'm stronger now. Back with Kim Dane, Lai Subin sat beside him, tucking her hair shyly. Hearing that, I'm very touched. Seeing that expression, Kim Dane pressed his lips tensely, thinking, could this be the death flag in a comic or a betrayal? His face went pale, as if he'd realized something terrible. While the sun still blazed down, Hanso, wearing her float, was enjoying the sea but kept an eye on the shore. Kim Dane replied tensely to Lai Subin, haha, I hope Miss Lubin will help us more in the future. Hanso quickly ran ashore, pointed at the two of them and exposed them. Hey, you two, are you two getting cozy and leaving me alone? Lai Subin flustered and shyly denied it. Getting cozy? See? Kim Dane calmly asked. Huh? The girl, angry, flared up. If it's a family trip, we should all play together. He flashed a mischievous smile. Oh, is that so? Hanso grimaced at that expression. Seconds later, Kim Dane turned into a scary uncle, hoisting Hanso and her float up, making the girl panic. What are you doing? Wait. Kim Dane playfully tossed her into the sea with a sly laugh. What are you talking about? We're just playing together. Hanso fell into the water and struggled to surface, throwing a strand of seaweed at Kim Dane's face and shouting, water's up my nose, this is annoying really. Kim Dane forced a smile, plucked seaweed from his face, thinking, anyway, it's been a long time since I've had such peace, I like it. Then he grinned like a devil and splashed water at Hanso. Lai Subin sat on the shore watching the scene, laughing happily. Time passed quickly, night had fallen. On the road, strange cars sped by, accompanied by a voice calling out, where shall our team strike tonight? Busan Hotel, Mario's Royal Hyperion, Han Grand Ambassador 2, all of them. The boss in the dark space exclaimed, make it a spectacular hit. Cut to the Mario's Royal Hyperion H Grand Ambassador H Hotel. After a fun day at the beach, Kim Dane's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, hello, under what name is the reservation? Kim Dane replied, maybe it's Hansel. The receptionist smiled brightly and handed over a room card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here's the key for room 270. Kim Dane asked in confusion, only one room? Hello stepped up, standing beside them, pursed his lips and whistled, awkwardly explaining, well, saving a bit of money is fine too. The group let it go. The three of them headed out together to wait for the elevator up to the room. Suddenly, Hanso shouted, oh right, the bed is super huge, so let's sleep together. Kim Dane rolled his eyes, there's only one bed. Lai Subin, though excited and looking forward to it, remained calm. It's been a long time since the three of us slept together. It'll be fun. Kim Dane broke out in a sweat as he looked at the others. Well, we've never slept together before. In his heart, he silently prayed, nothing will happen. Really nothing's going to happen. What are you expecting? The three actually slept together on the bed. Hanso lay in the middle, fast asleep and snoring loudly. Kim Dane had his eyes closed resting when suddenly a whisper came from outside the door. Wait, I want to get into this room. Then came counting to build momentum. 1, 2. Two masked robbers, guns in hand, kicked the door in and shouted, FBI, open up. Kim Dane flicked with a single finger. Immediately, the two were struck in the jaw, flipped backward, and knocked out on the spot. A moment later, Kim Dane sat up, rubbed his eyes, yawned, and said, where did these guys even come from? The two lay motionless and unconscious on the floor. Kim Dane peered cautiously out the door. He saw guests from other rooms still in their pajamas being dragged away by those FBI agents. Move quickly and check those kids, one shouted. He exclaimed, terrorists, seriously. Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the edge of the door. Damn it, we went out twice and both times something stupid happens. What gives? On his phone screen, Kim Dane was looking up some information. He gasped, wait, Shadow Walker is still here and they dare cause trouble at night. The screen showed shocking news. A-rank hero Shadow Walker found collapsed in West Incheon. Hansel had woken up by now, yawning and asking, what's going on? Terrorists, Kim Dane replied, yeah. He thought, eyes wide, I'm not even surprised anymore. He reminded, wait, I'll go check the parking area, wake Lai Subin and wait in the room. Hans rubbed his eyes groggily. Terrorists on vacation too? Okay, I'll follow orders. Kim Dane was now sitting in his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists fumbling around near the cars. He thought, I can't just drive off quietly without dealing with this. Kim Dane rummaged around. He pulled out a grotesque mask and put on a sinister expression. I didn't expect the spare mask I brought to be useful right away. He said, serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, show your faces. After grabbing his gear, Kim Dane returned to the hotel room. The two girls had woken up and were sitting up properly waiting. Kim Dane tossed the equipment toward the two and announced, take orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone. He looked extremely pleased. Hello, sighed wearily, you really get excited at times like this. Outside the hotel lobby, the terrorists piled a heap of chairs into a small mound with their leader Monkey Spanner, an A-rank villain, sitting atop it. Below him, henchmen aimed guns in every direction. Monkey Spanner stroked his beard and spoke, are we ready? The two men below nodded in reply. He praised them, good. Then he shouted, pointing downward, announce to the Hero Association and the government that we are holding hundreds of hostages here. If the money is not transferred to the account provided immediately, they will all be killed. Below, the captured guests knelt bound on the floor while Monkey Spanner continued to yell. The account number is 1, 2. Suddenly, a sound rang out that made both the hostages and the terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner grew alert, closed his mouth, and paid attention. At that moment, Kim Dane, wearing an orange mask, stepped out clapping and laughed loudly. Enough, this dumb terrorist act ends here. He raised his hand and generated a wave of energy. Immediately, a gun in one terrorist's hand was sucked away by that force. Then countless guns were controlled by that force, their muzzles turned to press against the terrorists' own foreheads. Kim Dane swung his fist, sending a burst of power through the vast hotel. Inside, the hostages were terrified by the scene and screamed. Kim Dane's pupils glowed purple. He tensed, thinking, just this already used up months' worth of external power reserves. Then he leapt up. He launched himself at Monkey Spanner. He kicked him to the floor and took his place sitting atop him. Looking down from above, he wore a wicked grin. You weaklings dare commit terrorism. Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed red. He pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at Kim Dane. A shot rang out. The bullet struck Kim Dane in the abdomen, causing even him to stare down at the wound in surprise. Quickly, a mad laugh echoed. Ha ha ha, just one bullet. Kim Dane's expression stunned Monkey Spanner. Kim Dane sat above with a bullet still in his belly, but he calmly smiled and asked, is that it? Monkey Spanner at this moment felt like a giant who could control everything in his palm. Above, Kim Dane quietly broke into a cold sweat. Beneath the mask, his face was twisted in pain. He thought, damn it, this is bad. If this keeps going, I'll die from blood loss. Below, Monkey Spanner began to move his feet. A premonition told him to leave immediately. He calculated inwardly, bastards, I planned to strike quickly and retreat while Shadow Walker was away. Could it be that he was also on the target list it eliminated, which is why it hid here in advance? Above, Kim Dane forced himself to endure the pain and said with a smile, you seem tense. I'll give you a chance to run now if you can. Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and swung his fist, demanding, what are you plotting? Kim Dane sat there and continued, plot my ass. The thing you're racking your brain over is the real plot. Now you've ruined my vacation because of yourself, so don't bother me, retreat while you still can. Internally, he urged the other, please, stop thinking so much, go, just opening your eyes makes me dizzy. Monkey Spanner reconsidered inwardly, this is an opportunity. Yes, just power up and I can recover at any time. Startled hostages watched as he became like the Flash and dashed straight for the hotel entrance, thinking to himself, I, Monkey Spanner, will someday become king of Korea. I cannot die here. But from outside the door, a sudden punch swung in, accompanied by shards of sharp glass. The blow sent Spanner flying violently backward. His body contorted and hurtled away like a wayward rocket. Zinharu appeared in time, loudly warning the terrorists, "You're surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender." But when she looked down at the floor, she saw that a group of terrorists had long been lying strewn about. At that moment, a pair of straight legs stepped in. Zinharu was bewildered. Ice, an A-rank hero with a cold expression, said, they're all taken out. Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero, stood beside him, looking bored. So boring, they're all knocked out. Spread some fake news and it's terrorism right away. Shadow Walker noticed Kim Dane sitting on the tall pile of chairs and asked, "But who is that?" Kim Dane was dazed, a pink bubble floating above his head, and he thought inwardly, why is she here? Zinharu frowned, looked up and asked, "Who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists?" Kim Dane tried to press the wound closed, thinking, if I don't focus, I'll die right here. Kim Dane. Fortunately, it seemed they didn't recognize him as egoistic, so he stalled. He just needed to recover enough to teleport twice more. On the other end, Hansel and Lubin listened tensely to the voice in their earpieces. Outside, Kim Dane kept up the dangerous act, saying, "You ask who I am? I'm an S-rank hero operating covertly in Korea." Those three below looked up in astonishment at the claim. Zinharu hurriedly pointed, "Expose him, there's no record of an S-rank hero in the association. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you really?" Kim Dane replied calmly, "A-rank hero Stardust, don't you know what covert operations mean? A-rank hero Ice, A-rank hero Shadow Walker. I'm a hero who operated since before your generation." Lubin frowned in concern. Outside, Kim Dane remained cocky. "When you meet a senior, you should at least show some respect. These guys are ridiculous." Zinharu looked up with a mixture of irritation and suspicion, and he continued shaking his head in disappointment. You can tell by the looks on your faces that you don't understand anything. Fine, I'll introduce myself properly. Listen carefully, I am the hero." His gaze shifted too. A boy wearing a t-shirt with apple mango printed on the back. An image of a delicious fruit appeared. Kim Dane timely blurted out the name. Apple Mango. The released guests listened, and expressions began to load at that name. Ice heard the info through her earpiece and replied, he's saying Apple Mang. Then she coldly beckoned and exposed him. "Hey, over there, they say no one has that hero alias. Who are you, really?" Kim Dane yelled angrily, "Insolent fool, I even know the association chairman's real name is Parkman Jun. Now it's Parkman Jun, right? My name sounded rustic, so I changed it. Go check it." Those words left all three stunned. Inside, he was tense. He hadn't expected the information from Nguyen Tak to be this useful. Ice responded, "In any case, the chairman said he doesn't know you." At that moment, a guest spoke up, sounding very displeased. "Hey heroes, I've been watching and I'm pissed, so I have to say something." Ice nervously broke into a sweat. Everyone please stay calm." The guest continued, "That masked guy subdued those bad guys for us, so who he is doesn't matter at all." Kim Dane screamed inwardly, "Oh God, perfect, sir. Just a little more energy and I can get away." The man continued, "And I saw that person make a gun float and fire it everywhere. He looks like that name that shows up on TV." Zinharu caught the point while Kim Dane froze awkwardly. The man downstairs gave him a thumbs up. "So what if that's the case?" Thinking back, I got all thrilled. Kim Dane screamed inwardly, "Stop it." I sneered, "That's pretty suspicious, isn't it?" Kim Dane tensed silently, sweating, "Just a little more." The three below began to manifest their powers. "First we should subdue him, then expose his identity, right?" Ice stretched out his hand and launched his power forward. A pillar of ice drove into the floor. Kim Dane gritted his teeth and froze in thought. Shadow Walker had silently closed in on him from behind. Kim Dane was slashed and he cried out inwardly, "Please, please move." Zinharu's sharp gaze fixed on the opponent. Then she shot forward like a rocket. Kim Dane grimaced, extremely worried about the situation. At that moment, Kim Dane managed to use his power, moved down below, and avoided the restraint. Hansel and Lubin appeared in time and caught him. Then the two quickly vanished, taking the wounded Kim Dane away from the scene. Soon after, their car nosedived. The people inside were thrown about. Hansel's eyes spun, he sat unsteady, still urgently asking, "Are you okay?" Kim Dane's face twisted in pain as he said, "Yes, now delete all evidence that we were ever in Busan. The hotel's guest logs and CCTV if they find them." At this point, he couldn't speak further. The two girls looked up in panic. Are you okay?" Blood from Kim Dane's abdominal wound kept flowing. Lubin shouted, "Take him to hospital immediately." Kim Dane tried to stop them. "No, I don't have the strength to teleport anymore. We'll definitely be caught. Take me back to Ego Base." Lubin gritted his teeth tensely, steering with one hand while loudly instructing Hanseo. "First, grab the first aid kit and do emergency treatment." Hanseo's eyes welled with tears, as if witnessing a haunting scene. Lubin turned back and shouted to urge, "Hurry up." The girl pulled herself together, quickly wiped her tears. Yes. Lubin, with a serious expression, sped off. "I'll get everyone out of here first." On the dark road, the car raced like it was flying. Back in the hotel lobby, the hostages were reassured by the police. Ice stood aside and sighed. Seriously, a rare day off and those villains still won't let us rest for even one day. Shadow Walker asked gloomily, "I'm going to take a little break, okay?" Ice replied, Sure, you deserve it. It's my fault for inviting everyone out to relax." Ice turned to Shinharu, "Since we're already here, Stardust." Meanwhile, Shinharu pursed her lips and sat in silence, not paying attention to her surroundings. On the road, a car was driving. The driver yawned repeatedly, tired. "Ugh, so sleepy, I'll just chew some gum." Suddenly, he saw another car approaching in the rearview mirror. What is that? That car sped like smoke, overtook him, and someone shouted, "Is that car crazy?" On the dashboard, the speed had already exceeded 220 km/h. Hanseo tried to treat Kim Dane's wounds. Lubin gripped the wheel with a grim expression. Kim Dane was covered in blood, the wound kept bleeding despite the bandage, and sweat poured from the pain. Meanwhile, Shinharu clenched her fist and said seriously, "We need to keep an eye on his movements." Cut to the past in Kim Dane's room, a voice exclaimed, "Villains again, villains again." They harassed Stardust in every way they could. Kim Dane slammed the book shut, lay on the bed with a blank expression, and said, "Is it going to end like this?" This is 19-year-old Kim Dane in the past, his face ringed with dark circles. This story is just full of themes of ultimate collapse. The book fell to the floor. Kim Dane tossed and turned on the bed, moaning Stardust. He muttered something, then drifted off to sleep. A flash of light streaked across the night sky through the window. Cut back to the present, at some residential area. Hanseo was worried about Kim Dane's condition. Her face was pale from extreme exhaustion. Lubin brought a tray of food, but the girl refused. "I won't eat." Lubin urged, "See, eat a little, Kim Dane will wake up." Kim Dane was lying unconscious on the sickbed. Hanseo covered her face and sobbed. Lee Subin sat beside her, consoling her in sorrow. As the girl cried and swallowed her food, a voice suddenly rang out, "You still eat so well, Hanseo." Kim Dane turned to look, smiled, and said, "And I'm about to die here." The two girls looked over in surprise. Hanseo whimpered and cried loudly once more. She screamed and thrashed, punching Kim Dane. Lee Subin sat beside them, moved to tears. He could only smile wryly and cry out in pain. Ouch. Outside, the sky was still pitch black. Images of Kim Dane wearing a white mask and holding a golden mask circulated online, with news about him spreading everywhere. Is a non-fatal terrorist incident really terrorism? Shinharu sat before the computer screen, deep in thought. The airplane incident didn't have casualties either. She wondered what would have happened if Egoistic's call hadn't come and she couldn't act. Kim Dane's image appeared, smiling. "It will work, because it's you, you'll do it." Shinharu bowed her head, tense. She thought she would definitely succeed, as if she already knew her powers would be enhanced. Then she suddenly curled her lips and said, "How would I know? It's probably just a coincidence." But she clenched her hand into a fist. There was no denying she had grown stronger. She picked up someone's info board and thought, one more suspicious point. The villains killed by Egoistic. This guy once had the power to cause a large-scale disaster someday, and he could see that. Shinharu concluded, Egoistic is definitely not a hero, but calling him simply a villain still isn't satisfactory. I have a hunch he's orchestrating some huge game. Next time there's an attack, we must unmask him no matter what. Shinharu was utterly determined. Over by Hansel, the girl was also staring at her phone, pondering. So what's the purpose of those terrorist incidents? Egoistic knows the real name of the Hero Association chairman, PM Jun. Could Egoistic have once been a high-ranking hero who, after a conflict with the association, switched sides to become a villain? The conspiracy theory that Egoistic conflicted with the Hero Association was spreading. The three of them sat at the dining table. Hearing that, Kim Dane looked like he was about to vomit. See, I think I'm going to throw up. Lee Subin forced a smile and put away her phone. See, for now don't bother Kim Dane. He's very tired right now. The girl, still displeased, demanded, "What are you going to do? Play the 'I'm a villain so I have to act like this' card and keep bombing people with that body of yours again?" Kim Dane flinched at her expression. See, I have no words. Suddenly, both girls across from him stared at him sharply. Kim Dane had to make a decision. We'll take a break for a bit, about 3 months. This made both their faces relax with joy. Really. He kept chewing and affirmed, yeah, pause for a while. With the current public attention, if he disappeared for a while, things would cool down. Kim Dane thought to himself that during the break he should recruit new members. An image of a mysterious person appeared in his mind. Kim Dane calculated. Left unchecked, that guy would become a major unbalancing villain in the future. If he couldn't kill him, he had to bring him to his side. Very quickly, 3 months passed. An announcement sounded. A villain has appeared. Stardust prepare to launch. Shinharu hurriedly asked, "Is it Itostic?" The other side denied. "No, it's a villain calling himself Lock Bomb." Hearing that, she replied disappointedly, "Ah, I see." Later, Jinharu in her hero form shot through the sky like a missile. As she flew, she wondered, Itostic, where did you go and what did you do these past 3 months? Cut to Kim Dane's house. He was sitting watching the big TV, showing images of Jinharu, eating popcorn and excited as if watching a movie. Hanso sat beside him looking exasperated. At that moment, a monster named Lock Bomb, a Class A villain, unleashed its power and roared. Kim Dane cheered at the screen, "Go for it, Stardust." Meanwhile, Jinharu, rushing to attack Lock Bomb, yelled, "Are you Itostic?" No. Jinharu flew into a fury and pulverized the opponent. Soon after, on the ground lay a club-wielding guy with bulging eyes, unconscious. Kim Dane excitedly threw his popcorn tube up and shouted, "See, the power-up was totally worth it, Stardust." Hanso frowned, exasperated. "Is that so entertaining?" Kim Dane was startled and embarrassed. Kind of sudden," the girl loudly reminded him, causing him to spit out his drink. "Now get to work." Hello continued, "Hey, I can't stand you hanging around Stardust's fan club all day anymore." Kim Dane looked at her in confusion. "What?" Sehan spoke in a grim tone. "Kim Dane, leader of Stardust Group, you thought I didn't know? I'm a well-known hacker." Exposed, Kim Dane quickly snatched the remote and turned off the screen, stammering, "It's just a little hobby." The girl reminded him, anyway, we were supposed to be working today. Kim Dane sat up, today's the 17th, right? The girl grew excited. What, are we doing terrorism? Kim Dane denied it. No, C asked again, so are we going to take down villains? He denied again, not that either. Kim Dane smiled brightly and said, we're going to recruit new members. Cutscene, from a high vantage above the town, an elderly couple admired the view below. The man sighed, oh, this place is still the same, huh? It looks no different from 20 years ago. At that moment, a girl wearing a hat, her face lowered and hard to see, bumped into him. Ah, I'm sorry. He waved it off. It's okay, I'm fine, you a student. But after she passed, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had blue irises. Glimpsing down below, she saw a group of thugs, each with a cigarette in his mouth, looking up at her with lecherous, roguish faces. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Just then, a boy with the same clear blue irises appeared, ran over smiling and called sis. The boy's name was Chan, 13 years old. The girl pinched her little brother's cheek and asked, did you have fun? The boy happily replied, MHM. She noticed her brother's injured knee. Your knee's scraped. Where did you get hurt? Cha Yun answered innocently, I just fell on the way home. The girl raised her hand, emitted healing power, and cautioned, really, be more careful next time. Cha Yun watched the wound on his knee heal and exclaimed in surprise, wow. After a moment, the tear had completely vanished. The girl took off her hat and placed it on Chan's head. You go home first, okay? The boy obediently nodded, yes. When she removed the hat, it revealed a pretty girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and said, I'm going to buy some good food and then come back. Introducing the girl, this is Lai Han, who later becomes the villain called Green Frog. Sometime later, night had fallen. Lai Han returned with a bag of food, opened the door, and cheerfully called, Cha Yun, I bought a tasty toe buy for you. Suddenly, Lai Han's face turned pale at the sight inside. A voice came from within the house, told you so, this kid. The bag of food fell, and inside were the wild dog gang from the reservoir area. Cha Yun was being restrained by a masked man. One of them spoke, in our turf and you still dare to pick pockets. If I find you're hiding anything else, I'll send you off to heaven. You hear me? Though terrified, Lai Han shouted, that's enough, let Chan go and take all that stuff and get out. The man sighed, sounding bored, look at that kid. He grabbed Cha Yun's hair so hard the boy screamed in pain. The man took pleasure in others' pain. Hey, you little girl. Two other men lunged to restrain Lai Han. She screamed, bastards. He continued holding Cha Yun's head and said, look, it seems your sister doesn't understand what's happening, does she? The scar-eyed man pressed the knife to Chan's throat. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Lai Han saw this and screamed in horror, no, I'm wrong, please. The wicked scar-eyed man raised the knife. Too late, you bitch. Cha Yun squeezed his eyes shut, desperate. Suddenly, some force snatched the knife out of his hand. He was stunned and glanced back, then was struck by a force that flung him forward, slamming him into the wall. After that, dangerous gun barrels hovered above the wild dog gang at the reservoir. Seizing the moment, Cha Yun surged forward. Lai Han grabbed the boy tightly, calling out excitedly, Cha Yun. Kim Dane appeared outside their yard. He thought the 17th, Friday, today Cha Yun would have been killed by that gang. Lai Han would have been corrupted and turned to villainy. Good thing I arrived early. A little later and disaster would have struck. Cha Yun turned outward, saw him, and blurted in astonishment, see, could it be? Lai Han turned, stepped protectively in front of Cha Yun, and demanded, are you itastic? Kim Dane smiled with a villainous grin. Pleased to meet you, Han and Cha Yun. I'm here to take you both with me. Lai Han scowled and shouted loudly, why are you taking us? You're clearly a cruel villain, she demanded. Kim Dane calmly explained, why? Obviously to save you. Didn't you see just now? Besides, if the police showed up, it'd be a hassle. Lai Han remained firm. I'd rather die than go. You bastard, what are you planning? At that moment, Cha Yun darted outside like the wind. Lai Han froze and urgently shouted, Cha Yun, no. In her eyes, she saw Cha Yun rushing toward Kim Dane, whom she believed to be very dangerous. But the boy ran up, grabbed Kim Dane's hand, and cried, egoistic, I'm in the Mang Association. The boy looked at Kim Dane with admiration and pride. Even Kim Dane was flustered by the boy's affection. Very quickly, Kim Dane took the two siblings back to his hideout and introduced them to the other members. Alright then, these will be our new members. Say hello. Cha Yun's eyes lit up as he cheered, wow, even Ego's famous female hacker is here. Lubin broke into a sweat at that nickname. Cha Yun asked naively, so is she a hacker? Lai Han carefully bowed and greeted, hello everyone. I'm Lai Han, this is my brother, Cha Yun. Hansel observed closely and remarked seriously, the new member has healing powers, so it's a girl, huh? After a while, the group gradually warmed to each other. Kim Dane cheerfully opened the fridge, calling as he took out mango juice. Cha Yun excitedly shouted, it's mango. Han stared ahead, recalling the first time he met Kim Dane. Lai Han sat beside him, still tense and on guard. Kim Dane, by the fridge, tilted his head back to gulp the juice. Han suddenly shouted in a threatening tone, don't just shove your mouth right in like that. Startled, Kim Dane spat the juice out. That's mine. Hansel, though knowing he'd gone too far, gruffly warned, then be more careful next time. Lubin gently carried over a plate of peeled apples and asked, Cha Yun, do you want some fruit? The boy's eyes lit up. Wow, thank you. He quickly grabbed a fork, speared a piece of apple, and put it in his mouth. Lai Han called out anxiously, Cha Yun. The boy turned back in surprise. Lai Han only turned away and sighed. Oh, it's nothing, Kim Dane cheerfully called. See, Lai Subin, I was going to have a sincere talk with them for a bit. Could you two step outside first? Han stuck out her tongue teasingly, mimicking him again. Could you step outside for a moment? Kim Dane was speechless at the girl's personality. Lai Subin, take her back to the main house first. Do that. After a while, only 3 people remained in the room. Kim Dane sat opposite the 2 sisters and spoke first. Lai Han, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, didn't you? Those words made Lai Han frown on guard. Kim Dane continued. I've investigated. That director often abused you too. I didn't come to you by chance. I have a purpose. She asked suspiciously. Purpose? Kim Dane replied. To let you two live happily. Lai Han looked at him in astonishment. What? Kim Dane smiled and continued. Of course not under this cramped ground. I've set up a teleport gate. We'll move to the main house, live there, and go to school. Lai Han still doubted, questioning. Why do this for us? We only met today. Kim Dane remembered Hansel and gently explained. Because I also have a little sister. That's why I did it. Cha Yun's eyes lit up. I've watched all of Mangle Egotic's terror cases. I watched them over and over a dozen times. Kim Dane awkwardly replied. Is that so? Thank you. He was uneasy inside, not sure if elementary students should watch those things. Lai Han warned sternly. Cha Yun. Lai Han warned sternly. Cha Yun. Cha Yun clasped his hands tightly, full of expectation for a bright life ahead. Lai Han pondered for a moment, then agreed. All right. A little later, Kim Dane led the 2 sisters to a special location. A secret gate opened, revealing a mysterious space. Kim Dane turned and smiled brightly. Follow me. He stepped into the gate, his body gradually disappearing. Lai Han remained very tense, while Cha Yun excitedly jumped to the gate, turned and waved. Sis, aren't you going? I'm going first. Lai Han called back in panic, then sighed helplessly. Finally, she decided to follow them. After a while, Lai Han climbed the stairs and looked around in amazement. In front of her stood Cha Yun looking out the window, the light shining brilliantly and warmly. Kim Dane asked, do you like it? This will be our home. Cha Yun seems to like it. I'll be on the 3rd floor and you on the 2nd. There are 2 private rooms and don't worry about tuition. At this age you should be going to school. I have plenty of money. Lai Han looked at him still full of doubt. Kim Dane gently added. If it feels awkward, stay a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse at any time. Okay. Lai Han looked at the other person and suddenly recalled the scene of the scar-eyed man pressing a knife to Cha Yun's neck. Back then the boy had desperately closed his eyes, but now he was cheerful and innocent. Lai Han nodded and replied. Thank you very much. Kim Dane patted her shoulder, reassuring. It's nothing, let's live well together. Elsewhere, Kim Dane put on a smug, villainous expression, then suddenly scratched his head in bewilderment. I think I forgot something. What was it? Night had deepened, the moon shining clearly. Social media screens were flooded with information about Egostic. Is Egostic really dead? Mangle Bell can't be. It's been nearly 4 months and they're still missing. Under the comments were please, come back, come back, come back. Zinharu sat in front of her computer screen, disappointed, wondering, where are you and what are you doing, Egostic? She furrowed her brow, waiting until she was nearly out of patience. In the laboratory bathed in green light, the viscous liquid in the gigantic tank began to boil violently. Bubbles rose and burst as if something enormous were stirring inside. 2 scientists stood on the balcony looking down, their gazes a mix of fear and excitement. One of them spoke in a trembling voice. Every time I witness it, I still get goosebumps. The bespectacled man, sweat beading on his brow, tried to swallow, his smile twisted between fear and exhilaration. He exclaimed, incredible, his eyes glittering like someone intoxicated by the frenzy of science. Behind him, the silver-haired man remained standing silently, his expression cold as steel. The silver-haired man gave a thin smile, his voice ringing with confidence. The behemoth project must be completed. He turned to his colleague and said, we will present it to Dr. Kim Seon-woo when he is released. The green light playing across his face made the smile look even more terrifying. Beneath the layer of liquid, the gigantic creature continued to convulse. Its black tentacles whipped against the tank walls with a bone-chilling sound. The silver-haired man twisted his mouth and said, when that happens, South Korea will collapse. His eyes flashed an uncontainable madness. And the Hanun Corporation will dominate the entire world. No one can stop us. Around them, a cluster of scientists stood around the test tank. Hands stretched toward the seething creature, shouts rose in frantic chorus, the room trembled in waves, a blue light flashed brightly. The whole scene resembled a ritual summoning a monster. Cut to inside the Egostic base. In the sunlit kitchen, the knife tapped out a steady rhythm as mushrooms were sliced. Lee Haru carefully cut each slice, her face serious but slightly embarrassed, her hand trembling faintly from being unused to kitchen work. Beside her, Subin washed the greens, smiling gently as she asked, you could stay home and rest, why insist on helping me? Lee Haru replied flustered, no, I feel more comfortable when I help, her voice small and shy. Subin murmured, thank you, her eyes closed, a gentle, grateful expression on her face. Lee Haru knit her brow slightly, looking sad as if worried about something. Subin smiled softly as she watched Lee Haru help tidy up, her voice tender, we'll finish preparing soon. It's all thanks to you. Lee Haru bowed her head slightly, her green eyes flashing with embarrassment. In her mind, a thought echoed, the beautiful victim of the egoistic bombing, Sister Subin. 4 months after that case, she was living a happy, prosperous life, so complete that it entirely dispelled the worrying rumors that she had been assaulted. Seo Yoon's voice sounded at her side. Hey, can you help me up? Daeun warned again. Try to stay steady when you walk, Seo Yoon. You'll only hurt yourself. In Lee Haru's head, the stream of thought still continued, and the true identity of Egoistic was Kim Do-in. Daeun flopped down into the chair, her voice sharp. This house is so bright, and yet you still sleep in the pitch-black basement. He still tugged Seo Yoon lightly. The girl replied wearily, you're the one who keeps talking about that ego base. After a few seconds of silence, Daeun shifted her tone in a flash. All right then, let's eat. Daeun was extremely excited as she looked at the food before her, but Lee Haru's thoughts had not stopped. Someday, if he returned wounded with his healing ability. She reached out her hand in front of her, then clenched it with determination. Cut to Daeun now sprawled on the bed in the bare room, light streaming through the window onto the wall calendar. He murmured in a weary tone, it's time. A hint of fatigue crossed his face, his eyes contemplatively fixed on the ceiling. It's time to prepare for the black disaster caused by those bastards at Hanun Group. Suddenly a loud quang exploded, the window rattled, a cold voice echoed. So it's you hiding here, Mangostic. Seo Yoon burst into the room, fired up, shouting, now let's go terrorize them. I'm so fed up I'm going crazy. Daeun answered, all right, now we're going to go terrorize them. The girl asked in surprise, really? He simply smiled faintly, then announced Team Ego, all members assemble. By now everyone was present. Suddenly Lee Haru spoke up, but at first why are we going to terrorize like this? The three others' faces darkened. Daeun wore a proud expression and began to explain, if you're curious about the reason for our terrorist actions, the world's compassion is the answer. Seo Yoon crossed her arms and said exasperatedly, stop, get to the point, will you? That one. Daeun was helpless. It's no longer Anne, but that. His face grew serious. Lee Haru, actually we're the villains. She broke into a sweat. Understood. So we have to carry out a terror act. Seo Yoon raised a finger and continued. However, we absolutely must not cause civilian casualties. We need to create a dilemma perfectly suited to Egoistic's idea. Oh, and it has to be related to Stardust, that bastard. It has to be a terrorist act that somehow benefits her. Daeun could only smile wryly. Thanks for the summary, Seo Yoon. But did you just say something inappropriate? That was just a slip of the tongue, right? He uncapped his pen and smiled confidently. Anyway, he sketched an image of a bridge. The idea for the next terrorist act was, has the Seoul Bridge collapsed yet? Lee Haru was a bit puzzled why it had to be the Seoul Bridge. Because right here, a giant monster will appear at this location in Uido, and it will head straight north, sweeping across the entire Korean peninsula. But what if we make the Seoul Bridge collapse during the terrorist act? It will be drenched, the monster's weakness is water, it will be finished. We must terrorize and also capture the villain, in other words, kill two birds with one stone. After finishing his words, he tipped his hat and bowed to mark the end of his performance. Seo Yoon looked at this pile of plans and had to ask, where on earth have you been getting this information all this time? You only left one line, it's a trade secret. Seo Yoon lightly raised a hand to hide her smile. It felt like we were both taking down a villain and committing an act of terrorism at the same time. Moreover, this time it didn't seem to be about that damn Stardust. Daeun could only give a helpless smile. Can you drop the word damn? Hearing that, the girl sat down happily and replied, perfect. Is the idea decided yet? Daeun answered with a confident smile. What's the one thing we have in abundance? Seo Yoon replied skeptically, money. But he had to dismiss that with the gesture of a tycoon. No, that's not money. The day had finally come. His image appeared before everyone's cameras. He was hovering in the air with a loudspeaker and a camera. Behind him was the Seoul Bridge. Hovering above, he began to speak. Greetings, everyone. Chosen as the most influential villain by the Heroes Association. His gaze narrowed slightly. I, Egoistic, have returned. Everyone knows what I'm about to do, right? What else could I do at Seoul Bridge? Hahaha. Of course, a bomb threat. The driver shouted loudly. It's a terrorist attack. Sunlight still shone before the impending disaster. Daeun's face darkened as she lifted the switch to announce, everyone hold on tight. After he pressed the button, a series of explosions lit up the bridge. The ruined bridge lay before them. His voice still echoed. It seemed the selection of new guests to assist our little game had been completed. Below, someone commented, who in their right mind would recruit guests like that? His words continued to be broadcast to everyone. The participants in this game were the good citizens of this country watching the live stream. Yes, it was you. The method was simple. Send your bank account number to the link mentioned in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won. However, before 7 p.m. tonight, if the number of people who accept 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow up this bridge, of course including those traveling on it. Everyone received this information. Some were panicked and worried, but others eagerly began entering their account numbers, offering the choice 100,000 won for free or this possibly explosive bridge. Now your choice 100,000 won or the bridge. With that line, the screen suddenly went dark. Before it ended, he left one last line that set the chat ablaze. Oh, Stardust, you don't need to appear today, take a rest. People began commenting excitedly, I'll personally protect my woman, the sweet villain telling Stardust to rest. Elmao as if she'd sit out just because he said so. She's a hero, though. Finally done, he stretched. His eyes closed, he smiled inwardly, thinking she was probably relieved not to be bothered by some crazed villain. Before he could finish speaking, Stardust came flying in from afar at breakneck speed, which made him involuntarily exclaim, "Stardust." Seeing her, he awkwardly flung the detonator control into the air, and Stardust, seeing it, immediately recognized the device. Looking at the girl before him, he thought to himself, "Long time no see, Stardust." Her face darkened as she looked at him without saying a word. Under the weight of this deadly silence, he could only call out, "Stardust." She still said nothing, only fixing him with a cold, piercing stare. Dain, not understanding what was happening, also turned to look. At this moment, he looked utterly small under the pressure of this woman. What on earth is going on? The scene shifts to a workspace. An older man speaks up. "Hey Kim, what's the matter? Sneaking a cigarette?" The young man over there cheerfully holds up his phone and replies to the captain, "Look." On the phone is footage of Dain being replayed. "If you enter your account number here, he'll actually send 100,000 won." The uncle frowned at the phone and said, "Let's see. If more than 500,000 people receive it, he'll blow up the Seoul Bridge." The young man replied, "Yes, I know Egoistic. He's staging some kind of terror on the bridge right now." The uncle beside him also remembers, "Ah, that villain who wants to act like a lunatic. Huh. What a joke, who would believe that?" The young man, his face like he'd struck gold, replied, "I just finished 100,000 won." The uncle heard that and shouted loudly, "Hey, don't do that." The young man immediately bowed in fear and stammered, "Ah, sorry, Captain." But then the uncle immediately changed his expression, pulled out his phone and smiled, "I got it as soon as you appeared." Seeing that the young man recovered and gave a thumbs up in return, "Captain, you really startled me. You're a good actor." After that, it was just the two of them talking. "We'll really hit 500,000 stars. Forget it. Let's have a company party tonight." The young man could reply just fine. Inside a kitchen, a mother was checking on her child over the phone. "Hey, have you eaten yet?" "Huh, my bank account number." She was puzzled. Suddenly, what's wrong with the boy? Since when has he been giving me an allowance? On the screen, it appeared that Ego Team 100,000 had been transferred in. She exclaimed, "Oh my, really? But what is Ego Team?" Cut to the burning bridge. Dain sat there trembling uncontrollably. Who would have thought it would be this cold today? Then he grew serious again after all. He recalled the image of Stardust. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. "She was ready to rush in if I blew the bridge up, as if the air had frozen solid. Why was she glaring at me like that? Could Seoul Bridge hold some memories that weren't in the original? I didn't think she'd be that angry. It almost made me feel guilty." But then he resolutely came back with no other choice. It was all for Stardust. Given the way the dark threat was portrayed in the original, her current powers would never be able to stop it. In the original storyline, it was the first true threat. It marked the moment this comic moved beyond meaningless heroic beats and into something much darker. Putting everything aside, Dain took out his phone to check the progress. Looking at the number on the screen left him astonished. 450,000 people had already signed up, and there were still 3 hours to go. He slowly jumped down onto the packed dirt, bit his lip and said, "These people are something else." Raising a hand to his neck and exhaling softly, Dain told himself he didn't need to lift a finger to win against them. Were they really that reckless? But standing before the camera, he still had to smile and say, "Good citizens of South Korea, I don't believe any of you would stoop so low as to accept that money." Below, a string of comments read, "Exactly right, of course." He placed his hand on the white car and continued, "You haven't forgotten, have you? Wait for our new guests, their lives hanging by the whim of a merciless villain." He looked into the car and thought to himself this part was beyond his control. "I would like to say it's someone else's doing. It's just that." He said with a smile to the person inside, "Hello, thank you for joining us. Could you introduce yourself?" The man sitting in the car chuckled in response. "Yes, hello, my name is Choi Jang-jin." Dain judged from his nonchalant expression that there was no longer any worry. "You climbed into the car and continued the interview. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Choi. Your life is in danger. Aren't you scared?" "Not even a little concerned." Hearing that, Choi Jang-jin laughed even louder. Dain was a bit surprised. He was laughing. Choi Jang-jin radiated a kind of saintly light and replied, "As long as people don't accept the money, including the Seoul Bridge, I'm fine, right?" Dain was also affected by that light and closed her eyes. "I'll apologize for them right here." Below, comments appeared one after another. "I thought about taking advantage of it, but never mind. You're a good person. Am I trash, right? I'll take the money then rather than you. I apologize. I'm sorry." Dain was at a loss for words. Well then, what a splendid declaration from Mr. Choi, trusting his fellow Koreans. Any last words? Stardust watched from a distance, but could still hear Choi Jang-jin saying, "Go to Korea, I believe in you." She slightly frowned. "What's your game, Egoistic?" Dain was still lingering on the bridge, silently hopping. "So tired, please." This time just a normal reaction. He looked through the window at another car. When they saw him, there were loud screams from inside the car, like seeing an idol. The girls took turns expressing themselves. Mangostic, "Oh my god, he's insanely handsome in real life. Hey, after this let's buy a lottery ticket. We'll die before we even scratch it," were his loyal fans. "But will he really kill us? He always saves people at the last moment, right?" Another friend said. "Hey, haven't you seen him crush the plane?" "That's right. The murmurs made him feel scared too, and he thought to himself, what a headache. Dane used the excuse to run off. Alright, the interview is over, let's get out of here. A girl quickly grabbed him. Wait, he said impatiently. She took out a tablet and asked him to sign before he left. You also had to sign for the girl. People started gossiping. He really signed. Now it's hard to say who the victim is. Inside their car, they thanked him with 100,000 won each from him. 400,000 in total. Great, let's go eat malatang later. You know we won't get to eat if we die here today. Oh right, Din resolved in her heart that she would never interview ordinary people again. This terror stunt has failed. The drone hovered. Din gave orders. Seo Yoon pulled up the screen. Din's image was projected onto the big screen. A swarm of cameras turned toward him. Yes, everyone, the appointed time of 7 o'clock in the evening has arrived. The national projection, 100,000 won on the bridge. Now I will announce the results. Everyone immediately started gossiping. Come on, no way. It's up to 500k now. Don't let Jiang Jin lose everyone. Jiang Jin, I'm sorry. Damn, if Seoul Bridge collapses, how will I go to work tomorrow? And then the shocking result was announced. 1,250,000 people chose the 100,000 won option, and following his words, a fireworks display appeared. They couldn't believe it. Viewers from the beloved Republic of Korea, the girls from earlier, also screamed in panic. What is this? Din snapped her fingers. Please enjoy this final fireworks display, a gift for each of your selfish souls. After that, a series of explosions occurred. Stardust, watching from afar, was furious. He finally. Din raised her cap to her chest, bowed formally, and said, your host, Egostic, ends here. At the same time, the camera panned to the scene of the bridge blown to ruins. Oh my god, he killed them. People couldn't bear to watch and left the chat room. Din was a bit tired, hanging here too long. She's exhausted and about to faint. Now she's reached her limit. You stand in the night full of fireworks, so let Stardust fight them while we just watch. Suddenly, a light streaked across from nowhere. Stardust was dashing off at a terrifying speed. It turned out she was plunging toward the falling car. She reached out trying to grab it. She couldn't grab it. He began to cast his magic, silently cursing, damn it. The car was slowly enveloped by Dane's power. Even Stardust and Dane both gave it their all. Fortunately, Stardust managed to grab onto the car. She slowly lifted the two vehicles up. Dane sighed in relief. Thankfully, everyone was safe. As soon as the words left, he immediately lost strength. His heart seemed to stop beating. His whole body then collapsed downward. Luckily, you managed to teleport in time. Your body hit the ground with a thud, landing in Ego Base. Subin and Seo Yoon rushed out in a panic, shouting Dylan. Blood and other fluids were coming from his mouth and nose. His pupils clouded white. There was no sign of life. The two girls watched the scene through the glass, overwhelmed with worry and fear. Inside, Dylan lay receiving treatment. They prayed silently. Please open your eyes, Dylan. Lee Haru was also standing outside the door, thinking for a long while. She took a deep breath. She gently wiped away a tear. Elsewhere, Ha Yul stood dazed, staring up at the night sky. She carried a deep sorrow inside her, her thoughts fixed on Egostic, holding the newspaper in her hands. The articles about the two of them. She remembered his words, never show even the slightest hesitation, because then you and I will be finished. Just one moment of hesitation, and your life will become a living hell. Even so, if he hadn't allowed me to retreat, I wouldn't have been able to get out here. She fell into contemplation, but that was clearly the mindset of someone convinced they could do it, as if he knew everything about her. The image of Egostic encouraging her came to mind. You can do it, step up and save them. Since he said that, I've been unable to stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who put them in danger. Meeting him again after so long, I was filled with a ton of questions. Are you really the villain? Are you really the bad guy? Egostic, who are you after all? Ha Yul gently took my hand, but because of some strange emotion, in the end I couldn't say a word. The image of her and little Dane appeared, then a scene of her desperately trying to grab the car. Please, reach for it. Suddenly the car was enveloped in energy. She startled as she realized its speed was decreasing. She looked up. It was Dane struggling to hold the car with her own strength. After saving the car, she still couldn't stop wondering. Egostic really is. While lost in thought, a voice called out, why are you sitting here alone? I heard it was an attack with no casualties. Icicle stepped forward holding 2 cans of soda, her adorable little Shin Ha Yul. Seeing her, Ha Yul shouted happily, Seola, thanks for coming. They shared a warm embrace. Seola replied, what are you talking about? Of course I'd come. We're friends after all. Ha Yul's face flushed as she felt warmth from her friend. They started drinking. Seola puffed her cheeks and gulped down each sip. She shouted with delight, ah, this is great, taking in the whole view of Seoul, spending a quiet night with my Ha Yul. Suddenly she realized something. Hey Ha Yul, why are you still buried in work when you're off shift? Is it because of Egostic again? Forget that guy. Even the president of the Hero Association is secretly pleased that the crime rate has dropped. Of course he would never admit it. Looking at his most recent attack, it seems he is no longer trying to target you. Ha Yul turned to respond, but Seola, can I tell you something? Ha Yul's gaze hardened. From my point of view, maybe Egostic isn't a bad person. Moving into the ego base, a pair of feet opened the door and stepped inside. Lee Haru quietly watched Seo Yoon lying on the floor. She gently pulled a blanket over Seo Yoon so the girl wouldn't be cold. Her gaze shifted toward the side of the room where Dan was lying. Slowly she pushed the door open and stepped in. Dan still lay there with no sign of waking. Standing before Dan, she felt a little doubtful. Should I really enter like this, even if he seems much better now? What if he ends up like the others who try to exploit my power? What should I do? Din's brow furrowed slightly. Lee Haru placed her hand on the glass to observe him more clearly. He doesn't even know who I am, yet he saved me. He treated me kindly kindly without asking for anything in return. But he is in critical condition, right here in front of me. A tear fell from her eye. Can I really just let him die? I'm sorry, Din, I'm just not brave enough. You're truly a good person, but if you knew about my power, I was afraid you would be like the others. She wiped away her weak tears. Looking at his battered body, she became determined to use her ability. This time I will be braver. The wounds were slowly being healed by her. Shortly after they had completely disappeared, Din still lay there. Lee Haru gently stepped out. She didn't forget to look back, thank you. In the end, she also stepped outside, leaving Daen alone. Nearby, Daen woke up, quietly relieved. At last I can recruit a healer. He slowly sat up. His face was radiant with life. Lee Haru, thank you. Turning back to Ha-Yul, Seola's voice rang out, so let me be blunt. It's strange that Egostic's attacks never cause casualties except among the villains, and the call during that plane incident, something no one else could have known. And what about him catching that falling SUV this time? Ha-Yul answered with a kittenish expression, right. Seola chuckled wryly, oh come on Ha-Yul, don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy, that Egostic is a secret S-rank hero operating in the shadows. Ha-Yul's face darkened with anger. I shouldn't have told him everything. Ha-Yul turned away and replied, not about believing or not, I just mean it doesn't feel like a conspiracy theory anymore. Seola kept teasing, he just kidding, I'm joking. Calm down, little Ha-Yul. Anyway, you're right, there are a few things that don't add up. This caught Ha-Yul's attention, but then Seola continued, but he still does bad things, right? Even if no civilians were hurt, he still crossed the line. Ha-Yul hummed in agreement, that's true, but Seola began to counsel, so what's important is to treat him like a villain, Ha-Yul. Ha-Yul fell into thought, I think Egostic is aiming for something bigger. I still don't know what it is, but Seola's voice rose, cutting across Ha-Yul's train of thought. Miss Workaholic Shin Ha-Yul, don't bring up that guy with the cap anymore. Anyway, have you been interested in anyone lately? You should take a break and try dating, Ha-Yul said with disdain. Someone who's never dated wouldn't know how to meet anyone. Seola blushed awkwardly. It's just that my family is extremely strict about my private life, okay? It's not that I can't date. The class of Hero Icicle, real name Lee Seola, is the heir to a major conglomerate in Korea, Yuseong. Ha-Yul seized the chance to tease. Hey, you're cute when you're angry, Seola pouted in reply. What do you mean by that, really? The scene cuts to a prison somewhere. An inner gate slowly opens. An old man stepped in. He was an S-rank villain, Kim Seon-woo, the technical advisor for the Hanun conglomerate. A white-haired young man spoke up. Well done, Professor. Kim Seon-woo was answered by two axe-wielding bodyguards. Skip the formalities, how's the progress right now? The young man replied, we've completed 56%. At this pace, the project will be finished around September next year. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Seon-woo scolded him. Damn it. He shouted angrily, too slow. I told you to have everything ready before winter, no excuses. He flinched slightly at that. Sitting in the car, he said softly, let's go. In his head, he calculated silently, just wait. Before this winter ends, everything in the Republic of Korea will kneel before me. Professor Kim Seon-woo. Cut to the ego base. On the TV, a news bulletin reports that Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who was previously accused of concealing unethical human experiments, was released at around 7 this morning. He is expected to return to Hanun Corporation's research facility. Din's gaze hardened, her voice turned sly. All right, the players are stepping out onto the field. Seo-yoon, passing by and overhearing, also felt suspicious. What's with that tone? 3 months later, it was snowing outside. Ki-hyun shouted excitedly. Snow. Seo-yoon behind shouted, hey, come back here, I was here first. They romped around. In the distance, Subin and Haru were carrying a teapot to set on the table. They sat down. Subin took a sip. After drinking, her face brightened with feeling. This is so pleasant. Haru beside her chimed in. Yeah, it's really wonderful. From behind, Dane called out, hey Seo-yoon, causing the girl molding a snow duck to involuntarily turn around. He scolded, could you walk properly? What are those steps? You ruined the whole patch of snow. The snow had been beautiful just now, pristine and untouched. Let us start playing. But before he could finish speaking, a snowball flew into his face. The kids in the distance shouted excitedly, come here, Mangostic, get in here. Doen, irritated, lightly brushed the snow from his face and began to condense mana in his hands. Not letting the children stay excited for long, shortly after each of them got a snowball. His eyes lit up like a war god descending. He said, you brats, come here, I will teach you manners. His body flew into the air, his eyes shone like a star behind, as if preparing to use a very cool skill. A special skill, super speed frost. Seo-yoon, shocked, shouted, what on earth is that? That is cheating. Mangostic. Ki-hyun behind also joined in. That move clearly exploits a loophole. The boy raised both hands and shouted that he surrendered. Daen happily agreed. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon turned to look at her teammate in utter shock. The face of Seo-yoon went dark, both hands holding two snowballs ready to fight. A demonic voice from Daen rang out, Seo-yoon, are you ready? The next moment, the whole body of Seo-yoon had turned into an adorably cute snowman. On this side, Daen laughed loudly after winning. Ah, so hungry, let us go eat something light. Ki-hyun happily followed, obeying. Eating cookies in winter is simply wonderful. They could not resist and shouted, so delicious. They were only focused on eating and did not notice a white figure slowly approaching. Daen turned and said said with a blank expression, "Can you ask Haru to bring a few more?" Before she could finish the sentence, Seo Yoon had hefted the huge snowball and slammed it into his head, so hard his eyes seemed about to pop out. Seeing him lying there like a lump of meat, Seo Yoon was a little frightened. "Mangostic is finished. Was that too rough?" she shouted. "Are you okay?" The girl anxiously shook him and called Doin. Haru, carrying out the cake, was a bit surprised to see that. She spoke up, "He is laughing over there. The pretending is too obvious." Only then did Doin turn and mimic her words. With his teasing face he continued, "So touching." Seo Yoon really worried about him. The girl at this moment, both embarrassed and angry, blushed. Seconds later, another brawl broke out. Seo Yoon lugged a giant snowball with 2 cups on top that looked like a shrimp head chasing Doin. He ran while talking back, but it really hurt. The girl didn't believe him and snapped, "Shut up." Dane began to wonder. Over the past 3 months, we had relaxed and enjoyed the winter. "I once thought about staging another terror attack, but Stardust is now as strong as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, so it's no longer necessary." Actually, the only change is that Haru has started smiling more. Perhaps she has finally thawed a little and is opening up to us bit by bit. Oh, and public opinion about me has also turned. Everyone pinned the blame for the Seoul Bridge collapse on Egostic. My reputation has completely fallen apart. I mean, 1.2 million people who received my payments obviously had to find someone to blame. It was Egostic who orchestrated that bizarre terror plot. That's right, he manipulated everything and even called us accomplices. Convenient, isn't it? After all, becoming the villain was my original goal. Now we only have to wait for Black Disaster to appear. Back in the present, Seo Yoon's voice rang out. "Got you." The girl had grabbed Daein by the hair. A triumphant smile blossomed on the girl's lips. "I won." The next second she turned into a snowman again. Daein ran off while Kihyun pointed and laughed with delight. The 2 women had to laugh at the sight. Subin spoke up. "What is that pitiful shriek?" Haru beside him warned, "You'll get hurt if you keep doing those stunts." Daein, exhausted, slumped into a chair and complained, I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? We've played a lot, or should we do a barbecue?" Kihyun ran after them, chiming in, "Ooh, great, hurry inside. It's freezing out here." Haru agreed, "But first we have to call Seo Yoon. She must be angry somewhere right now." Cut to the red alarm bells blaring loudly. Inside the laboratory, cracks began to form and people clutched their heads and ran. Kim Seon-woo sat before the wreckage shouting, it can't be like this, damn it, where everything has disappeared." Someone beside him stepped forward to advise, "Doctor, you must leave here at once," but he wouldn't listen. He barked back, "Let me go. How could I abandon my life's work?" Suddenly he froze when he heard a strange sound. A hideous monster appeared. The others dragged him away, pleading, "Please sir, doctor, we have to run quickly." Being pulled away, he still turned back to look. "No, it can't be." "Behemoth, how is test subject number 1? It was only a prototype, yet it has consciousness." The scene cuts to some building. The staff are all in a panic. Explosions erupt everywhere. Stardust darted away as if flying. Opening the door to a room, Stardust asked Mr. President what was happening. He cried, pointing at the screen. "Urgent." Stardust looked. On the screen was the image of a monster destroying the houses around. He asked, "Where did that terrifying thing come from?" Witnessing this, Stardust also froze for a moment. Outside, people were shouting and running as the monster attacked. Each strike of his tentacle caused an explosion. The man in the car panicked as he saw something flying toward him. Fortunately, he managed to pull his hand free in time. Still worried about his car, he shouted, "My car." The man next to him yelled, "What good is the car now? Run." The monster kept ravaging everything while people stood helpless. The father and son could only cling to each other and pray to God. Suddenly, the monster leaped up. On this side, Stardust dashed off while calling back, "I will depart immediately." The president, seeing this, shouted, "Calm down, Stardust. You cannot single-handedly confront something that big." Hearing that, she angrily turned and snapped, "I will not sit idly by and watch it rampage like that. Go ahead and sit there eating popcorn, Mr. President." He, hearing that, froze. "What did you say?" Suddenly, a scream made Stardust turn around. The monster from earlier had jumped into the water. Gradually, its body disappeared into the water. They stood there frozen where they were when they saw that. The president, his face darkening, spoke again, "Stardust, I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. What is this popcorn nonsense? You only know how to say sorry." The scene shifts and is now eating popcorn. They did not know what they were watching, yet they were shouting intensely. On a quiet night, under the glow of a full moon, the gentle sound of the wind echoes through the city. Inside her apartment, the class hero, Stardust, clicks through web pages on her computer. She's scrolling through comments about the infamous villain, Egoistic. The public seems confused, with some people even questioning if he's truly a villain at all. Her eyes land on a popular post titled, "A must-read for anyone who still thinks Egoistic is a villain." The post praises him, calling him by the fan nickname Mangostic, for saving Korea from the recent Black Disaster. Stardust nibbles on a snack, a wry smile on her face as she puts the pieces together. "So this is how it turned out," she muses to herself. She realizes that if Egoistic hadn't collapsed the bridge in what seemed like a terrorist act, no hero in Korea would have been able to stop the monster. The The revelation leaves her feeling uneasy, thinking, this can't be right. Troubled by this new understanding, Stardust heads out for a walk in the dead of night. Her internal conflict rages despite his actions. She holds onto her conviction. He's a villain and I'm a hero. She breaks into a run, her resolve hardening no matter the complexities. She reaffirms her duty, even if I have to protect, I'll be the one to protect. As she steels her determination, a news broadcast reveals a shocking truth to the nation. The recent Black Disaster was no random event. It was caused by experiments from a top conglomerate, the Hanun Group, which has since collapsed overnight. The report continues, stating there's no trace of human presence at the Hanun Group building. The chairman, the lead scientist Dr. Kim Seon-woo, and his entire research team have vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egoistic, whose real name is Kim Do-in, is having a celebratory dinner with his 3 teammates. Hearing the news of Hanun Group's downfall, he cheers, woohoo tilde, so this is how it ends up. His companion, a fiery girl with orange hair, erupts in rage. Serves them right, those bastards, she yells, wishing death upon the corrupt officials. Not yet, Kim Do-in says, his tone suddenly serious. We need to catch every last one of those runners. His other 2 teammates, Seo-yoon and a brown-haired girl, share the sentiment, comically fantasizing about hunting down the remaining Hanun members. But Kim Do-in just smiles cheerfully, waving his chopsticks. Don't worry too much, he says, full of confidence. They'll crawl out on their own soon enough. More importantly, he continues, can everyone gather here? The sudden shift makes his team nervous. Seo-yoon immediately gets a bad feeling, while her friend cautiously asks, what are you planning to do this time? Kim Do-in dramatically unrolls a massive blueprint, revealing his next target. His teammates stare in disbelief, exclaiming, Hanun Group's underground lab. The group erupts in chaos as Seo-yoon has a minor panic attack. The others demand to know what's so important about the lab that warrants such a risky mission. Ignoring their frantic questions, Kim Do-in calmly takes a red marker and circles a specific location on the blueprint. Sector B9. With a wide, unnerving grin, he finally reveals why they're going there. Deep within that lab, he declares, lies something absolutely insane. He explains that the insane thing is a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans, all connected to a single monstrous entity. It was designed to be the ultimate weapon, composed of a miraculous material capable of withstanding a nuclear blast and even nullifying the powers of the S-class hero, Shadow Walker. He reveals that the Black Disaster that Egoistic helped stop was merely a prototype. If the true Behemoth had been completed, its power would have been unimaginable. Even Kim Do-in himself seems taken aback by the sheer scale of it all, letting out a stunned huh. His entire team is left speechless and wide-eyed. Seo-yoon looks around at her frozen companions, wondering why everyone is suddenly so quiet. The shock quickly turns into excitement for Seo-yoon. Her eyes glint as she realizes the danger means a chance to get stronger. Asking if it's time to wreck her body again, Kim Do-in playfully retorts that a few more holes in her stomach might look good on her. Seo-yoon explodes, getting right in his face. Are you kidding me right now? She screams, demanding a power-up for herself. The meeting immediately devolves into chaos as Seo-yoon unleashes a flurry of attacks. Kim Do-in dodges and yells, while their other teammates try and fail to de-escalate the situation, begging them both to stop. While dodging the playful assault, Kim Do-in recalls a key detail from the original story. The Hero Association never took action. Based on that, he dismisses the risk. Nothing serious will happen, right? But he was wrong. At that very moment, inside the towering headquarters of the Korea Superhuman Association, the situation was already escalating. Inside the association headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. An official reports that multiple life signs have been detected in the buried lab. The monsters Hanun Group was creating are still alive. A high-ranking official sitting at the head of the table asks for a report from one of their top heroes, Shadow Walker. The hero, Shadow Walker, appears on screen. He reports that he attempted to infiltrate the lab the previous night, but his shadow-based powers were completely neutralized by a strange wavelength emitted from the site. The official turns to their remaining option. You heard that. Support will be difficult. Are you still going? Stardust below. The hero Stardust hovers over the massive, dark pit. Without a hint of hesitation, Stardust looks up and gives her answer. Yes, with her confirmation, the official formally approves the dangerous solo mission. Wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dives headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed lab. At the same time, another figure appears at the edge of the crater. It is Kim Do-in, now in his full villain persona as Egoistic, complete with his signature mask and top hat. Speaking to his team remotely, he admits, it's making me a bit nervous since it wasn't planned from their base. Seo-yoon immediately teases him, asking if he wants to come back already. He scoffs, putting on a brave face for his stream. Man, Kim Do-in, like I'd be scared of some monsters. He boasts, back at the base, his teammates just roll their eyes at his antics. But beneath the teasing, their smiles show genuine concern. Be careful, they say in unison, seeing him off as he prepares to go live. And with a flourish of purple energy, Kim Do-in begins his broadcast, nice to meet you, everyone, this is Egoistic. In an instant, 10,000 viewers flood his stream, the chat exploding with questions. He playfully asks if they're curious about today's terrorism, before clarifying that today is simply an exploration. He then reveals his location, the secret underground lab of the now-defunct Hanun group. Feigning curiosity, he invites his massive audience to discover the lab's sinister secrets alongside him. Back at the Hero Association, the officials are watching the stream in horror. They realize that the nation's most famous villain is now in the exact same location as their top hero, Stardust. The association head frantically tries to contact her, but there's no signal. He realizes with dread she's gone deep enough that radio signals can't reach anymore. An official slams his fist down in fury. Damn it, who does Egoistic think he is, suddenly barging in there? This is insane. The senior official, however, remains oddly calm. He turns to his bewildered assistant and gives an unexpected order. Assistant, go get some popcorn, half caramel, half salt. Meanwhile, Egoistic takes his first steps into the dark, abandoned laboratory, using a small drone as a floating flashlight. The creepy atmosphere immediately gets to him as he wonders what horrors took place there. He looks around, his masked face betraying a sense of genuine unease at the eerie green glow of the forsaken test chambers. As his audience comments on the scary atmosphere, Egoistic quickly puts his showman persona back on. Would I, the one who made all of Korea tremble, be scared by mere traces of experiments like this, he boasts. His boast is immediately cut short by a loud metallic clang echoing through the hall, making him jump in fright. Letting out a terrified scream, he instantly summons an arsenal of glowing blue guns, ready to obliterate whatever made the noise. But the source of the terrifying sound is revealed to be a small, fluffy white cat peeking innocently from behind a corner. Egoistic lets out a huge sigh of relief, his floating guns still aimed at the tiny creature. What? It's just a cat, right? He stammers, trying to regain his composure. His relief quickly turns to suspicion. In a sealed-off, underground lab where everyone has vanished, the random appearance of a live cat is more than a little strange. His suspicion proves correct as the cat begins to distort, its body twisting and contorting in an unnatural way. Egoistic stands his ground as sinister red tendrils begin to snake across the floor, heralding the arrival of a much greater threat. The cute animal is gone, replaced by a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, perched atop a writhing mass of flesh. Egoistic turns, his face a mask of pure shock as he finally comprehends the horrifying creature before him. With its transformation complete, the monster reveals a grotesque, mask-like face and throws itself directly at the terrified streamer. The monster shrieks, its massive jaws opening wide as it closes in on Egoistic. Screaming in pure terror, Egoistic instinctively opens fire, unleashing a panicked barrage of bullets at the creature. Elsewhere in the dark laboratory, Stardust freezes. The distinct sound of rapid gunfire echoes through the desolate halls, telling her she is not alone. Her eyes narrow, her expression turning serious as she identifies the sound, heralding a confrontation to come. Gunshot. In the chaos, Daeun remembered the moment before carrying out the plan. He and Seo-yoon were lying on the bed, and she had nagged that he shouldn't have come here. He himself regretted it deeply and wished he could be stronger. Back in the present, Daeun panicked intensely. He blamed himself for not listening to Seo-yoon and thought he should have stayed home to practice teleportation instead. He hadn't expected increasing his power to be so difficult. At that moment, a grotesque monster full of jagged mouths lunged straight at him, its horrific cries echoing down the dark corridor. Daeun quickly regained his composure. No, regretting now would do no good, he told himself, and used his powers to create guns from thin air, ready to fight. The face behind the mask hardened with determination. At this point, he would have to take the risk. Daeun charged into battle, directing his weapons to attack the monsters. He shouted, "If I'm here, I have to catch the behemoth before I leave." He moved with extreme agility, dodging the enemy's attacks by a hair's breadth. During the fight, Daeun didn't forget to raise his camera. He seemed intent on recording every moment, even in this life-or-death situation. Then the giant behemoth appeared right before him. Daeun showed no hesitation, reached out toward it and shouted, "Die." Suddenly, a massive beam of energy came from somewhere and struck the behemoth, knocking Daeun backward. The creature roared in unbearable pain as the energy burned it, its body beginning to disintegrate. The explosion was so powerful it shook and collapsed the entire chamber. Daeun fell to the ground, stunned by the scene before him. In the chaos, the weapons Daeun had created rained down and vanished from the floor. Sensing danger, Daeun fled in haste. He panicked, realizing he had left behind both his camera and guns in the chaos and had no idea how deep this place extended. He tried to contact his teammates via his communicator. "All right, Seo-yoon, can you hear me?" But all that answered was static interference. The signal couldn't get through here. Daeun began to feel real fear, though he still tried to act tough and claim he was only a little scared. Suddenly his ear twitched. A strange sound had just sounded, indicating someone else was nearby. Another explosion even larger than before occurred at the end of the corridor. Stardust stood at the epicenter of the blast. Daeun hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself. When the light subsided, the image of Stardust appeared, heat radiating from her fist. Daeun felt a strangely familiar sensation. Daeun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The one who had saved saved him was the S-rank heroine he had always wanted to encounter. Stardust, he uttered. Stardust, exuding an aura of power, turned and also recognized the familiar villain, her blue eyes glinting sharply, egoistic. The two faced each other in the ruined corridor. Stardust asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Dain, a little flustered, stammered back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I am a hero," Stardust replied decisively, "so it's no surprise that I'm cleaning up this place, is it?" Dain forced a smile. "Ah yes, I suppose not," but inside he was cheering. Perfect timing. His plan seemed to be going as intended. Stardust smiled menacingly. To her, this was indeed an unexpected harvest. Contrary to her fearsome presence, Dain was inwardly ecstatic. He couldn't believe Stardust was smiling at him. She warned, "If you come with me quietly, it won't be too painful." But Dain seemed not to understand the threat. He was simply entranced by her beauty. Without saying more, Stardust launched her attack. Dain hurriedly used his power to barely dodge the blow. The fight between the two officially began. Stardust kept unleashing powerful strikes. Dain could only struggle to evade. His defensive abilities were gradually being overwhelmed. He screamed in despair as the heroine gave him not a second to breathe. Knowing he couldn't hold out, Dain hastily raised his hand to signal a stop. "Wait, stop," he shouted, trying to halt Stardust's next attack. Pinned to the wall, Dain began his plan. He cried out in panic, "I know, in your eyes I'm just a villain, but inside Dain is screaming like crazy. What should I do?" Dain began to persuade Stardust. He pointed to the ruined surroundings and said, "Look around. This place is extremely dangerous, and you don't even know where this is, right? How about we form a temporary alliance until we can descend to the deeper levels?" Stardust looked skeptical. She crossed her arms and asked back, "Why don't you tell me why you are here first?" Dain stammered an answer, saying it was out of curiosity for knowledge. Stardust explained that she had come to investigate the Hanun Corporation, the ones who caused the horrific black disaster before. She suspected they were plotting something even more terrible here. After a moment of silence, Stardust curled her lip in a peculiar smile. "All right," she said. Dain was completely surprised by her answer. Stardust declared, "Then form the alliance. Come with me." She admitted she was struggling to deal with the monsters alone and Dain might help. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Dain still dazed. Dain couldn't believe what had happened. He had just blurted out an offer, not expecting Stardust to actually agree. The situation unfolded in an unforeseeable way. Both had their own calculations. Stardust thought that if forced, Egoistic might flee, so it was better to keep him close for monitoring. Meanwhile, Dain was delighted the events were going as he wished and hoped to get answers about Stardust. Stardust began rifling through the drawers nearby, searching for clues about Hanun Corporation's activities. Dain sneaked along behind, curiously peeking over her shoulder to see what she was doing. He looked more like a fanatic fan than an ally. He got too close, making Stardust extremely uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly spun around and shouted in Dain's face, "You villain, what are you sneaking around for? This is classified material. Get out." Dain flinched, hurried back, and stammered apologies. Dain was so scared he shrank back, sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, "This is terrifying." However, shortly after, Dain quickly regained his composure. It seemed he had another idea. In Dain's mind, the image of Stardust suddenly became radiant and gentle. He imagined them together in a garden of white lilies. Dain's face flushed with delight. He thought to himself, "I love this so much." Being alongside his idol was wonderful. The two continued deeper into the base, Stardust leading easily in front. Dain followed behind, wondering, has her clairvoyance developed to this level? They stopped before a metal door. On it a sign read, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Dain read the sign aloud, "Superpower Neutralization Room." Stardust suddenly called his name and stood so close it made him a little flustered. "Yes," he replied, sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, Stardust pointed at the door and ordered decisively, "Go inside." Dain was utterly shocked. "Emmy," he stammered, unable to believe she would use him to test such a dangerous room. Though he felt treated like a guinea pig, Dain pretended to agree cheerfully, but Stardust gave him no chance to act. She shoved him inside. Dain staggered into the pitch-black room, not knowing what awaited him ahead. No sooner had he stepped in than Stardust slammed the door shut, trapping him inside. Immediately, Dain sensed something was wrong. His hat fell to the floor. He tried to use his powers, but nothing happened. He realized in shock, "My telekinesis doesn't work, and neither does teleportation." Dain stood motionless in the silent room, bathed in strange red light. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. The door opened and Stardust stepped in. Dain turned, both astonished and curious. "It really doesn't work. Is that so? What's the principle behind this thing?" Dain suddenly froze, staring at Stardust in horror. Stardust, using only her bare hand, punched the metal wall of the room with a thunderous blow, cracking it open. She stood there calmly, as if what she had done were nothing at all. Stardust explained coldly that she was merely testing whether the room truly neutralized powers. Dain snapped back in anger. It really works. Even as a villain, I don't lie about things like this. Dane's inner world was a mess. He admired Stardust's extraordinary strength while fearing her recklessness. His emotions rose and fell like a roller coaster. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Red warning lights began flashing continuously. Thick steel doors started slamming shut, sealing off every exit. Both were shocked and had no time to react. They looked at the sealed doors and realized they had been trapped. Both Dane and Stardust sensed the grave danger of the situation. They were locked in a confined space where all superpowers were disabled. Dane realized the ironic scenario: a hero and a villain, two adults locked together. He was living out a classic plotline. Stardust was trying her best to break the escape door, her whole body emitting a brilliant red light, but the door did not seem to budge. Dane told Stardust that trying to break the door was useless, because this door was designed to open automatically in about 3 hours, and showed her a countdown clock reading 2 hours 58 minutes 41 seconds. Dane continued, saying this heavily guarded door would open in 3 hours and advised her not to waste energy pointlessly, to go out together when the door opened. Stardust looked surprised and annoyed, standing in the dark space surrounded by strange rays of light. Blood flowed from Stardust's hand. It seemed she had been injured while trying to break the door. Dane, quietly watching, also noticed the wound. Dane slowly stood up and continued to admonish Stardust not to be foolish, saying she wasn't even in a state to use her powers. Stardust stood there, eyes determined, hands clenched tightly, watching Dane's movements. Dane stood up straight, reached out to Stardust and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Dane in surprise, eyes wide with astonishment and suspicion as he kept his hand out. Dane carefully took Stardust's hand, now bandaged carefully, blood still seeping through the white gauze. Stardust stared at Dane, her deep blue eyes wide, an indescribable surprise and complex thoughts rising about his action. Stardust turned her back, saying she wouldn't thank Dane, but Dane teased that her words sounded like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall and turned to scold Dane, causing him to say, "Ah, yes, I get it. Let's stop here. Be careful with your hands." Dane placed his hand on his hat and sighed softly. Dane sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, and said he'd lie down for a bit. Stardust watched him in astonishment. Dane stretched out on the floor, saying there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and advised Stardust to rest, nap a little to conserve energy. Stardust looked suspicious and annoyed, her face showing clear vigilance. After an hour had passed, Stardust sat against the wall while Dane still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that though he said that, how could he possibly sleep like that? Tears streamed down Dane's face as he thought that he could not let his guard down for even a second, because the situation was very dangerous. Dane turned his face inwardly, thinking he was like a mouse in a jar, and Stardust, stronger than most grown men even without powers, prevented him from fully relaxing his guard. At that moment, Stardust also turned to look, the two of them locking eyes. Seeing this, Stardust felt a little bashful and looked away. Dane seemed to have caught this endearing moment of Stardust. He tugged his shirt slightly and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later, the situation worsened as Stardust began to have difficulty breathing because the oxygen was decreasing. Dane also looked tired and said that this time he was truly exhausted. Dane observed Stardust struggling to breathe, then suddenly Stardust spoke, mentioning the Soul Bridge. Dane turned with a surprised expression, appearing not to understand Stardust's meaning. Stardust gasped and asked Dane about the car incident, whether it was him who did it. Dane stared at Stardust, eyes wide with astonishment, inwardly suspecting she found out already. Dane recalled his hands surrounding Mana, trying to hold the car that was falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, repeated the car accident and pressed the question. "I'm asking, you stopped it, didn't you?" Dane awkwardly scoffed. "What, me, a villain? How would I know how to stop? I only ever move forward." Stardust looked at him angrily, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust stared at Dane with determination, asking about the plane crash and demanding why he told her to save it. Dane's face showed clear horror, his eyes wide and rolling as if searching for an excuse to cover it up. After thinking a moment, Dane began to explain, "I'd already said it. I'm the villain and you're the hero. Your existence makes me more complete. That's the kind of relationship we have," though inwardly Dane asked himself, wait, why is she like that? Finally, with sweat dotting his face, Dane concluded, "Isn't it strange for a hero to go save people?" Dane sat on the floor still trying to explain while Stardust curled up, her face full of discomfort. Dane thought to himself that he had overreacted out of embarrassment, and hurriedly told himself it was just the lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, eyes cold, reasoning that then it was the one who made the Soul Bridge collapse. Stardust continued, asking Dane whether he had known in advance about the monster's appearance and that it would head to the Soul Bridge to do that. Dane forced a smile, mocking Stardust for believing the ridiculous conspiracy theories online. Dane kept rationalizing that he was somewhat surprised too, but it was clearly just a coincidence. Dane looked at Stardust's resolute expression, thinking, could she really be testing me? Dane appeared flustered, wondering if he had missed something. A horrifying image flashed up, Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Next, Next came an image of a plane in distress, plummeting through the sky. And then the image of a gigantic, dark monster looming like a disaster, a black calamity. Dane thought to himself, Stardust isn't believing nonsense conspiracy theories, but is suspecting whether I'm the villain. Looking into that suspicious gaze of Stardust, Dane realized this came from contact with him, suspicions naturally arising from past terrorist incidents, in other words, the hero's intuition. Dane stopped himself, thinking that if he explained clumsily, Stardust would only suspect him more, and he chuckled softly. Stardust kept her suspicious expression and wondered, while Dane thought that the only way out of this was to charge straight into confrontation. Dane burst into mad laughter, saying, yes, I knew everything. I knew the monster would come, so I took it down beforehand. Stardust sat there utterly shocked. The skill Dane imagined was a secret move like ego. Dane continued then. Meanwhile, Stardust's expression had darkened. Dane sneered, challenging Stardust, so what will you do then? He thought this strategy could be summed up as so what, which sounded reasonable. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Dane knew, whether he could foresee the future, and then he pointed at himself and said bluntly, hacking. Dane stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by lines of glowing red code, his eyes shining, boasting that as Korea's top hacker, knowing some classified info was nothing strange. He thought inwardly, prophecy what, how naive. Stardust still looked doubtful and said, that's still strange. Dane kept a sly smile, his eyes glowing red in reply, what else is strange, MS Stardust? Stardust glared at Dane angrily, demanding why he prevented civilian casualties when he's supposed to be such a villain. Dane, panic on his face, explained that he hated having the spotlight stolen from him. He timed the monster's appearance and stopped it, because if civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to him anymore. It was all to attract attention and serve his own spectacle. Dane, sweating, eyes rolling, forced a smile and said that as long as it wasn't completely out of control, he didn't care whether civilians lived or died, because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned away without speaking, the room falling silent. Dane, looking a bit flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his own heavy breathing still audible. Suddenly, Dane maintained a sly smile, his eyes glowing red. Stardust sprang to her feet, causing him to slump down instinctively. Dane stared straight at Stardust, his eyes serious and thoughtful, unsure what she intended to do. Stardust glared at him for a long moment without speaking, making Dane slightly anxious and sweat. Her face went dark, her blue eyes widening. Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting to see her next move. Stardust coldly ordered Dane to move aside, his face blank with bewilderment. Dane glanced at the digital clock on the wall. Only 10 seconds remained on the countdown before the door would open. The moment the clock hit 0, a loud beep sounded and a heavy door slid open, revealing the path ahead. Stardust's knees buckled, her hand still bandaged. She picked up a stone. Stardust's next action startled Dane. The stone in her hand crumbled beneath her grip, and a light radiated from her hand, signaling that her power had returned. Move straight ahead, Stardust ordered, go. Behind her, Dane tested his own ability. Purple magic pulsed from his hand, manipulating the fragments of stone Stardust had crushed, and he replied to her. They entered a long, dark corridor marked by a lattice of green glowing lines, tension hanging in the... They passed a damaged information station, and Dane stopped to check the data on its flickering screen. The screen displayed information on a creature codenamed Teleporter, listing it as an A-rank threat with the ability to teleport instantly for surprise attacks. Dane looked surprised, realizing the creature had evolved beyond expectations. A flash of light made both of them look up instinctively. Their investigation led them to a massive empty test tube labeled Behemoth Prototype 0. Dane confirmed this was where the Black Disaster had been held, the thing that had escaped earlier. Dane then acted cheerful, claiming their work here was done and the lab was empty now, as if trying to trick Stardust into leaving. But inwardly, he was amazed by Stardust. He realized she wasn't fooled by his ruse. Her instincts told her there was more to find. He thought to himself that her intuition was remarkable. Playing the fool, Dane nervously suggested they check a random direction, but Stardust saw through his thin attempt to distract her. Completely ignoring his suggestion, she confidently announced they'd take a different route, leaving a comically bewildered Dane behind. And her instinct was right. She led them to another room where they found the real target, a grotesque creature floating in a giant containment tube. Dane confirmed this is Behemoth. While the monster remained confined, Stardust immediately got to work, checking a nearby control panel for more information. Suddenly, Stardust turned away and walked off from the console. Dane panicked, calling after her and asking why she would leave him alone with the dangerous Behemoth. But Stardust was simply reviewing some documents she had found. Dane was baffled by her calm demeanor. He had tried to play a proper villain, but she nonchalantly turned her back on him. He thought wryly that his villainous pride had been wounded. A sinister smile crossed Dane's face. He decided that mere talk wasn't enough. It was time to show her what a real villain would do. With a loud crack, the containment glass shattered. Stardust spun around in shock as Dane declared he would reveal his true nature himself. Dane reached out and absorbed the monster's power. A powerful wave emanated from it and swept through the room. "What the hell are you doing?" Stardust shouted in alarm. As Behemoth's grotesque arm enveloped Daeun's, a calm, mocking version of his voice rang out, "What does it look like?" He was clearly relishing the chaos he had created. Daeun's face twisted into a wicked grin as red energy flared around his fist. He stated his intent coldly. "This is a betrayal." Stardust screamed in fury, her voice filled with accusation and anger toward the man she had reluctantly trusted. Now triumphant, Daeun looked at his hand and recalled a plot point from the original story. Some Dr. Kim Seonwoo had used Behemoth against her. He was deliberately recreating an event from the past. That means, he trailed off, implying he'd play the villain in this scenario. He stood facing Stardust, ready for battle. "I'll beat you to death," Stardust shouted. She lunged forward, throwing a radiant punch of golden energy. Daeun matched her, charging with his enhanced arm. Daeun's red and black energy flared as his arm slowly began to transform. It started to swell and lengthen. Then it lunged toward the attacking Stardust. Their strikes met, and shockwaves rippled through the space. Stardust was stunned to see her massive energy attack easily blocked. She hadn't expected that. Daeun flashed a smug smile, fully in control of the situation. Quickly, Stardust regained her composure and threw another punch, but Daeun still parried with ease. The fight erupted into a series of violent clashes. Stardust's golden energy and Daeun's dark power collided repeatedly, triggering a chain of earth-shattering explosions. Stardust bravely dashed through the blasts to press her attack, but Daeun used his teleportation ability to dodge, keeping her from getting close. Daeun laughed maniacally, taunting her, "Ha ha ha, what's the matter, planning to blow this place up, Stardust? It will all collapse and crush us." Then Daeun struck, forcing Stardust to hunch defensively as she was knocked downward. Furious, Stardust shouted that he should fight fair. Daeun, smirking, retorted, "Since when does a villain have to fight fair?" Stardust's anger peaked. She roared and focused an immense amount of energy, preparing a devastating strike. The two powers collided once more, producing a more horrifying explosion than before, bathing the area in blinding light. "This is what a real villain is, Stardust. Got it?" Daeun mocked, lecturing her on the nature of evil. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger, but behind her the shadow of the monster loomed, ready to join the fight, startling even Daeun on the opposite side. The mantis-like creature with long, razor-sharp pincers approached at lightning speed. While contending with Stardust, Daeun assessed, "It's too fast." Amid the chaotic battle, Daeun thought he couldn't find a good opportunity to teleport with Stardust while the creature's pincer was so close to her. As its pincer neared Stardust's head, Daeun resolved that it was too late to hesitate. Seconds later, Daeun teleported behind Stardust. He shoved Stardust out of the blow and took the attack himself. Stardust was utterly shocked by his action. In panic and disbelief, Stardust screamed the name of the enemy who had just saved her. Before Stardust could understand what was happening, Daeun's body began to dissolve into a beam of teleportation light. "What just happened?" she stammered. The blow he took left Daeun bleeding profusely. In his final moments before vanishing, Daeun's thoughts were only of Stardust. Just now. "You owe me one," his thought finished as he disappeared completely in a flash, leaving Stardust alone amid the wreckage. The scene cut to a modern room where Daeun's team members waited anxiously. Seo-yoon was complaining that he always vanished without a word, never thinking of those waiting at home. Suddenly Seo-yoon's face brightened. "Oh, he's back," she cried with joy. The girl rushed to the door to greet him, genuinely scolding, "You went out of touch for no reason. Why are you home so late?" with a hint of reproach in her words. Seo-yoon's smile froze, replaced by a look of shock and utter horror. The other two members went pale when they heard Seo-yoon's piercing scream. They rushed over to see what had happened. Daeun lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Seo-yoon knelt beside him, horrified by her brother's condition. A terrible wound was visible in his side, blood continuously gushing out. The group panicked. Subin stammered about finding a first aid kit or calling 911, while Seo-yoon desperately shook Daeun, trying to wake him up. Daeun remained unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked as if he were hanging between life and death. Amid the chaos, Haru spoke up, telling the panicked Seo-yoon to step back. Seo-yoon looked up at the girl, eyes brimming with tears, full of desperation and hope. Haru's hands began to emit a green light, a vibrant healing energy. She placed her glowing hands on Daeun, focusing the healing energy into his wound. Green energy enveloped the room as the girl poured all her strength into saving Daeun. Back in the collapsing laboratory, Stardust knelt on the ground, gasping. She looked at the empty behemoth containment tube and realized Daeun had lost too much blood. Stardust was completely bewildered, her hands trembling. She wondered to herself, why did he save me? By now Daeun had come to, someone was feeding him. Daeun mumbled weakly, "Subin, please." It turned out Daeun was handcuffed and being forced to eat by Subin. Contrary to the ruthless villain image, he screamed in despair, "Please let me feed myself. Let me keep whatever dignity I have left." Despite Daeun's feeble protests, Subin successfully spooned a full bite into his mouth. She cheerfully praised, "Good boy Tilda," while Daeun could only accept his fate helplessly. The scene then cut to Haru getting ready to leave. Daeun waved goodbye. Haru turned back, hesitated, and apologized for hiding her powers until now. Her eyes welled with tears as she thanked Daeun for letting her return to school. Daeun smiled brightly, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. He said he was the one who should be grateful and wished Haru a wonderful first day of high school. Everyone, including Seo-yoon, waved goodbye to Haru and Ki-hyun together. The scene was warm and joyful, like a real family. But the moment Haru left, the mood changed. Seo-yoon suddenly grew angry, her eyes bloodshot. She threatened that if brother dared to go out again, she wouldn't let it slide. Seo-yoon noticed an odd item Dain had brought home, a spool of black yarn which she thought felt quite heavy. Dain stepped closer with a mysterious smile. He explained it was an acupuncture tool and asked to borrow it. Seo-yoon looked skeptical. Immediately after, Dain used his power to draw it toward him and flashed an evil grin. He whispered, "Awaken, behemoth." The yarn in his hand began to glow a fierce red, filled with dark energy. Subin and Seo-yoon froze. Both felt the terrifying power and didn't understand what was happening. There was a metallic clink. The handcuffs locking Dain suddenly shattered and fell to the floor. Red energy tendrils from the behemoth rose up, wrapping around Subin and Seo-yoon, lifting them into the air as they screamed in terror. Dain sat back and continued eating leisurely, muttering, wrongdoing or just unfinished work. He turned to the two girls dangling upside down and asked, "Are you going to repeat this offense?" Subin and Seo-yoon could only scream in fear. "I'm sorry. We won't do it again, we promise." Both cried out urgently, "We won't. Put us down." The scene shifted outside the apartment on a full moon night, ending Dain's punishment. In another room, Stardust was sleeping soundly. She suddenly jolted awake, screaming in panic. It seemed Stardust had just suffered a terrible nightmare about the monster attacking her earlier. She sat curled up on the bed, trembling with fear, her gaze distant as she stared out the window. Fear still etched on her face, Stardust clutched her chest, trying to steady herself after the nightmare. Her mind filled with images of Dain. She whispered anxiously, "Ego stick, he'll be okay, right?" Time passed. A month later, the story moved to a large school where Stardust was living under the guise of an ordinary female student. In class, the heroine sat with her chin propped on her hand, so absent-minded that she didn't notice a friend approaching. A classmate came over and seeing Ha-yeol spacing out, asked worriedly, "Ha-yeol, you've been so out of it lately. What's wrong?" Ha-yeol startled and replied, "Ah, it's nothing." The friend didn't believe her, leaned in and pressed, "Nothing? Come on, tell me, hurry up." Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Ha-yeol hesitated, her mind full of complicated thoughts. She didn't know where to begin. Finally, Ha-yeol decided to ask a hypothetical question that had tormented her for a month. "Hey, if a villain saved a hero, what would that mean?" Her friend looked puzzled, not understanding why Ha-yeol would ask such a strange question. Ha-yeol stammered awkwardly, saying if a villain saved some hero. Ha-yeol quickly waved it off, trying to brush it aside. "It's nothing, I'm probably just getting too into the novel I'm reading lately." Hearing that, her friend eagerly rummaged in her bag. Her friend excitedly boasted that she was also hooked on a seemingly similar novel. She said this as she pulled out her phone. She held the phone up in front of Ha-yeol and said, "Ta-da, how do you like it?" Ha-yeol leaned forward, curious, to look at the screen. On the screen was the cover of a novel titled The Forbidden Love of Villain Ego Stick and Heroine Stardust. The cover showed Ego Stick romantically embracing Stardust. Ha-yeol was so stunned she fell and banged her head on the desk the moment she saw it. Lying sprawled on the floor, Ha-yeol's thoughts were in turmoil. She couldn't believe her eyes. Worry surged again. Will he be okay? He can't die, can he? Seeing Ha-yeol collapse, her friend panicked and shouted. She tried to reassure her that a shameless guy like Ego Stick, who'd toyed with all of Korea, was surely still grinning somewhere, alive and well. Still, Ha-yeol couldn't stop thinking about him. She even wondered when the next attack would happen, betraying how much she missed Ego Stick. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dain was leisurely peeling an apple and declared, "There won't be any attacks for now." Seo-yoon and Subin were sitting in the backyard. Hearing Dain's statement, Seo-yoon jumped up, surprised. Dain stretched out on a chair, enjoying the fresh air. He confirmed, "It's true, I'll take a break before carrying out the next plan." Annoyed, Seo-yoon suggested he give it up entirely. But Dain replied, "I'm not doing it anymore. Someone else will take over." Seo-yoon asked in surprise, "Someone else?" Dain clearly had a plan forming in his mind. Dain explained that he couldn't be the only one in the spotlight forever. The issue was that, at the moment, he was the strongest. He pointed out that Stardust had easily contained the behemoth, which proved they needed a stronger helper for future challenges. Dain closed his eyes, a plan already taking shape in his head. He would prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene shifted to a cafe. A barista with bright orange hair cheerfully greeted customers. Suddenly, a male customer holding a large bouquet of white flowers shouted, I love you, Sihi. Please accept my heart." The woman named Sihi froze. From another table in the cafe, Dain watched the scene. He muttered, "This scene is in the original too, of course." Contrary to her professional smile, Choi Sihi was boiling inside. She hissed through her teeth, "Get out, sir. I'm already stressed enough, and now there's a clown causing a scene at my sacred workplace." An invisible aura of menace made the man opposite him shiver. Rejected bluntly, the poor guy could only cry and run away. From the corner of the cafe, Dain witnessed the whole act and couldn't help laughing inwardly. He thought to himself, watching this live is way more fun. His target was right in front of him. After the troublesome customer left, 23-year-old Choi Si-hee sighed in relief. She rested her forehead on her hand, looking exhausted. Daein remained seated, quietly observing his target, Choi Si-hee. Choi Si-hee rubbed her head, trying to clear her mind. She wondered if she had just dozed off. Daein's thoughts revealed a startling truth. In the original story, Choi Si-hee would later operate under the alias Elektra, an A-rank villain. But for now, she was still just an ordinary citizen. This part-time job was merely a temporary way for her to suppress the constant destructive urges simmering inside. In short, Choi Si-hee was a ticking time bomb, and Daein knew it as he left the cafe, leaving her with swirling emotions. That night, after a long, tiring shift, Choi Si-hee trudged home through a dark alley, complaining about the pressure cooker life she led. She stopped, looked around cautiously, and wondered, there's no one here, right? Her heart began to pound. Once she was sure she was alone, she began to release the pent-up energy. Small sparks of electricity flickered from her hands. The electricity intensified, wrapping her body in a brilliant, powerful blue light. Lightning danced across her fingertips, a spectacle both beautiful and dangerous. The tired expression from earlier vanished, replaced by an excited, fierce look as she controlled the current. At last, she could be herself. A satisfied, slightly mad smile spread across Choi Si-hee's lips. Suddenly, a voice called out from the darkness, "Beautiful." Choi Si-hee startled as the electricity around her went haywire. Daein stepped out of the alley. He emerged in his familiar villainous guise. Daein offered, "I've been looking for someone like you for a long time, Ms. Choi Si-hee. Would you use that power to help me with my terrorist activities?" At the word terrorist, Choi Si-hee flew into a rage. Her power flared violently. She snarled, "You insane bastard. Do you think everyone with powers is a villain like you?" Daein merely smirked. He summoned his crimson behemoth energy and challenged, "Then attack me. Let's see how strong you really are." Not wanting to disappoint her opponent, Choi Si-hee poured all her strength inward. Blue bolts of lightning coalesced around her body, growing larger, a sign of a devastating attack. Instantly, she unleashed a massive thunderbolt, firing it straight at the haughty Daein standing there. However, her lightning strike was easily intercepted and completely neutralized by Kim Daein's red energy filaments. The two energy streams collided, producing a horrific explosion that obliterated everything around them. When the smoke cleared, Kim Daein still stood unscathed. He let out a savage laugh, taunting Choi Si-hee that this was all the power she had. Choi Si-hee ground her teeth in rage, but deep down she felt a strange sense of release. It was the first time she had fought without holding back. Despite her fury, she had to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Daein made an offer, saying it would be valid until next week and urging Choi Si-hee to think it over carefully. Choi Si-hee was stunned and hadn't yet understood what was happening when Kim Daein prepared to vanish. She hurriedly called after him. But it was too late. Kim Daein disappeared before her eyes, leaving Choi Si-hee alone amid the rubble. She looked down at her hand, sparks still flickered from the battle. Exhausted and disoriented, she couldn't deny that the fight had been intensely satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere. Kim Daein, in his usual attire, appeared utterly pained and desperate. Lee Subin beside him expressed regret, apologized, and suggested that perhaps their relationship should end here. Kim Daein snapped angrily at Seo Yoon, demanding to know how she could do this to him after all he'd done for her. Seo Yoon replied with a sly smile and a suggestive farewell. It turned out to be just a performance while they played billionaire chess. Kim Daein screamed in bitter defeat while Seo Yoon laughed triumphantly. Apparently, Kim Daein had gone bankrupt in the game. Seo Yoon mercilessly mocked his pathetic state. As the loser, Kim Daein was punished with 3 days of washing a mountain of dishes for a 5-person household. While Kim Daein trudged off to accept his punishment, Seo Yoon reminded him it had been 3 days since they discussed recruiting new members. She wondered why he was still idling about, and he replied indifferently. Seo Yoon watched him with suspicion, unsure of what Kim Daein was plotting. Kim Daein slid on his gloves and smiled smugly. He was certain the bait he'd set long ago had finally taken the hook. Cut to Choi Si-hee's everyday life. She was working at a cafe, listlessly taking customers' orders with a vacant expression. Fatigue was written on her face. She even accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed everyday life was draining her completely. The kind manager's sister noticed Choi Si-hee's weariness and advised her to step outside and rest for a while. Se-hee thanked her sheepishly and accepted. She wearily collapsed onto a bench outside. During her break, Choi Se-hee took out her phone. Her hand trembled as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Igostik, the person everyone kept mentioning. She hadn't realized he was such a formidable figure, the most influential villain in Korea, with his own fan cafe and more fame than most heroes. But what stunned her most was that Igostik's terrorist attacks caused no civilian casualties, only property damage. The death toll was always 0. This made Choi Se-hee wonder, could he really be a good person? The story then returns to introduce her identity, a user of electrical powers who had never truly unleashed her full strength until she met Egostick. The reason was that her parents detested people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Sehi's abilities since she was a child. That repression was like an overcharged battery. Tension building over time had turned into destructive impulsiveness, a trait unique to Sehi. Amid the chaotic thoughts, Egostick's offer echoed in her mind, urging her to think carefully. She returned to work. 4 days had passed since Dane's proposal. She kept working day after day, day 5, then day 6. At that moment, she froze. A name flashed in her head, Egostick. Her expression instantly shifted from casual to sheer terror. Finally, it was the 7th day, 1 week since their meeting. That night, Choi Sehi stood alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. She bowed her head, her face set with determination, as if she had made an important decision. Suddenly, she heard a sound. She looked up and thrilled, called out Ego. But it was only a stray cat. It flinched, puffed up, and let out a fierce yowl. The cat quickly bolted back into the darkness. Choi Sehi blushed at her mistake. She clenched her fists, whispered Egostick's name in frustration and anticipation. At that moment, Egostick actually appeared behind her and asked if she had decided about his offer. After a pause, Choi Sehi exhaled and replied firmly, "I'll do it." Egostick couldn't hide his delight. Choi Sehi grasped his hand, reiterating that she would do anything he asked. She blushed with excitement and begged, "Crazier stuff or whatever, please let me wreck something, hurry up." Doin, sweating a bit at this girl, awkwardly replied, "Oh yes, yes." Not making her wait, Egostick immediately teleported, preparing to take her to a special place. The place they arrived at was Ego Base, Din's secret headquarters. Upon arrival, Choi Sehi was introduced by Egostick to the members of his group. Egostick formally announced Choi Sehi as the family's new member. Taken aback by the unexpected welcome, she awkwardly gave her name. Everyone cheerfully reintroduced themselves. Subin stood in the middle waving and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Subin." Haru, in a school uniform, politely added, "Hello, I'm La Haru." In contrast to the warm greetings, Seo Yoon looked displeased and muttered, "Another girl?" Seeing this, Dan helplessly introduced her. "This girl's name is Seo Yoon." After introducing everyone, Egostick turned to Sehi and said, "As for me," he slowly removed his mask. He smiled and revealed his true identity. "I'm Kim Doin." Choi Sehi was utterly stunned. In her mind appeared the image of a familiar young man sitting and drinking at the cafe where she worked. She realized with shock that Egostick was the handsome guy who had come to her cafe last week. The sudden revelation fell over the room like silence. Kim Dane was bewildered, Choi Sehi embarrassed, and the other members were speechless. Too shocked and mortified to control herself, Choi Sehi's power surged uncontrollably. A massive burst of electricity erupted from her body. The electrical surge was so strong it knocked out all power in Egostick's high-tech base, plunging everything into darkness. In the darkness, the group panicked. Han Seo-yoon guessed that Sehi's electricity had caused the outage. Lee Subin felt a tingling sensation, while Lee Haru could only marvel at this incredible power. Everyone was stunned when a light shone in. The beam hit Choi Sehi directly, forcing her to cover her eyes with her hand. Amid the chaos, Ki-hyun appeared at the door holding a flashlight. The boy irritably asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could finish his homework. Outside, the street was shown to be plunged into darkness as well. Cut to Ha-yeol, who was reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification that her membership level on Egostick's fan cafe had been upgraded. She raked her hands through her hair and slumped face first onto the desk in helplessness. Blushing with embarrassment at Icicle's teasing, Ha-yeol thought, "I've been auto-promoted on Mangastick's fan cafe, an elite member, truly elite," and told herself she should just go to sleep. She then jumped into bed and tossed and turned, lost in thought. Angrily clutching her hand in concern for Do-in, she wondered to herself, is that guy okay? The image of Dan resurfaced in her mind, along with the words, "You owe me a favor" earlier. Ha-yeol's expression fell. She anxiously called out Egostick's name, as if some unseen connection existed between them. After the chaotic incident, the warehouse door swung open. The group stared at the open box. Choi Sehi felt guilty and apologized to everyone, but Seo Yoon said it was fine, she was bored anyway. Amid that atmosphere, Kim Dae-in suddenly placed a hand on Choi Sehi's shoulder. He whispered in her ear, suggesting she go somewhere alone with him. Choi Sehi was taken aback by the unexpected proposal. She quietly followed behind Kim Dae-in. The two split from the group and moved into a quieter area. They headed toward a large, luxurious mansion hidden in the stillness of the night. A flicker of worry and uncertainty crossed Choi Sehi's face as she continued to follow him. Kim Dae-in led her to a wide courtyard. He turned, opened his arms, and said, "Okay, there's no one here now, just the two of us." She looked at him and asked, "So what?" With a teasing smile, he urged her, "Go on, do whatever you want. You want to do it, don't you, with all that power of yours?" Choi Sehi stared at him with determined eyes, seemingly ready for what was about to happen. She let out a shout and electric energy began to surge violently around her. She stared at him and said, "So you dodge everything yourself? Ego, Kim Do-in." Even when called by his real name, Kim Do-in remained completely calm, unfazed. Instantly, Choi Se-hee unleashed all the pent-up power inside her, while Dane slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple glow. Her eyes shone brilliantly, revealing the astonishing power being released. Facing the massive surge, Kim Dane simply used his teleportation ability to avoid the attack. He laughed with delight, clearly impressed and pleased by the power she displayed. Choi Se-hee's power created a spectacular scene, an electrical storm that swallowed everything around it. After expending all her strength, Choi Se-hee knelt on the shattered ground, panting. She was completely exhausted. Kim Dane stepped closer. Choi Se-hee looked up and asked, "Your acts of terror don't hurt other people, right?" He replied casually, "Of course, I'm a pacifist after all." She scoffed, clearly not believing him. "Nonsense. Not harming others automatically makes it nonviolent." Then she abruptly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Dane theatrically counted on his fingers. "Let's see, I'm 22. No, I'm 23 this year." Choi Se-hee puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "What, we're the same age? Didn't you look me up before coming here, so why are you speaking so formally?" She smiled, offered him a bottle of water, and suggested, then dropped the honorifics. Kim Dane agreed and took her hand, sealing the agreement. Amid the ruins caused by her own power, Kim Dane formally welcomed her to join. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Se-hee was unimpressed by the name Kim Dane chose. "Team Ego, what the hell is that? Is your nomming taste really that bad?" A month passed. Choi Se-hee, now a member of Team Ego, was in a special training session with Kim Do-in. He coached her as she practiced planting her feet. "Right. Now imagine wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground." She tried to follow, but the unstable current threw her off balance and she toppled over. Kim Dane flinched and moved aside when she fell to the ground right next to him. Just then, Seo-yoon walked out of the house, yawning, and asked, "Owa, it's early, what are you two doing?" Kim Dane explained, "It's special training. She'll face Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee remained sprawled on the ground and skeptically asked, "Hey, are you sure this will work?" Kim Dane began to feel uneasy too. He muttered, "That's strange." Then he suddenly remembered something important. "Right," he exclaimed. He eagerly explained again, "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground. Got it?" "Got it." But Choi Se-hee still looked vague. "Around my feet? I'm not so sure." After a moment of surprise, Choi Se-hee seemed to grasp the key point. And she succeeded. A steady current around her feet kept her hovering in the air. Kim Dane declared satisfied, "All right, that's enough for today." Behind them, Seo-yoon cheered in excitement. At the end of the session, Seo-yoon happily brought water to Choi Se-hee. "Here you go, your water." Choi Se-hee smiled, took it, and thanked her. She drained the whole bottle in one go, sweat-drenched after the grueling practice. Noticing Kim Dane's stare, Choi Se-hee turned and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kim Dane pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower. You smell like sweat." His remark immediately set Choi Se-hee off. She shouted back angrily, "Of course I'm sweating. I was training. The fury of an S-rank talent is not something you want to face." She hurled the water bottle straight at Kim Dane's face. Kim Dane panicked. A thought flashed through his head. "Se-hee, is she about to say, 'Deal with it' to me?" Contrary to his fear, Choi Se-hee was clearly delighted. She laughed and taunted, "Would Tilda come at me then?" Watching their banter, Seo-yoon just sighed in exasperation. I wish they could act their age." The night before the operation, the team was intensely focused. On a game, Han Seo-yoon shouted, "Hey, 9 o'clock, go to 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was tense and chaotic. Someone was shouting to press button A, another was yelling to fire now. Choi Se-hee, holding the controller, was confused and didn't know what to do amid the conflicting commands. Suddenly, a noise made all three of them show clear expressions of alarm. The screen went dark. Kim Dane shouted for them to put the controllers down, while Seo-yoon yelled at him to turn the lights on. Lee Subin entered, and saw the three of them huddled under the dim lamp planning for the next day. The noisy gaming vibe was gone. The mood had turned serious. Seeing the team still awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but sigh. "The terrorist event is today and you stayed up all night. I guess everyone's excited since it's been a while." At Lee Subin's reminder, the group broke out in a cold sweat. She gently said, "You've all worked very hard." Tension peaked when Lee Subin mentioned the name of this terrorist plan, Red D, Red Edition 2. She beamed and suggested, "Instead of this, how about everyone go to sleep right now?" Her smile terrified the other three. Hearing that, the group hurried back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee awkwardly said goodnight, and Seo-yoon also said she needed to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Dane was about to leave, Lee Subin called him back sharply with a cold expression. "Do-in, stay." From afar, Choi Se-hee and Seo-yoon whispered to each other, "Subin is scary when she's angry." Kim Dane could only bow apologetically. The next morning, an emergency alert was broadcast everywhere. A villain's terrorist attack occurred in Seoul. Notably, all civilians within a 250 m radius had been evacuated with no casualties. And then the question was asked, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust was on her way to the scene. She hurtled down from the sky at breakneck speed. At the center of the attack, amid the rubble, Choi Se-hee looked up at Stardust as she approached. Choi Se-hee, wearing her new villain outfit, perched on a pile of debris and greeted sarcastically, "Hello, Stardust?" Choi Se-hee's villain alias was Elektra. Stardust landed, eyeing Elektra with a cold, wary stare. Stardust commanded villain, "Stop this attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you. Hearing that, Elektra only smirked as sparks began to flicker from her hands. Surrender. She shouted no way and unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity at Stardust. Stardust was taken by surprise by the preemptive strike. With a confident smile and eyes blazing with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I'm here for him to face you." The battle between the two officially began. The scene flashes back to a week before Elektra's attack. Diane is sitting in the park with Elektra. She wonders why they have to train when it ended yesterday, and Dayan replies that he hasn't taught her the finishing move yet. Dayan proudly introduces the new move he named the Thunder Punch. Elektra hears it and thinks the name is terrible, mocking Dayan's numbing talent as hopeless, unaware that the person who actually named it was none other than Elektra herself, which infuriates Dayan. Dayan begins instructing. Instead of projecting the electricity outward, imagine rolling it into your palm, clenching it tight, then throwing a punch. Elektra follows his guidance, focusing her will into her fist and concentrating all the electrical energy to its maximum limit. A massive surge of electrical energy erupts from Elektra's hand, producing a terrifying explosion. She launches the punch forward, its force flattening an entire wide swath of land. Dayan watches the result from a distance and asks Elektra how she feels about the Thunder Punch. Elektra can only exclaim that it's truly terrifying. And so, during the remaining week before the attack, the two focus exclusively on training this move. Dayan teases her, telling her to try giving Stardust a taste of it. The remark stirs Elektra a bit. She thinks he's being cruel. Dayan then puts on a mock-serious act, claiming he's a villain with his own suffering, and Elektra is left speechless at him. Back in the present, Elektra is laughing maniacally, her whole body wrapped in powerful electricity as she wonders if an A-ranked hero's strength is really only this much. Opposite her, Stardust struggles to withstand Elektra's barrage of attacks. She's continuously being pushed backward. Still, Stardust tries to hold a defense, waiting for an opening to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dayan sits comfortably in a safe spot, watching the fight through binoculars while chewing on popcorn. He treats it like a free show. Stardust grits her teeth as powerful jolts of electricity keep shocking her body. Stardust realizes that to get close to Elektra, she must endure these brutal electric shocks, and Elektra finds it amusing that Stardust can push past that threshold. If so, an immense concentration of energy begins to gather at Elektra's feet. Elektra screams, "How about this move?" then stomps hard on the ground. A powerful electric strike then slams into Stardust, forcing her to brace herself as the shockwave from the attack shatters everything around them. Elektra realizes defeating her is easier than she expected, excitement showing on Elektra's face. From within the field of electricity, a pair of legs slowly steps out. Stardust's entire body radiates a brilliant golden energy. This is the form she takes when using her full power. Elektra watches in astonishment and a bit of fear as Stardust slowly advances. Stardust stands before Elektra, the strong energy enveloping her, and Elektra quickly moves away so Stardust can't close in. After landing, Elektra begins gasping for breath from exertion. Stardust charges forward, aiming to end the fight quickly. Elektra looks at Stardust, thinking that Stardust truly is a monster. Could it be that all this time Dayan has been playing around with an opponent like this? Dayan in the distance also notices that Stardust seems to be gradually adapting to Elektra's attack. Another thought crosses Dayan's mind. The reason he'd gone all out to power up Sihi. It was to increase Stardust's endurance. He wanted Stardust to become stronger through battles like this. Compared to the trials she faced in the original story, this level was nothing. But Elektra hadn't given up. She forced herself up and continued to use her power. Stardust spoke up, ordering Elektra to surrender, promising she would be taken into custody without injury. Elektra was stunned to hear that. Elektra shouted angrily because Stardust dared to belittle her. On the other side, Stardust understood the implication and replied, "You brought this on yourself." Immediately after, Stardust burst forward at full power. Elektra readied her finishing move as well, the Thunder Punch. The two forces collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion that warped the space between them. The shockwave from the battle shattered everything. Dayan, watching from afar, couldn't help but exclaim, deeply impressed by the power of the two. Moments later, he used his ability to teleport elsewhere. Dayan landed on the balcony of a house far from the attack site. He couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat from the pressure the two had just unleashed. He quickly pulled up the feed to see how the match was going. A camera shielded by Dayan's power still hovered at the scene, unbroken, recording the battle. Through the thick smoke and dust, only Stardust could be seen standing there. Her gaze was resolute, looking straight ahead with unwavering vigilance. The ground had split into a massive chasm, a testament to the horrifying destructive force of the recent attacks. Elektra, clutching her injured arm, slowly emerged from the smoke. Stardust then asked, "Who was the him you mentioned earlier?" Stardust recalled Elektra's words and said she had come to deal with Stardust because of him. Stardust pressed further, asking if there was a mastermind behind Elektra. Elektra gritted her teeth and refused to utter a single word. Seeing that, Stardust said, "Fine, then I'll extract the information myself." Suddenly, a purple energy surge appeared along with a hand wrapping around Elektra. Elektra vanished immediately afterward. Stardust frowned at that familiar power, wondering could it be. When she finished the thought, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust looked up, startled, turning to locate the source of the voice. Before her, Din hovered in midair holding Elektra in his arms. He answered confidently, "Yes, it's me." Din smiled smugly and said, "Long time no see, haven't we?" At the same time, Din's Ego Stream channel went live. Viewership skyrocketed as people grew excited at his unexpected appearance. The stream audience was extremely curious about the beautiful girl Diane was holding. They began speculating about their relationship, some even suggesting it was an affair right in front of Stardust. Still shaken, Stardust clutched her head and asked, "Egostisk, you're still alive?" Dane looked puzzled by Stardust's question, then laughed and replied, "Of course I'm still alive. Even if that's not good news for you, haha." Stardust looked at Dane and said, "Is that so? How fortunate." Dane seemed to realize something and said, "Huh, just now." Stardust flushed with anger and embarrassment. Dane seized the chance to tease, "Oh my, I didn't expect Stardust to care about me so much. Should I notify you next time that I'm safe? Ha ha ha." Elektra weakly asked, "Hey, why did you arrive so late?" Dane smiled and said, "Sorry, I needed to watch until the very last moment." The image of Dane holding Elektra was reflected in Stardust's eyes. She tried to make sense of what was happening. Suddenly, Dane sensed a terrifying, murderous intent. He looked in surprise toward where it was coming from. Stardust appeared with blazing red eyes and her whole body aflame. She stared at Dane and Elektra with a look of hatred. Elektra was terrified and shouted, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks terrifying." Dane held Elektra tightly and observed, let's see, it looks like she's about to tear us two villains apart right in front of her." Dane continued to tease, suggesting perhaps this was the hero's rage, which made Stardust blush with embarrassment. Before Dane appeared, Stardust spoke up and asked, "Why are you here, Egostick?" Dane was holding the villainous Elektra in his arms. He wondered if he was the one being called, then answered himself that he came to rescue his teammates. Stardust lowered her face. She muttered the word teammate with a skeptical and puzzled look. Din paid no mind to Stardust's attitude. He excitedly declared he would introduce everyone to his new teammates. Immediately, a huge three-dimensional screen appeared in midair, displaying the words Ego Stream along with silhouettes of the group members. The heroine Stardust looked up in stunned silence. Din proudly proclaimed this was an alliance, a group of villains who would operate together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was completely shocked. The idea of a villain alliance was unprecedented and left her astonished and aghast. Din continued his performance, hovering as he asserted he had teammates as powerful as Elektra in his arms. Forced to become evidence for Din's words, Elektra showed clear annoyance. Meanwhile, Din declared he would no longer terrorize alone. Din issued a warning to Stardust, then corrected himself, saying this warning was for all of Korea, which made Stardust even angrier. Right after, Din excitedly ordered Elektra forward Aleku, discharge 1,000,000 volts. Elektra complied and released a powerful bolt of electricity. But she could not accept that name. She screamed in anger, "I told you not to do that." The powerful electric bolt from Elektra struck downward, causing Stardust to be flung far away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Din quickly escaped, leaving a taunt that Stardust was still too inexperienced to catch him. Mocked by his opponent and escaping before her eyes, Stardust could only helplessly scream in fury. To vent her anger, Stardust slammed a devastating punch into the ground, cracking the earth. Standing amid the rubble, Stardust felt a filth and shame like never before. She gritted her teeth and called out both Elektra and Egostick, deepening this hatred. In Stardust's imagination, it was entirely different from reality. She pictured Diane and Elektra being intimate, Diane proudly boasting he had many cute teammates, and of course the cutest was Aleku, while Elektra shyly replied, "Oh, what are you saying? I told you not to do that." Thinking this, a flame of hatred burned within Stardust. She vowed that at their next encounter, she would definitely destroy Egostick. The scene shifted to a dark alley. Diane arrived at a secret spot and stared at the brick wall, wondering if this was the place. Suddenly, Diane gathered strength in his fist and shouted, "Come here." A powerful punch from Dane smashed the wall, causing it to crack and reveal a passage. After entering, Dane landed in a dim corridor. He looked around, then said, "I found the right spot." Dane walked down the ancient hallway lit by blue flame candles. This was a secret path hidden behind a false wall. At the end of the corridor, Dane faced a massive jet black door radiating brilliant and majestic light. The door slowly opened. Dane stepped into a completely different space. Upon entering, Dane spoke hello. It was a woman with mesmerizing green hair known as the Vine Witch. She sat amid an enchanted garden, looked up at the stranger and asked why he had come. Facing the Vine Witch, Dane got straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use magic to seal his items. Dane placed two journals and a chest on the table. One journal recorded every event that had happened in the world up to now, and the other would record what happened from now on. Vine Witch glanced at the red gem Dane offered as payment. She appeared pleased, remarking it was a beautiful stone and agreeing to grant the request. Vine Witch asked about the duration of the sealing. Dane answered decisively, requesting both items be sealed until his death. Dane's request surprised Vine Witch somewhat. She closed her eyes and pondered this strange proposal. After a moment, Vine Witch began the ritual. She raised her hands above the journals and a brilliant magic circle began to form. Dane stood silently watching as Vine Witch, surrounded by plants and magic, chanted a complex spell. Green and gold magical energy poured from Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the journals and the the chest. When the magic finished, a glowing sigil appeared on the books. Vine Witch announced that from now on no one could peek inside except their owner. Dayan politely thanked her. Transaction complete. Dayan turned and left. Vine Witch watched silently as smoke from her pipe curled through the air. As Dayan neared the exit, Vine Witch warned that the path he was choosing would be extremely difficult. Dayan paused. Dayan did not turn back. He was silent for a moment, then offered a faint smile, replying that it was a path someone had to take. Dayan appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise, purple energies swirling around him against the city's blazing sunset. He looked down at the vast city and reflected. This was also where he decided his purpose in this world. On a large advertising screen, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed all of Dayan's thoughts were directed toward her. Dayan stretched and told himself that from now on truly amazing things would happen. In a moment of vulnerability and emotion, Dayan cried out desperately, begging Stardust to trust only him. Dayan's dramatic moment was cut short by a phone call. Seo-yoon shouted into the phone, urging him to come home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Harshly pulled back to reality, Dayan calmly answered that he would come home immediately. Seo-yoon on the other end angrily ordered him to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Dayan regained his usual calm and confidence. He smiled faintly as he looked toward the sunset. He declared that now was the time for the final event of Stage 1. At the same time, on a highway in Korea, a truck was moving along normally, unaware of the disaster about to strike. In a secret control room, a group of scientists worked. An older man, seemingly their leader, announced that the final moment had arrived. Immediately, the highway surface violently broke from below, producing a massive explosion. From beneath the earth, a huge yellow mechanical component rose up, heralding the arrival of a new threat. The giant machine fully emerged from the ground. It was a massive yellow combat robot. It wreaked horrific destruction on the highway. Drivers panicked and screamed in despair. The elderly man leading the new villain group smiled wickedly. He spoke out, calling his comrades and declaring that this country Korea had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing large explosions from afar. Amid the chaos, the man's voice rang out, declaring that it was time to destroy everything. Back to a normal day in class, where students are whispering and chatting during the lesson. A male student is watching a video of the villain Elektra and can't help admiring her beauty. He turns to ask his friend whether Elektra is romantically involved with the criminal Egostic. Hearing this, Stardust is slightly startled and sniffs. The other friend continues to speculate that Elektra is Egostic's companion. Upon hearing this, Stardust breathes a small sigh of relief and lightly smiles. The discussion goes on. The student believes that Egostic and Elektra's closeness on camera means they have feelings for each other. Moreover, he says no one would carry a girl like a princess. Hearing that, the brown-haired friend sarcastically asks if that's the level of those youths. Because they have no relationship, they dare to hug in front of the cameras. If it were someone they truly liked, they absolutely wouldn't dare. Stardust hears all these words. The friend agrees and tells him to continue. The student goes on to analyze that Egostic's attitude has always been consistent and unchanged. Their next remark startles Stardust. Egostic only has Stardust, that's it. The other friend replies that maybe that's why Stardust looks so pitiful. I watched the live stream and almost cried. From her perspective, Egostic is just one of the villains, but still worth caring about. Witnessing Egostic embrace another woman right in front of her, who could stand it, the friend concludes that their buddy has sunk too deep into delusion. Suddenly, the blue-haired male student speaks up, saying that he personally enthusiastically supports the Egolek pairing because they seem more in tune. This comment is the last straw. Stardust is so enraged she snaps the pen in her hand. A murderous aura thickly emanates. The blue-haired student seems to realize he misspoke. Meanwhile, the desk mate whispers that the blonde girl appears to be a hardcore fan of the Egostic Stardust pairing. The teacher enters the class and announces the lesson is starting. Birds flutter outside the window, signaling a day like any other. But the peace is quickly broken. Stardust suddenly stands up with a look of shock. An emergency alert appears on her phone screen. Without hesitation, Stardust bolts out of the classroom. The alert reports an unidentified massive weapon heading north from the southeast outskirts of Seoul and orders the team to deploy immediately. She quickly moves to the headquarters of the Korean Ability Association. Upon arrival, Stardust is breathless. She has already changed into her hero costume. Before her is a horrifying scene. A giant robot is ravaging the city. The robot continues advancing, spreading chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raises a massive tripod-like leg, preparing to crush a car blocking its way. Ironically, inside that car, a family is still panicking and frightened. At the crucial moment, Stardust erupts with power and darts like a lightning bolt to rescue them. After pushing the car out of danger, she turns to assess the situation. Receiving thanks and cheers from classmates, Stardust feels reinvigorated. She concentrates her energy, eyes full of determination, then soars into the sky to confront the giant robot head-on. A voice rings out, mockingly calling Stardust a puppet of the government and the association as she rushes toward the robot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chairman of Hanun Corporation, who built the robot, watches the battle with a sinister smile. wondering if Stardust can defeat the last remnant of his company. Stardust unleashes a powerful energy strike straight at the enemy. However, her attack seems to have no effect on the robot. It counterattacks, sending Stardust flying downward. Stardust is astonished by the robot's resilience and overwhelming force, a blow capable of sending her crashing into a wall. Not stunned for long, Stardust immediately regains momentum and flies off. Stardust rushes at light speed, fear and determination in her eyes, when suddenly a shout, "Doctor," rings out from within the robot. Stardust is confused. She doesn't understand what's happening. Inside the robot, a panicked voice of a scientist is heard, saying what could it be, followed by a command, "Elect to advance," from Daein. From within a flash of electricity comes a heart-rending scream. Suddenly, the robot stops. Another voice interjects, "Hey, move aside, move aside." A voice calls out, "Can you hear me?" Stardust is stunned as she recognizes the familiar voice and shouts, "Ego Stick." Daein confirms it's him. Inside the control cabin, the group of scientists have been completely restrained. Daein's voice continues, "My colleagues at Hanun Corporation created this magnificent machine." Ego Stick appears on the big screen, explaining that a real villain like him would be a shame not to use. In the control room, Elektra frowns in disdain. When he acts like this, he truly seems insane. Seo Yoon seems too familiar with this and replies calmly, "You'll get used to it soon." Daein continues his performance, taunting Stardust that he will use this beautiful toy to flatten the city and daring her to stop him. Contrary to Daein's expectations, Stardust does not falter. Instead, she bursts into confident laughter. With blazing eyes and a challenging smile, Stardust declares she will definitely stop his destruction and Ego Stick will pay. Then she rockets toward the robot at terrifying speed, determined to end the fight. Back at base, Seo Yoon reports that the machine's power tuning is complete. Ego Stick merely smiles. Daein places his hand on the control bar and thinks to himself, "Ha Yul, today try releasing the full power once and see." Daein becomes extremely excited. He shouts, "Here we go," and pulls the lever down decisively. The robot, under Daein's control, lifts its arm back and strikes straight at Stardust. The blow is unleashed with tremendous force and makes direct contact with Stardust, causing her to recoil in shock and be pushed far back. From his control cabin, Ego Stick laughs loudly and mocks Stardust, asking if she really thinks she can stop the giant octopus weapon with that little strength. Ego Stick orders Seo Yoon to increase the machine's speed further. Hearing this, Stardust also decides to give everything in this battle. The robot charges forward at breakneck speed, its mechanical arms turning into sharp drill points, attacking Stardust frantically. However, with her flexible body, Stardust is still able to dodge the attacks. Her speed becomes increasingly stable, and she can keep up with the robot's assaults. Seeing this, Daein instructs Seo Yoon to gradually raise the speed even more. This time, Stardust nearly reaches the robot's maximum speed. She moves at lightning pace, skillfully evading the robot's strikes. Witnessing Stardust's performance, Daein cannot hide his excitement. He exclaims, "Yes, that's it." He gleefully thinks that today he can finally return home safely, no longer doomed to the tragic end of the past. Meanwhile, in a government building, a man reports that everything is ready. In front of him is a box containing an emergency red button. This man is the president of South Korea. He stands before an extremely difficult decision. With a resolute expression, he declares that to destroy the giant weapon, they have only one option left. Without hesitation, the president presses the red button. Immediately, alarm sirens blare throughout the control room, signaling an emergency. At the same time, in Ego Stick's control room, he panics and calls Seo Yoon while she frantically hammers the keys. On the main screen, the words "Max Speed Error" appear in red. Stardust now moves so fast it's like teleportation, easily evading every attack from the robot. She flashes a triumphant smile toward Daein. A horrific explosion occurred. Fire and black smoke billowed from a building in the city, signaling an extremely violent terrorist attack. In the control room, where Daein and his associate were directing, he ordered Han Seo Yoon to increase the robot's power by 1 level. Unlike the panic of the other 2 members, Seo Yoon happily complied. Immediately, a massive beam of energy was fired, creating a terrifying blast with tremendous destructive power. Stardust confronted it head-on without hesitation. Amid the chaos, the heroine Stardust still smiled confidently. Seemingly growing accustomed to this power, Daein quietly encouraged her. "She can do it, Stardust." With a shout of determination, Stardust leapt into battle, her body radiating a brilliant light. She quickly closed in and delivered a powerful strike to the robot, causing a huge explosion. The impact from Stardust's attack made Daein's control room shake violently, causing Elektra and Subin to scream in terror. While Seo Yoon was also startled, Daein appeared determined, roaring that there was no chance for Stardust. Having spoken, Daein stomped on the control pedal, deciding to engage Stardust himself. The giant robot under Daein's control began moving far more nimbly and agilely, charging forward at high speed. Daein was extremely excited, boasting about his arcade gaming skills and saying it was time to show off. He maneuvered the robot to launch a cunning attack towards Stardust, shouting her name loudly. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled again. She realized her power was gradually growing stronger. The more she fought, the more Stardust felt the energy within her surging powerfully. This was Daein's intention. Instead of fear, Stardust was exhilarated. She taunted Daein, wanting him to launch more attacks. Buffed with power, Stardust charged straight at the robot with terrifying speed. her body like a ball of fire. She easily landed on the giant robot's arm, showing the gap in speed and agility. Stardust executed a graceful somersault in the air, completely in control of the situation. She confidently declared that she was familiar with the robot's movements. With a sharp gaze, Stardust ordered Diane to stand still and wait for her finishing blow. Suddenly, Stardust's eyes flashed with surprise, and then an unexpected strike from the robot hit Stardust directly, causing her to lose balance and fly straight down to the ground. From the control room, Diane laughed maniacally, mocking Stardust's confidence and calling it her delusion, because everything was still going according to his plan. Hit by the sudden attack, she gritted her teeth and endured, snarling that Egostick's rambling drove her crazy. Then her whole body radiated fierce power. Dane explained that this Octopass robot's performance was designed to maximize against a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust. At that moment, Stardust rushed forward like a projectile. Unfazed, Stardust shone brightly, lunged forward, and delivered an extremely powerful punch to the robot, causing one of its legs to explode. Stardust's attack caused damage. A red warning appeared on Dane's control screen, indicating a component of the robot was impaired. Seo-yoon shouted in panic, asking what Dane was doing. The backlash from the robot even startled Dane himself. But Dane quickly regained his confidence. He said this was the feeling Stardust should have, and now he would fight seriously. Saying that, Dane shouted, ordering the Octopass's power to be raised to maximum. Strangely, Stardust merely stood silently on top of the robot, as if waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Dane. He wondered, then shouted to increase power again, but the team members just looked at each other in silence. Seo-yoon sighed and typed reluctantly, carrying out Dane's insane command. The robot began to transform, its parts moving and reassembling, preparing for a new combat form. Stardust frowned. She sensed the change. Dane taunted, asking whether Stardust could adapt to this speed. The robot started to move. It closed in and attacked Stardust. This time she could not dodge as easily as before. Stardust was flung away. The robot's power and speed exceeded her expectations. She landed on the ground, panting, clearly struggling against Octopass's new form. The battle was broadcast live and the audience was ecstatic. They commented on the high-level fight and hoped Stardust would be promoted to S rank. Meanwhile, Dane wanted to push Stardust even further. The robot moved chaotically. It seemed Dane was having trouble controlling it at maximum power. Seo-yoon shouted for him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot, and she had one more reason to take it down. It was for Egostick's girls. Stardust clenched her fists. She realized an ironic truth. If Egostick hadn't been here, constantly pushing her to the limit, then defeating this giant robot might have been impossible. It was thanks to him that her power had been unleashed. With renewed determination, Stardust declared that now they could do it. She surged forward, ready for a decisive strike. Her power rushed violently into the robot. In the control room, Dane gritted his teeth and endured. The recent attack had put great pressure on everyone. Elektra was astonished that Stardust seemed even stronger than before. Seo-yoon anxiously reported that the robot's power could only be maintained for 10 more minutes. Despite the warning, Dane laughed and said he would stubbornly enjoy this fight until the last minute. His recklessness angered Elektra. Elektra angrily shouted at Dane, calling him crazy and warning the robot would explode. Yet Dane was ecstatic and urged Han Seo-yoon to continue. The violent shaking made Subin complain she was motion sick. As for Stardust, after regaining her balance, she landed firmly on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next assault. She channeled her strength, unleashing a series of rapid punches into the robot's body, each blow carrying destructive energy. Stardust's gaze sharpened. She had located the cockpit where Dane was inside. Over there, he's there. Just as Stardust prepared to strike, an urgent voice blared in her earpiece, ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, not understanding what was happening. By reflex, she jumped back, kept her distance from the robot, and asked why there was such a sudden order. And then a horrifying piece of news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile to be fired at the robot's location. Stardust was utterly shocked. Her commander at the control center confirmed the information. He looked at the screen showing a red dot racing toward them and warned Stardust she would die if caught in the blast. She couldn't believe this crazy decision. Stardust angrily challenged them. She argued she could take down the robot herself and that launching the missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained this was a political decision. The president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust continued to argue about the recklessness of the action, but the commander cut her off, shouting that she was not to argue and must leave immediately. While Stardust was still stunned, Dane, unaware of the impending danger, mocked her, asking how long she would dawdle and saying his punch was itching to land. Stardust looked toward the robot. She realized Dane had stopped attacking and was waiting for her. A strangely considerate act for a villain. She knew he was unaware of the missile. A major decision formed in her mind. Stardust uttered an apology, then decisively removed her earpiece, cutting off all orders from above. In the command center, everyone shouted her name in astonishment. Instead of retreating, Stardust shot up into the sky, heading toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, staff panicked seeing Stardust discard her comms, but her manager remained calm. He believed that as always, Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the heroine, he nonchalantly ate popcorn and said, "Let's wait and see," despite his subordinates' extreme worry. Dain saw Stardust fly off and misunderstood. He shouted, asking where she was going, thinking she was fleeing in defeat. But Stardust paid him no mind. She flew higher, her mind now focused only on Dain. He was an A-rank terrorist, and the state had every reason to eliminate him. But for some reason, Stardust realized she did not hate him. A faint smile appeared as she made her decision. This time she would save him. Stardust flew toward the missile. Stardust shot forward like an arrow of light, tearing through Seoul's sky to carry out her suicide mission. Her eyes burned with determination, showing not a hint of hesitation before the death looming directly ahead. Clad in her familiar red and black battle suit, Stardust sped on, her sole objective to stop the missile barreling ahead. The deadly missile plummeted at breakneck speed, bearing a cruel fate for the entire city. From the base, Egoistic watched silently through the monitors. "You still owe me for that last debt. You haven't paid it," he thought. Though a villain, Egoistic's gaze was filled with anxiety as he watched the hero who haunted him risk her life. Without a second's hesitation, Stardust spun and dove, confronting the screaming mass of metal head-on. A fiery collision erupted mid-air. Stardust used every ounce of her physical strength to halt the missile's momentum. She gritted her teeth against the crushing pressure, her screams completely drowned out by the roar of the engines. Below, chaos reigned as the Octopus machine sank into the smoke and dust of the battlefield. "What is that? Is that a nuclear missile?" Red-haired operator and brown-haired operator cried out in shock as they realized the truth. Egoistic was stunned. He couldn't believe the government would dare commit such cruelty in the heart of the city. Stardust tightened her muscles, using her small hands, imbued with extraordinary strength, to push the tons of steel even higher. Stardust's pained, determined cries echoed across the stratosphere. She was using her life to protect everyone. The missile's skin began to crack under the pressure of her hands, sparks and flames spraying across the sky. Now Stardust poured her remaining energy into one final, decisive push. With extraordinary effort, she successfully altered the missile's trajectory, sending it away from the densely populated area. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the sky, a blinding flash painting a portion of Seoul's sky a deadly red. Inside the base, the air was thick with tension. "Seo-yoon, have you traced its origin?" Egoistic barked. All attention turned to the radar screens to identify who dared launch this weapon of destruction. "I found it. The missile was launched from the president's office." Seo-yoon's answer sent a shock of horror through the room. Egoistic couldn't contain his fury at the cowardly betrayal by those who called themselves defenders of justice. The countdown clock ticked coldly on. Meanwhile, the president smiled wickedly, pleased with his cruel plan. The clock coldly hit the 7-second mark. The white contrail scarred the sky like a raw wound, marking the ruthless betrayal of those in power. Only 5 short seconds remained. While citizens went about their daily lives unaware that the city's fate teetered on the brink, the air thick with tension. Time was nearly gone, just 3 seconds until everything would blow. Egoistic and Seo-yoon held their breath, watching every movement of Stardust on the radar, worry etched on their faces. 2 seconds left, the missile tore through the sky like an arrow, aimed at its target with unstoppable destructive force. All hope now rested on Stardust. Stardust screamed in a final, desperate effort as she touched the missile. Energy flared as she tried to use every ounce of strength to change its course before the clock hit 0. One last second, Stardust summoned her remaining strength for a decisive shove, sending the missile soaring upward, away from the city just before it detonated. A blinding flash erupted in the stratosphere, bleaching the space white. A nuclear detonation occurred, creating a sight both majestic and terrifying from afar. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose, shockwaves radiating outward. The blast's force tore through the clouds, turning the atmosphere into a raging sea of fire. Below, the Octopus machine stood motionless before the horrific spectacle above. The explosion happened high enough not to flatten the city, but its shock was still devastating. In the classroom, students froze as they saw the strange flash through the window. Shock and fear were written across the children's faces as they witnessed the moment the city had nearly been destroyed. Viewers watching the news were equally horrified. They held their breath, prayed, and wondered what had truly happened in the sky. A heavy silence settled after the enormous shock. "It exploded," Seo-yoon cried out in shock, her face drained of color. At the same time, the red-haired operator anxiously asked about Stardust's condition, the hero who had sacrificed herself to stop the catastrophe. Egoistic screamed the name of the girl who obsessed him. His usual calm vanished, replaced by a paralyzing fear of losing her forever. Stardust fell freely from the sky like a fallen star. Her body was motionless, utterly exhausted after her extraordinary effort. White smoke still clung to her battle suit. Amid the burning sky, a pair of gloved hands reached out and gently caught the falling hero's body. It was Egoistic. He had plunged into the air to save her at all costs. Egoistic held Stardust tightly, his cloak fluttering in the explosion's vortex. He landed firmly on the ground, shielding her from any external impact. Stardust slowly opened her eyes. Her deep blue eyes were weary but still faintly conscious. She looked up at the man holding her with an indescribable expression. Egoistic snapped harshly, "Who gave you permission to stop it? Do you know you almost died?" Though his words sounded angry, his gaze was filled with relentless concern and worry. Against the backdrop of a crimson sunset, Egoistic still cradled Stardust in his arms. He silently looked at the small girl he held, feeling her faint breaths. "You were just showing that overwhelming power. So why are you so weak now?" Egoistic muttered, his hand unconsciously tightening as if afraid she would disappear. Stardust seemed to be regaining awareness and began to feel uncomfortable. She frowned, her usual stubborn expression returning. Apparently, she didn't like being held by an enemy like this. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Stardust asked in a weak but suspicious voice. Egoistic's gaze at that moment felt truly strange to her. Egoistic looked straight into her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Because right now you're lying in the arms of a villain." The admission was ironic yet utterly truthful. "Stardust, I thought you'd run away like a coward." Egoistic continued to scold her for acting rashly and risking her life to stop the missile aimed at Octopass. He kept nagging but still held her tightly. Egoistic fell into pensive thought. If that missile had actually hit Octopass, everything would have been finished. She had saved his life, and that made him both grateful and furious. Indeed, the bizarre distortion of space after the blast. This was surely Payman's domain. A dark entity was slowly manifesting, paving the way for the return of black memories. If they could defeat the lord of this region, the spatial barrier core would be ours again. The image of the day that dreadful relic was first surrendered suddenly flashed into his mind. Recalling the past, the mad scientist trembled as he handed over the strange artifact. "I offer it to you. Please, I really don't want to die." It was the core of the spatial barrier, a terrifying entity with glowing red eyes. Had everything ultimately led to this ending? Back in the present, Egoistic was stunned by Stardust's words. He couldn't believe she had risked her life to repay that small debt to him. Stardust gave a weak, satisfied smile in the dusk glow. "With this, our debt is paid, right?" Egoistic froze. Her sacrifice didn't free him. It only ignited the blaze of rage inside him even more. As the blast energy faded, Stardust was completely spent and unconscious, her body limp in the sturdy arms of the villain. Against a blood-red sunset, Egoistic clutched the hero who had just saved the city, a moment full of irony and contradiction. He gently sat down to the ground, cradling Stardust's hair as if she were the most fragile treasure in the world. "Thank God you've got a strong life, persistent as ever." Egoistic breathed with relief when he saw her still breathing steadily. Immediately, he touched his calm earpiece, his tone returning to cold and sharp. "Seo-yoon, listen to me." "Opa, unbelievable." The launch order was signed by the president himself. Seo-yoon's report made Egoistic grit his teeth at the corruption of those in power. Looking at Stardust lying there, he knew that after this event, the public would frantically pair them together, even though they stood on opposite sides. "Seo-yoon, start the Ego Stream livestream. It's time to show the world their true faces," Egoistic ordered with a cold smile. "Hello, everyone." The image of Egoistic's tall-crowned hat suddenly appeared on every electronic device across Seoul. The livestream hit thousands of viewers in an instant. Comments flooded in, asking about Stardust's condition and the recent battle. Egoistic lightly touched the brim of his hat, his sharp gaze fixed on the camera. "I know you're worried about where your hero went, right?" Images of Stardust lying motionless were broadcast everywhere. The online community erupted, curses directed at Egoistic beginning to flood the livestream. "I didn't do that." A piercing message appeared on the screen, forcing all those enraged to fall silent and listen. Egoistic shouted to millions of viewers. "The president's office launched a nuclear missile at Seoul. Your government abandoned the people just to take me out." Those in power were stunned, cold sweat streaming down as their cruel plan was exposed to the entire nation. The shocking truth was displayed across skyscrapers. Egoistic had turned himself into the one exposing the government's crimes, right there with Stardust lying nearby. Stardust slowly opened her eyes, looked at the back of the villain protecting her on the giant screen, and unconsciously whispered his name, Egoistic. This episode opens with an unbearably tense political atmosphere in Seoul. After a string of scandals, the South Korean government is facing the worst crisis in its history. News reports break continuously, and the public is starting to loudly call for the president's impeachment. His seat is no longer secure. The International Heroes Association is also stirring. Rumors of Stardust being promoted to S rank are flooding foreign news sites. Meanwhile, at Useong Corporation headquarters, a young woman leisurely sits stroking a cat while listening to the news. She silently thinks Haru must be very pleased. But it's not just the hero, even the villain Egoistic is being considered for S rank promotion. His file has been the talk of the town for months, and an official announcement seems likely at the end of the month. At that, she casually turns off the TV. Just then someone knocks to be let in. She replies coldly, "Come in." A close-up of long, slender fingers stroking the white cat conveys both elegance and authority. This woman is Li Xiala, also known as the A-rank hero Icicle, and the heir to the fabulously wealthy Yuxiang conglomerate. Her assistant reports that all the prospective presidential candidates have submitted and promised to follow the corporation's orders. Xiala smiles with satisfaction. All the pieces are moving as planned. Even the chairman has declared he will hand full authority to Xiala. She feels triumphant. The day has finally come. Xiala dismisses her assistant. A mysterious smile appears on her face. Looking out at the cityscape, Xiala silently thanks Egoistic. Thanks to his chaos, she can devour South Korean politics so easily. Meanwhile, at the villain's hideout, the atmosphere is tense. Handane bursts in looking flustered as if something major is about to happen. The sisters sitting and eating apples and drinking pause and stare at him to see what he plans to say. Dane announces a shocking piece of news. "Guys, Stardust suspects me." Joy Yuna, with an apple half chewed, widens her eyes and asks in bewilderment, "Suspects you of what?" Dane shouts she suspects that I'm not a villain. Yuna looks at him like he's an alien and bluntly asks, "Are you out of your mind?" The girls all turn to berate Dane. They think his head must be messed up to be worrying about such nonsense. Dane tries to list his bad deeds: terrorism, multiple kidnappings, killing countless other villains. Yet the girls remain indifferent. He refuses to give up and flails his arms, desperately trying to explain how evil he truly is. What he gets in return is mocking laughter. Obviously, Yuna replies in an extremely matter-of-fact tone. Yuna snapped, directly scolding Dane that her acting as the villain was terrible. She said you could tell at a glance that the guy had no villainous qualities at all, so why was she questioning it? Seeing Dane's stunned expression leaves everyone speechless. Yuna recalls the last incident. If Dane hadn't interfered, how could Stardust have stopped that giant weapon from reaching Seoul? Seo Yunwoo adds that Dane secretly helped and held back his full power during fights. Only a fool wouldn't notice that. Dane slams his fist on the table in frustration. He believes Stardust embodies justice and can't be suspecting a brutal terrorist about to be promoted to S-rank like him over flimsy evidence. Yuna points a fork at Dane's face and delivers a blunt line. "Anyone can see you're not a bad guy. So what?" This shock is nearly too much for the fragile psyche of a villain like Dane. He stands frozen for several seconds. All the sisters agree. They feel relieved that someone finally told him this harsh truth to wake him up. Dane falls into deep thought. He isn't pretending to be evil for fun, but to protect Haru and this world. If she learned the truth, everything would be ruined. In Dane's imagination, Haru would no longer fight her hardest for him. She wouldn't be able to grow stronger, and the world would be doomed without a Stardust powerful enough to stop the catastrophe. Thinking of that, Dane yells, "That must not happen." The shout makes Yunwoo startle, scolding him for terrifying her. Dane's gaze suddenly sharpens. For Stardust, he decides he needs to remind her that I'm a terribly awful person. He immediately stands up, waves, and says, "Everyone, I'm heading to Busan," leaving the sisters behind with baffled looks. Cut to Busan. Shin Haru has just landed and is dragging a huge suitcase out of the airport. Under the blazing sun, she still looks full of energy. Haru strolls while looking around. It seems this is her first time traveling here, so everything feels new and exciting. Suddenly, a well-dressed man in a suit approaches to ask if she needs assistance, apparently a concierge from somewhere upscale. After confirming she's Shin Haru, he politely offers to carry her luggage up to the room. Haru blushes and thanks him. She plans to carry it herself to avoid being a bother, when she hears her name called from behind and startles. Haru's eyes widen in surprise, then she instantly breaks into the brightest smile when she recognizes the caller. It turns out Xiala has come to pick her up. The two sisters embrace warmly in the lobby, looking just like ordinary siblings on vacation together. Who would suspect that behind this sisterly affection lie power plays and tense confrontations yet to come? Xiala immediately pinches Haru's cheek. She dotes on the younger girl, even complimenting her on how pretty she looks lately. The two hold hands and skip along. Xiala excitedly declares they must have a day of sheer fun. The purpose of the trip is to celebrate Korea's soon-to-be first S-rank hero. Xiala winks at Haru with hidden meaning. Xiala's penthouse is truly high-class, vast space and furnishings of undeniable luxury. Haru steps in awestruck. She gasps at the opulence of the room. Haru moves out to the balcony and gazes at Busan's deep blue coastline. It's a dream vacation. Xiala smiles and asks, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Haru nods enthusiastically, admitting it's wonderful. Xiala invites Haru inside. They relax together, enjoying downtime after exhausting days of fighting. Inside, a team of professional chefs is busy preparing a lavish feast filled with delicacies. Haru's eyes light up when she sees an enormous mango frap. It's clearly her favorite. Haru scoops a full spoon and puts it in her mouth. The cold, sweet taste makes her visibly delighted. Seeing Haru enjoy it, Xiala is pleased too. She teases that she didn't expect Haru to love mango so much. It's adorable. While eating, Xiala suddenly mentions Mangostic, a name that makes Haru gasp and nearly choke. It seems Xiala is wordplaying to refer to the villain Egoistic. Xiala sighs, saying she wishes she had a personal villain as impressive as Haru's. In Busan, it's all small timers, fight them forever, and they never reach S rank. Seola suggests, how about I go up to Seoul this time? Haru's face goes pale and she can't swallow her food. Seola excitedly says she wants to try facing Egoistic's terrorist acts once. Haru immediately screams no, freezing her sister. Haru starts rambling, explaining that Egoistic is an obsessive and extremely unpredictable foe. She tries to stop her sister from getting involved, though really she's trying to keep that personal rival for herself. Just as things reach a climax, Seola's smartwatch suddenly vibrates an alarm. Haru is still busy trying to persuade her sister not to leave Busan. The watch screen flashes a bright red warning. Someone just touched the desk in my office. Seola apologizes to Haru, saying she has an urgent matter at the company and must go immediately. She tells Haru to enjoy herself. With that, Seola rushes off, leaving Haru bewildered alone at the banquet table. Back at the office, Seola crouches to check under the desk. She mutters, wondering if the system malfunctioned to trigger a false alarm like that. Suddenly, her cat hovers in midair. Seola startles in astonishment. A voice rings from behind. It's not a malfunction. Seola is stunned to see her cat being held effortlessly by someone. She becomes extremely alert. In the pitch-black room, Seola hurriedly activates the most advanced security program to deal with the intruder. A deep voice booms from the shadows. I came to see you. Hello, Lee Seola. Seated grandly in the chairman's chair is Han Dain in his familiar egoistic attire. He smiles and greets her like a host. I am Egoistic. Lee Seola stared coldly at Egoistic and asked why he had snuck in, planning to confess and play the hero. At that, Egoistic clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Confess, as if that would ever happen. He crossed his legs and admitted he came because he'd begun to take an interest in her, the real power behind the Yuseong conglomerate. A man posing as a hero, but actually aiming to swallow the whole country. Seola propped her chin on her hand and sneered. She had thought the friendly villain who babysat for Stardust would have grown bored of playing the antagonist by now. They sat opposite each other in the vast office, the air thick with calculation. The white fox Deagle lay on the desk uninterested, yawning a long, lazy yawn. Egoistic appraised her glamorous appearance inwardly. Truly the final boss from the original work, far from simple. He stared at Seola, wondering what scheme she was plotting next. Seeing her grow wary, Egoistic cut to the chase. He had come to make a cooperation proposal. A mutually beneficial handshake. He wanted the two sides to form a team. A special partnership. Instead of wasting effort hunting the final boss, why not take an easier route? That meant riding the same vehicle as them. Meanwhile, all the way in Busan, Stardust sat eating and suddenly shivered. She was engrossed in enjoying a mango sundae when an uneasy premonition hit her. Had something just happened? Back at the office, Seola and Egoistic continued their tense stare-down. On the large screen outside the building, an image of Seola appeared as a righteous heroine standing with the people of Busan, a picture-perfect image. Seola crossed her arms and looked at him skeptically. She didn't take this villain's words at face value. Egoistic grinned slyly. He knew all of this was just a mask. Her real goal was to seize control of the state. Seola froze for a moment, and the smile on her lips faded. She slammed the table, sprang to her feet, and accused him of talking nonsense without basis. Seola radiated a threatening chill, declaring there was no reason she wouldn't punish him right then and there. Ignoring her fury, Egoistic calmly set a USB down on the table. He turned his back and left, his cloak billowing arrogantly. He knew she was busy swallowing companies after the collapse of the Hanyun conglomerate and pulling the strings of the new government. Consider this a small token of my sincerity, he left, a line full of implication. Before vanishing into purple smoke, Egoistic arranged to return in a week for an answer. Seola could only stand rooted and watch him go. Only after the intruder had gone did Seola allow her trembling fists to unclench. She exhaled, feeling as if her heart had stopped for a few seconds under his pressure. Recalling what had just happened, she was still stunned by that villain, confidence. The USB lay motionless on the table like a tempting bait. The name Egoistic now weighed heavily in Seola's mind. He possessed information, capital, and a massive fanbase online, things any politician would covet. A villain with enormous influence over both politics and culture in Korea. Some even saw him as a compelling anti-hero. Seola forced a wry smile. She realized she'd been led by the nose, dancing inside his palm. Could she afford the luxury of refusing this fat gift? The answer was painfully clear. She picked up the USB and plugged it into the computer, unable to wait another second. A folder appeared titled, Essential Information for Seola Lei to Take Over Korea. He prepared this thoroughly. Seola stared at the screen, her pupils dilating in shock at the secrets laid bare. A series of subfolders opened, each containing highly valuable classified information. She laughed out loud. With this data, it wouldn't take a year, maybe just a few months. The whole of Korea would be kneeling at her feet. A plan couldn't be more perfect. Meanwhile, at Busan Station, Han Dain in casual clothes sighed in exasperation. Playing the villain all the time is really tiring. A week passed quickly, a silence preparing for the coming storm. On schedule, Egoistic reappeared in the office. He lounged on the sofa petting the white fox, casually asking if she was satisfied with that gift. Siala smirked, saying she wouldn't ask where he got that pile of information. Egoistic nonchalantly replied, "So what about my proposal?" She looked at him with sharp eyes, asserting there was no reason to refuse such a lucrative deal. "Fine, let's cooperate." Siala tossed the stack of documents onto the table and began using a more casual form of address. "Skip the formalities," she said. Egoistic shrugged in agreement. Now that they were allies, being comfortable like at home was best. He handed her another contract, telling her to review the terms to be sure. Siala pointed at a line on the screen, "Must meet at least once a week." She asked if he really intended to meet that often. Egoistic was stunned. Siala nonchalantly stroked the white fox, saying teammates should see each other often to discuss work. He broke into a sweat, wondering if Yuseong had so much free time these days that the CEO could invite a villain out weekly. The bargaining over meeting frequency grew tense. From 1 month to 10 days, they settled on once every 2 weeks. When Egoistic nodded in agreement, Siala gave a meaningfully sly smile. Suddenly, she changed the subject, bluntly asking why he was so interested in Haru, Stardust the hero. Egoistic jumped, nearly dropping the cat. Siala removed her coat, eyes probing. She suspected he was deliberately powering up Haru through his acts of sabotage. "Honestly, I'm a little jealous," she said, stepping closer to him. Every time he caused trouble, Haru's fame soared like a kite, so she had a small favor to ask him. Siala leaned in close to Egoistic and made an absurd request. "Could you terrorize me a little too?" Egoistic froze for a few seconds. What, is she crazy? Unable to bear the absurdity, he gave her a sharp bonk on the head. Siala clutched her head and yelped, scolding him for the stunt. Egoistic sighed and shook his head at the mad heroine, who asks a villain to attack them. Siala held her forehead and grumbled, accusing him of not being a proper villain for favoring only Stardust. Why did she get the privilege of being terrorized while she did not? Egoistic pondered thoughtfully. She had a point. Since he quietly eliminated the Black Calamity entity, Haru no longer had the pressure to grow stronger as in the original story. After some consideration, he clicked his tongue and agreed. All right, he'll help her with this, but on one condition. Siala eagerly asked what the condition was. Egoistic reached out to stroke Deagle's head, already plotting a new pitfall for her. He demanded that whenever she met Stardust, she must enthusiastically badmouth him. The worse the better, and she had to do it regularly. Meanwhile, Stardust sat on the beach scrolling through news about Egoistic's fan club. She suddenly shivered and sneezed repeatedly, feeling as if someone were plotting something sinister against her. Back in the office, Siala looked at Egoistic with disgust. She blurted out, "What kind of pervert are you?" when she heard his peculiar request. Siala asked Dane in bewilderment if she was really sure she wanted her to badmouth him in front of Haru. Dane nodded sharply, stroking Deagle, saying she could call him a trash criminal or an egotist. Whatever sounded worse. Siala still felt something was off and doubted its effectiveness, but Dane was very confident and insisted it would be fine. Deep down, Dane believed that only she truly understood the righteous ideal of Stardust. After thinking it over, Siala shrugged and agreed, deciding to give it a try. Dane stroked the cat Deagle and exclaimed, "Perfect," seeming very pleased with the cooperation. Out of the blue, Dane reached out and startled Siala, whose face froze in confusion. He took off his hat, gave a sly smile, and said he was counting on her. Siala hesitated a bit but took his hand, her face flushing with embarrassment. They shook hands under the soft lights, officially forming a new villainous alliance. No sooner had she spoken than Dane and the cat vanished, leaving Siala standing alone in the room. She tore at her hair in frustration, mad at herself for listening to that idiot. Then she smirked wickedly, thinking that catching that slippery fish, Egoistic, would be tough. Siala vowed to herself that no matter what, she would make that guy hers. Cut to Haru's house. The doorbell rang incessantly in the middle of the night. Haru was shocked to his core when he opened the door and saw an uninvited guest standing there. It was Siala, grinning brightly and greeting Haru, as if they were the closest of sisters. Without waiting for permission, Siala barged in with a squad of bodyguards and a pile of luggage. She nonchalantly took off her shoes and announced she'd stay a few days, leaving Haru dumbfounded about what was happening in Busan. Siala waved off the lower-ranked staff, saying they could handle things back home. She just wanted to rest here for a bit. The bodyguards bowed and withdrew quickly, leaving Haru scratching his head over the sudden appearance. As soon as she arrived, Siala flopped onto the sofa and stretched out in bliss. She rolled around on the bed, inhaling deeply and saying Haru's place smelled so nice that her friend froze from embarrassment. Seeing Haru still stunned, Siala sprang up, pulled out supplies, and invited her to have a few drinks to warm up. Watching her overly excited friend, Haru could only stand there speechless. The blonde suddenly felt self-conscious and sniffed herself to see if she smelled odd. Siala pulled out 2 bottles of fine wine she'd brought from home and urged Haru to join her. Finally, Haru agreed, and the two sat down to chat over drinks. Bottles and cans clinked as the 2 women began their drinking session. Siala took a sip, cleared her throat, and prepared to start the badmouthing she had promised Din. She began, "That Egoistic guy is truly rotten. Just look at his fan cafe, it's chilling." Haru, holding a can, froze, his face darkening when he heard her say that. Siala didn't stop, adding that his harassment was seriously problematic and likely driven by attention-seeking. A barrage of insults like trash criminal and fame-hungry rained down on Haru. Haru. Xiala slammed the table and said people like him should be torn apart. Haru lowered his head and muttered that calling someone that was a bit too much. Xiala insisted he was just a selfish egotist, but Haru immediately countered that egoistic had once risked his life to save her. Haru stared at the can with a pensive look while Xiala kept nagging that him following her around was really scary. The more she drank, the looser her tongue. Xiala collapsed onto the table but kept mumbling to Haru that guy was awful, remember. After that she rolled over and fell fast asleep right there, definitely a light drinker. Haru could only sigh and quietly carry his plastered friend to a proper bed. Watching Xiala sleep soundly, Haru couldn't help wondering why she'd suddenly badmouthed egoistic so fiercely today. He gently covered her with a blanket. He still found her earlier strange attitude puzzling. Haru took out his phone and, out of habit, checked the official fan community of egoistic, which was always buzzing with news about him. She fell into thought, wondering where that villain would show up next and what catastrophic stunt he'd pull. Cut to Dane's mansion, a peaceful morning like any other. Little Chaeol hurriedly finished his milk to get to school on time. The group gathered in the living room. Chaeol said goodbye to everyone and left with his orange-haired friend. Dylan, Yuna, and the brown-haired girl waved goodbye to the two kids. The atmosphere felt like an ordinary family. Yunwoo came out yawning, half asleep, reminding Chaeol to be careful at school. Seeing Yunwoo still drowsy, Dain teased her, asking what she did last night that left her so out of it. Yunwoo sat at the table, chewing noisily and giving a perfunctory answer to get it over with. Once everyone settled, Dain cleared his throat to get the group's attention. He had something important to announce. He announced bluntly, the next attack will take place next week in Busan. Yuna and the brown-haired girl were startled. Why Busan all of a sudden? Isn't that outside Stardust's territory? Dain calmly explained while Yunwoo seemed indifferent, focused only on her bowl. He said he'd found a partner in Busan, and they were the ones requesting the attack. Yuna narrowed her eyes suspiciously, unable to understand what kind of partner would hire someone to carry out terrorism. A week later, in the beautiful seaside city of Busan, the sky suddenly turned gray and ominous. Beachgoers glanced up in panic as screams began to ring out everywhere. A massive pirate ship loomed in the air, blotting out the sun. People fled in chaos. Egoistic stood proudly on the bow, microphone in hand, declaring, "Hello everyone, I'm Egoistic. Today I officially land in Busan." He called out Icicle's name, signaling her to step forward and begin the staged performance. Loud explosions rang out across the ship, smoke and flames darkening a corner of the sky. The pirate ship trembled violently under the blasts, creating an utterly chaotic scene. Countless black spheres hovered around, ready for the villain's next spectacle. From the ground, colossal blocks of ice shot up, piercing the blue sky. Frost covered everything, turning the port city into a cold battlefield. Icicle appeared, powerful atop the ice, pointed at Egoistic and shouted, "Take this, you bastard." Xiala winked mischievously and called out Egoistic with excitement. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the performance. News of the attack spread like wildfire. All eyes turned to Busan and the showdown between the two superhumans. A blazing golden beam tore through the sky, hurtling toward the explosion center at terrifying speed. Stardust appeared with a face seething with rage. She ground her teeth, unable to believe she'd been led on by him once again. The skull-flagged spaceship of the Leppy's crew loomed into view amid the clouds. The guy in yellow sat polishing his gun, muttering that being a pirate felt amazing. The young man in green asked what was so amazing. His friends seemed to be bragging a bit too much. The whole crew stood on the deck chatting about their newly built ship and the upcoming attack. The kid in green blushed, admitting his heart was pounding with excitement. The red-clad leader raised his fist and shouted, asking if everyone was ready to pillage Busan. They shouted in unison, but the leader suddenly jolted and turned around. He was ranting about the pirate creed of seizing and taking away, when Egoistic appeared behind them, radiating a purple energy. The yellow and green youths sprinted over when they sensed trouble. Handane grinned triumphantly, declaring that from now on the ship belonged to him. "What did you just say?" The red-clad leader fumed, pointing his gun straight at the intruder. But seconds later, the whole crew was on their knees wailing miserably after being put in their place. Dane stood there calmly, telling them to relax and stay composed. He looked straight into the camera and invited the group to join the Ego Stream Alliance. The leader stared blankly, unable to believe his ears. A jolt of energy passed through them, and the pirates went crazy with joy at becoming villains. Egoistic began assigning positions, ordering everyone to prepare for the impending terror attack. The crew hurried to their stations, faces pleading as they were happily turned into henchmen. Dane handed Subin the controls. She smiled brightly and agreed at once. Seo Yunwoo looked bewildered, not knowing what the hell she was supposed to do in this. Dane called to say everything was ready, and the ship would appear right on Hyundai Beach. Yunwoo still couldn't process that she was about to carry out a real terror attack. Against that backdrop, Lee Seola appeared magnificently atop an ice column in her icicle hero costume. The dramatic entrance shocked Yunwoo when she realized it was the famous Arank hero. battle. Egoistic's livestream began to explode as he introduced his new villain allies in Busan. But the new villains looked like their souls had been drained after their boss's training. Egoistic grabbed the mic and taunted Icicle, warning her to surrender or else. Lee Seala responded with a cold expression, threatening to freeze them all. Loud explosions rang out in the middle of the street as smoke and fire filled the air. Icicle swung her arm, manipulating massive blocks of ice to contain the damage. Sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, creating an epic battlefield scene. Debris tumbled into the park while online viewers screamed at the sheer coolness of Icicle's display. She unleashed a wide area, freezing attack toward the spaceship. The entire vessel was encircled by blocks of ice hovering in midair. Egoistic, don't even think about escaping, Seala shouted as she charged like a deity. Meanwhile, Director Dan tipped his hat and praised Seala's acting ability. Suddenly, a blazing shaft of golden light tore through the sky, hurtling toward them. Even the president was astonished by Stardust's speed and determination. Shinharu grit her teeth, eyes steeled with resolve. I'm coming right now. She transformed into a blinding beam of light and streaked toward Busan at terrifying velocity. On the ship, the yellow-clad youth swung his gun and fired wildly, shouting like a madman. Lee Seala, in her icicle guise, unleashed a powerful freezing attack at the ship. A close-up showed the heroine's sharp gaze as she focused her power for the finishing blow. Another shard of ice shot down and sent the yellow-clad youth flying. Online viewers began to mourn the unfortunate victim. Egoistic watched from afar, nodding in approval at her improving control over her powers. Icicle performed a graceful mid-air flip above the deck to add flair for the stream. She landed on the deck and pointed threateningly, causing the fake pirates to panic and cry out for her to stay back. The heroine stood proud amid the misty plumes of ice, creating an incredibly striking scene. On the live stream, Egoistic pretended to defend his men, while viewers mocked him since no one believed these cowards were his true allies. Icicle darted forward like a blue lightning bolt, her aura illuminating the sky. A powerful stomp froze the ship's deck instantly. She surged forward with fierce fighting spirit, as if set on punishing real villains. A massive ice explosion shook the entire enormous ship. Icicle was flung outward, while the vessel was engulfed in white smoke from the blast. Their eyes met for an instant. Egoistic showed surprise while Seala gave a slight, knowing smile. A gigantic pillar of ice rose up, locking and disabling part of the ship. The pirate vessel was now frozen and began to list heavily to one side from the weight. Din leapt off the ship, laughing loudly as he admitted Seala had played a cruel trick by striking their only means of movement head-on. Seala sat triumphantly on the icy deck, taunting him about what he planned to do now that the ship was about to sink. The ship tilted more and more, the lower-ranked fighters below scrambled, shouting to run for their lives. Icicle reached out to unleash another move, but her expression showed irritation as the situation began to slip out of control. Egoistic leaned back relaxed, declaring the Busan terror stunt was a bit embarrassing but that the stream was over for today. After ending the stream, Dan rose, dusted off his clothes, and stepped forward to praise Seala's coordination. She smiled smugly. The two bantered while standing beside the poor Lepi's youth frozen solid like a statue. But the smile vanished when Dane's ears picked up a whistling sound coming from afar. He turned around in bewilderment. Seala also began to sense an immense pressure approaching. "No way, you must be kidding," Din muttered in panic as the plan suddenly took a completely different turn. From far below the city, a brilliant shaft of golden light shot straight up toward their ship. Shinharu landed with a grim face and blazing eyes. Her sudden arrival made the two actors on stage feel their hearts drop out of their chests. Lee Seala took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm after what had just happened. She continued to reassure herself, trying to keep her expression as nonchalant as possible. Immediately after, an intense pressure suddenly erupted behind her. Shinharu appeared with sharp eyes, no longer bearing the bright demeanor of a hero. She stood frozen, staring in the direction where Egoistic's ship had just departed. Seeing her friend arrive, Seala forced a smile and awkwardly waved. Haru didn't reply, her face darkened, hiding a silent fury. She walked slowly along the shoreline, each step carrying heavy killing intent. Haru suddenly looked up and questioned Seala about the content of her conversation with Egoistic. Seala hurriedly waved her hand, explaining that she had only been mocking that villain. But Haru didn't believe her. She insisted she had seen the two of them laughing together happily. Seala flinched, sweat starting to trickle down as she sensed clear jealousy. She tried to justify that her laughter had been ridiculing, not because she enjoyed it. Seeing Haru's increasingly unstable attitude, Seala began to fear something bad was about to happen. Haru suddenly bent down, preparing to dash off with a reckless intent. Seala panicked and lunged forward to grab Haru's hand to stop her. She demanded to know if Haru intended to chase that villain alone. Haru glared back with a haunted expression, her cold voice ordering Seala to let go. Seala was stunned by the overwhelming killing intent, involuntarily trembling. She hastily reminded Haru of Egoistic's threat to destroy the entire city of Busan if pursued. Seala urged Haru to think of the safety of the ordinary people here. Hearing that, Haru hesitated. it seemed the hero's reason had checked her anger. She pulled her foot out of the sand pit and began to walk away sullenly. Haru decided to return to Seoul immediately and told Ciala to take care of herself. Ciala waved goodbye, reminding her friend to keep in touch. Only after Haru had gone far did Ciala breathe a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a tense situation. But she suddenly froze when she realized something was off about Haru's behavior. She looked up at the sky, where egoistic ship had completely vanished into the clouds. Her gaze remained fixed on that distant empty space. Ciala blushed slightly, wondering why Haru's jealous actions had been so endearing. At that moment, Stardust was racing across the sea at a terrifying speed to return to Seoul. All she could picture was egoistic laughing and chatting happily beside someone else. She grit her teeth possessively, insisting that he was her own villain. At the base, Han Daein was about to explain something to Seo Yunwoo when she suddenly felt a chill. On the TV screen, a news segment was analyzing his recent movements. The anchor was speculating about a new romantic phase between egoistic and Icicle. Choi Yuna flew into a rage, crushing a piece of food when she heard those absurd rumors on TV. She turned and glared at Daein, convinced he was the source of all the trouble. Daein looked bewildered, not understanding why everyone suddenly sulked and left. He was about to take a piece of mango when he realized the atmosphere in the room had become extremely tense. Choi Yuna appeared with a dangerous smile and a plate of icy mango in her hand. She shoved a piece of mango into Daein's mouth, forcing him to taste the frost flavor the news had mentioned. Han Daein called Subin over, inviting her to accompany him to a special place. It was the Excal auction house, where wealthy tycoons from around the world gathered. As soon as he entered, Daein quietly thought this was the place where a formidable villain would be born. The auction began. Daein smiled meaningfully as the host introduced the next item. It was the ring of the late B-rank hero Sortier, with a starting price of $10,000. Daein knew the latent power within it could create an S-class villain, and he couldn't allow that to happen. A rich old man opened bidding at $25,000, causing a stir. Without hesitation, Daein raised his paddle to bid $100,000, stunning the entire hall. The old man trembled with anger, while Daein secretly mocked the one who had nearly become an S-class villain. He tried to keep up, trembling as he pushed the bid to $105,000. Just as the host was about to close the sale, Daein delivered the decisive move with $150,000. The ring officially belonged to Daein. He pushed up his glasses with pride for snatching it away. Back home, Daein and Subin were grilled by Choi Yuna and Seo Yunwoo about the huge sum that had vanished from the account. The two women were furious when they learned Daein had overspent, but he casually invited them to see the bargain he had bought. Daein opened his hand to show off the brand new ring with a very smug expression. Yuna looked at the ring with disdain, thinking Daein was crazy to spend so much on such an old, ugly item. Ignoring their grumbles, Daein began to turn the ring to activate the energy within. A brilliant purple radiance erupted from the ring, suddenly changing the room's atmosphere. Yuna and Yunwoo were so astonished, they raised their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding light. In the center of the room, a vortex of dark energy appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure. From the vortex, a massive armored foot stepped out, shaking the floor. An entity with glowing eyes began to take clear form within the purple smoke. It was a dignified, knightly spirit. He raised his voice to ask who had awakened him. The three girls stood frozen for a few seconds, unable to believe their eyes at the supernatural sight. The ghost knight looked around with a bewildered expression and a big question mark over his head. He was about to introduce himself as the Holy Knight when Daein cut him off, declaring his name would henceforth be Death Knight. Daein smiled sinisterly, deciding to call him Dzik for short and to sound cooler. Han Daein held the ring shimmering with purple light in his hand and began preparing to summon the Dark Knight. A wisp of purple smoke rose and Dzik manifested, seeming to thoroughly enjoy the fresh air after days of being sealed away. Daein lounged comfortably on the chaise, ordering his subordinate to get ready to begin training. As soon as he appeared, Dzik was about to strike a grandiose tone and boast of his glorious past as a holy knight. But Daein paid little mind. He closed his eyes and relaxed as if at a luxury resort. Choi Yuna standing nearby couldn't help wondering about this odd behavior. Daein nonchalantly replied that he was just practicing. Hearing his master intend to put him away, Dzik frantically begged not to be returned to the dark space inside the ring. He complained that it was cramped and so boring in there he was going insane, while Daein merely hummed dismissively. To reassure the knight, Daein promised to find him a worthy opponent so he could fight to his heart's content. Daein wanted Dzik to demonstrate his true abilities for him before any real combat. Choi Yuna froze when she realized Daein intended to pit that walking suit of armor against the strongest heroine, Stardust. She vehemently objected, fearing Dzik wouldn't last more than a few seconds against her overwhelming power. Despite the objections, Daein encouraged Dzik to unleash all his skills to prove his worth. Dzik immediately summoned a massive axe. Purple energy flared around his body, radiating deadly intent. The armored hand gripped the axe half tightly. He was ready to show his master what the power of a Dark Knight looked like. A powerful swing was unleashed, tearing through the air at an astonishing speed. Dzik poured all his strength into the brutal strike so as not to disappoint his master. The force of the blow blew away a swath of the forest behind, creating a scene of devastated ruin. While Dazik laughed smugly, Choi Yuna could only stand agape at the horrifying destruction. Daeun smiled confidently, explaining that this one had previously been an S-rank villain, not to be taken lightly. But the joy was short-lived. Choi Yuna suddenly screamed in terror when someone approached with an even more terrifying aura than Dazik's. It was the brown-haired operator, trembling with rage as she witnessed her painstakingly tended hills and trees being ruined. She charged forward, scolding them and lamenting how hard she'd worked to replant the trees after each of their training sessions. Daeun turned pale and hastily pointed the blame entirely at Dazik. The knight, still blissfully unaware, asked his master if that had been okay. Seeing his master's sudden flip in attitude, Dazik was dumbfounded, not understanding what he'd done wrong. As a result, even the S-rank knight was punished by having to stand with his arms straight out, while Daeun and Yuna could only steal guilty glances. The scene shifted back to the Hero Association headquarters, where everything remained hectic. Skipped author credit. On social media, posts about the duo Ego Star, the pairing of a villain and a hero, were being hotly discussed. Affectionate fan art of the two was being widely shared by fans, driving many wild over how perfect a match they made. At home, Haru scrolled online, her face flushing with embarrassment and annoyance at being paired with that detestable villain. Very soon after, the posts were deleted by an anonymous admin for violating the rules. Haru sighed in relief but was astonished at the admin's speed. The admin was actually Daeun. Back at the present in the association headquarters, the heroes were busy preparing for the day's missions. Stardust's bright red boots echoed down the corridor as she made her way to the duty room. Other staff greeted her enthusiastically, curious if the heroine had any special plans for the day. Stardust smiled professionally and replied that she was simply on standby, waiting for deployment orders as usual. But inwardly, she was still brooding over Egoistic's claim that he would confine his mischief to Busan from now on. Her gaze hardened with determination. She vowed she wouldn't let him run rampant for another moment, no matter where she had to go. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the building with an announcement of a terrorist incident in Central Seoul. Stardust smiled enigmatically, as if she had been waiting a long time for a chance to act. Wasting no time, she shot out like a brilliant beam of light straight toward the scene. Author note, of course. The target was an old apartment complex slated for demolition, where smoke and explosions filled the air. Stardust landed amid the rubble, ready to teach anyone who dared cause trouble a lesson they'll never forget. She froze when she saw her opponent, a knight exuding a dense, lethal aura. Dazik appeared majestically in a swirl of purple smoke, boldly proclaiming himself the Dark Knight of Ego Stream and challenging anyone who dared face him. Meanwhile, Handin sat at home leisurely, munching popcorn and watching the battle's livestream on his screen. Dazik laughed loudly, recognizing Stardust as the hero his master had mentioned, and eagerly declared his challenge. Stardust said nothing, her eyes flicked around quickly, searching for another familiar figure. The battle erupted in the heart of the city as Dazik dove down from above like a threatening purple whirlwind. Without giving his opponent time to react, the knight swung his weapon in a fierce opening attack. Stardust calmly parried, but inwardly she was burning with one question: where was Egoistic? A tremendous collision produced an explosion of blinding light, shaking the surrounding skyscrapers. Dust rose thickly from the wreckage, the shockwaves of the clash making the ground seem like it might shatter. Sparks of energy flew everywhere as the two opponents traded relentless blows. Dazik grinned with delight at finally getting a real fight, lavishing praise on the heroine's skill. On the livestream channel, fans began to stir at the absence of Egoistic's usual spicy commentary. Stardust ground her teeth in frustration. Feeling abandoned by Egoistic in this fight prevented her from fully focusing. Another shockwave erupted in the center of the battle, blasting everything in its path away. Dazik kept pressing with powerful strikes, seemingly savoring every moment of the confrontation. He conceded that Egoistic had been right to praise Stardust's power, but that alone still wasn't enough to trouble him. Dazik was excited. It's been centuries since he'd faced such a strong opponent, while Stardust began to feel isolated. She shouted in fury, demanding Dazik reveal where Egoistic was hiding so she could monitor the battle. Dazik sneered, dousing her hopes with cold water as he declared that Egoistic would not appear today. Stardust was stunned by the harsh truth that in Egoistic's eyes she was no longer important enough for him to show up in person. Stardust lowered her head, her hair obscuring eyes that trembled wildly as she realized she had been ignored. Ignoring her silence, Dazik began to spin his weapon, creating a vortex of energy as he prepared a finishing blow. The knight wanted to end the fight quickly and cleanly, but he had no idea he had just struck the heroine's reverse scale. Stardust trembled with rage, muttering that Egoistic dared to belittle her by sending only a lackey. Dazik looked puzzled and asked for clarification, while the murderous intent radiating from Stardust began to warp the surrounding space. Daeun, watching the livestream, nearly choked on his popcorn when the awakening effect erupted on screen, a variable completely outside his expectations. With eyes blazing with hatred, Stardust unleashed her ultimate power, vowing to show this underling what her true strength was. Daeun was sitting cross-legged on the grass, facing Death Knight Dazik, who was kneeling very politely. he dove straight into the main point of the training session. Dayan held up a finger to set the condition. Fight as you will, but Dzik must restrain his power, and when the moment is right pretend to lose and immediately withdraw. Dzik was shocked when he heard it. With the pride of a noble knight, he felt insulted at the idea of acting a play in front of an ordinary human. But in the end, Dzik yielded to Dayan's determination. He clicked his tongue in agreement because, after all, the task wasn't difficult. The battle erupted immediately afterward. Stardust lunged down from above like a lightning bolt, while Dzik swung his greatsword ready to meet her. A close-up on Dzik's blazing eyes. He resolved to fight a proper match before performing the defeat act. The real battle begins now. Come on, hero Stardust, Dzik shouted, surrounded by a powerful purple energy. Back in the present scene, Dayan was snacking but suddenly froze, his expression changing as he sensed something off script. On the other side of the battlefield, Stardust was concentrating all her strength. The flames around her flared more fiercely than ever. A massively powerful flame-wrapped punch was launched straight on. Stardust held nothing back, channeling all her force into the attack. A gigantic column of light slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion at Dzik's position and hurling everything around into the air. As the smoke and dust began to clear, Stardust hovered in the air looking down at the wreckage with a wary gaze. Under that devastating blast, Dzik's body began to disintegrate into shards of deep purple debris. Even as he was scattered to pieces, Dzik remained composed. He reminded them that he was immortal, so this was not the end. Before vanishing completely, he didn't forget to leave a stern warning, telling his opponent to prepare for his return. The scene was left with only rubble and a hazy purple smoke. Dzik smiled inwardly, having excellently completed the feigned defeat task assigned by his master. Stardust stood motionless amidst the battlefield, her eyes full of sorrow. This easy victory did not seem to satisfy her. Cut to night at Han Dayan's luxury apartment, lights sparkling from the windows against the darkness. Dayan was glued to his phone's screen, accessing Stardust's official fan cafe to rewatch the match's highlight video. After uploading was finished, he sighed in relief, intending to browse the comment section for a bit. But as he skimmed the first few comments, Dayan's expression changed 180 degrees. Online prophets were loudly speculating that Haru had awakened in a huff upon hearing egoistic couldn't make it today. Dayan was furiously typing to warn those spreading ridiculous rumors about his idol. After cooling off, he fell into thoughtful consideration. Stardust suddenly awakening her power was an unforeseen variable. At that moment, his phone rang. Dayan frowned slightly. Dzik should have held back more, shouldn't he? He picked up with an unfriendly look, while on the other end Choi Yuna called his name in a teasing tone. Yuna sat by her laptop, acting pouty because Dayan always preferred sending others in his place instead of meeting her himself. Seeing fans online pairing egoistic with Icicle, she could only mutter nonsense and ignore it. Yuna smiled through the phone, reminding Dayan about their important appointment tomorrow. After giving her instructions, she decisively hung up, leaving Dayan dazed with a jumble of thoughts. Sitting at her desk, Yuna propped her chin on her hand and told herself the situation wasn't so bad. Night draped the building, wind whispering outside the glass of the luxury apartment. Yuna stretched out on the bed in the dark room, her eyes still mulling over upcoming plans. The next morning, at the Yuseong Corporation office in the heart of Seoul. Inside the elegant office, Yuna was receiving a mysterious guest lounging on the sofa. It was Dayan in his familiar egoistic outfit with the tall hat. He sat with his legs crossed waiting for her to finish. Yuna let out a long yawn, completing the final steps on her computer. She held up the tiny USB, confirming it was the last file they needed to exchange. Then stood up to leave, handing the remaining logistical tasks over to Yuna to handle herself. Yuna broke into a radiant smile, seeming very pleased with the outcome of this transaction. She wondered how he had obtained such classified information that even large corporations couldn't access. Dayan answered only with an enigmatic remark, then watched Yuna walk away with a thoughtful look. Xiala hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly as she asked if she could drop by his place sometime. A blunt, definitive reply from Dayan left her clutching her head in exasperation at his coldness. She pressed him for his real name, at least wanting a proper name to use so she wouldn't feel awkward. Dayan kept his expression blank, flatly refusing to reveal his identity or remove his mask. A close-up on Xiala's sharp eyes. She began to feel irritated that the mask kept hiding all his expressions. Dayan made a soft hum, his gaze revealing thoughtfulness through the mysterious mask. Xiala snapped, asking if he really thought she would betray him that much to warrant such secrecy. Dayan thought inwardly that revealing his identity wasn't a big deal, but Xiala was too close to Stardust. Seeing him remain silent, she clicked her tongue and let it go, taking his silence as the answer. Anyway, what's your next plan? Xiala changed the subject, but Dayan could only reply, I don't know. He planned to spend the rest of the year resting well, until that event actually occurred. Xiala showed clear surprise to hear he intended to rest for so long. Dayan stood to leave, reminding her to visit and encourage Stardust regularly. Xiala suddenly sensed something different as streams of teleportation energy began to appear around Dayan. Amid the brilliant purple light, he suddenly turned back and told her to call him Dane from now on. Xiala was completely stunned, her eyes widening in shock at this sudden revelation of his identity. Dane vanished completely, leaving her standing dazed alone in the vast office. Her footsteps sounded sharp on the floor as she moved toward the desk. Returning to work, Xiala began typing rapidly, visibly excited. A radiant smile spread across her face. Learning Egoistic's real name truly made her happy. Just then, the phone on her desk buzzed, indicating an incoming call. Across the city, Shinharu held her phone with a serious, focused expression. She recognized the caller as Xiala and picked up after a few short rings. As soon as she picked up, Xiala excitedly invited Haru to meet up right away to chat. When Haru heard Xiala say she was in Seoul, she was startled by the sudden appearance. A wary look crossed Haru's face. It seemed she had a bad feeling about her friend's abrupt visit. Xiala greeted Shinharu with a warm hug the moment they met. They embraced passionately, erasing all the distance between them. Xiala happily opened the fridge to get mango shaved ice for Haru, while Haru still seemed a bit hesitant. Xiala carried the overflowing bowl of shaved ice to the table, and Haru stood at a distance murmuring an apology. She bowed her head in remorse, recalling the unpleasant incident that happened in Busan. It was when Haru had acted coldly towards Xiala, a memory that made her feel awful. Xiala gently took Haru's hand to comfort her. She smiled and said anyone would have reacted the same way, advising Haru not to dwell on it. Haru looked at Xiala with surprise. She probably didn't expect to be forgiven so easily. Late at night, Xiala sat alone with a glass of wine, gazing pensively at the window glittering with lights. She glanced at Haru sleeping soundly, her heart heavy with nameless thoughts. The image and expression of Egoistic from that day kept resurfacing, haunting her mind. A stern-faced Handane was something Xiala could not forget. She wondered how things might change by next year. At the same time, in the dim chapel of the Moonlight Cult, a mysterious ceremony was taking place. A strange mural depicted a moon god being worshipped by a crowd. Worshippers in gray robes knelt devoutly in the hazy space. A commanding voice proclaimed that this world needed to be purified. The white-haired cult leader stood on a high pulpit, his face radiating a terrifying fanaticism. He raised a purple crystal staff and spoke boldly about the moonlight that would cleanse everything. He shouted about the day the moon goddess would descend, prompting cheers from the crowd below. Suddenly, he signaled for silence, and the space fell instantly still. From afar, a figure slowly advanced into the center of the chapel. The worshippers trembled and made way for the mysterious black-haired girl stepping forward. A wave of fearful trembling swept through as the girl passed by the kneeling devotees. The entire chapel appeared solemn and eerie under the candlelight. She stood before the altar, all eyes fixed on the silhouette of the moon goddess. The cult leader smiled triumphantly, looking at the goddess with eager expectation. The girl closed her eyes tightly, her face cold and expressionless. When she opened them, a pair of blazing red eyes lit up, ready to enact punishment upon the world. The next morning, Handane shivered as she stepped outside in the early autumn chill. At the dining table, everyone was already seated. Dane yawned and asked where Cheon was. He was served a steaming bowl of rice while hearing that Cheon had to go on an early shift today. Breakfast began with Seo Yoon yelling at being scolded for being picky and flicking beans off her plate. Si-hee, sitting beside her, was also reminded not to rest her elbow on the table while eating. Seeing the bowl full of beans, Dane suddenly felt a strangely familiar sensation. The woman who tended the team smiled brightly, advising Dane to eat plenty to stay healthy. Dane thought to herself that despite the frequent bickering, her teammates were very dependable people. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon grimaced, forcing down a few beans to fulfill her duty. Lee Hyul ate calmly. She was the only person in Korea with S-class healing abilities. Choi Si-hee, though ranked A, was a brawler whose strength would continue to rise dramatically. And not to be forgotten, Death Knight, a true S-class warrior who is now diligently sweeping the floor. Handane looked at his teammates with pride, even though Seo Yoon was still tired and picky as usual. Lee Hyul asked to leave early for school, while Dane continued his breakfast unhurriedly. Choi Si-hee's cheers made Hyul sigh in exasperation, creating an extremely noisy atmosphere. Seo Yoon joined in, shouting "Go Lee Hyul," turning the dining room into a ruckus. After Hyul left, Si-hee and Seo Yoon began clearing the dishes, preparing for the main work. The woman on the team watched the two girls leave, curious what they might be plotting. Seo Yoon and Si-hee eagerly ran toward the basement, where they spent most of their time researching and training. Handane gazed thoughtfully at the city, predicting the first snow was near, and that would be when the Moonlight Cult would strike. He called out to Subin, who was washing dishes, giving instructions before joining the other two. Dane gave a knowing smile, vowing to let that cult taste what moonlight truly meant. Subin turned to him with a questioning look. She probably didn't yet understand Dane's full plan. Night fell and the three were outside. The cold made Seo Yoon shiver, while Si-hee began to accumulate electrical energy. Si-hee, displeased, asked Dane if he'd called everyone out at night just to admire the city view. Dane ignored the grumbling and asked if they'd ever heard of the Moonlight Cults. His face turned serious as he insisted that the fanatic cult was coming to destroy the country. Dane warned that currently no one in the country had the power to stop them. Seo Yoon and Si-hee fell silent, listening and feeling the gravity in every one of Dane's words. Then he smiled confidently, asserting that aside from him, no one else could do it. Dane urged Seo Seo-yoon to take out the protective goggles, she immediately rummaged through her oversized backpack. A pair of specialized protective goggles was produced, exactly the tool needed for the next step. Dane instructed everyone to put the goggles on to search for the magic circles the cult had laid everywhere. With the goggles on, Dane asked the two girls if they could see what he was seeing. Both Seo-yoon and Si-hee were astonished when looking through the lenses. The scene before them had completely changed. Through the special lenses, the entire city appeared with vivid green magic circles, signaling imminent danger. Choi Yuna stood in the freezing night, trembling because she had no idea where to find that circle of light in this mess. Han Dane reminded everyone to widen their view, since what they needed to find was far larger in scale than they'd imagined. Seo Yunwoo adjusted her glasses and squinted, trying to sweep the entire area for any trace. Finally, the targeting system in her glasses locked onto the objective. A sickly green circle appeared between the buildings. Yunwoo pointed toward the edge of the city, announcing she'd found a faint energy stream over there. Han Dane gleefully grabbed Yunwoo and hoisted her up, lavishing praise on her efficiency. Being scooped up so suddenly, she could only scream in fright and shock not yet composed. Dane flew through the air, ignoring Yunwoo's screams, demanding he put her down immediately. Choi Yuna watched the comedic scene below and sighed, silently cursing her boss as an idiot. Yunwoo blushed in indignation, powerless against Dane's whim. Yuna approached a wall in the dark alley and was astonished to see it covered in glowing golden magical characters. The group stood speechless in the alley filled with a matrix the Moon Sect had been secretly preparing for years. Han Dane explained that touching those characters would cause memory loss or power degradation. No wonder the heroes couldn't win. The image of Stardust completely collapsing reappeared. This was the arc harshly criticized by readers for unbalancing the power levels. Yuna asked how they should deal with this, stand and stare or just erase it cleanly. A flash of pink energy streaked past in an instant, leaving Yuna dazed as she looked around and found that person gone. The two girls jumped when they realized a figure had just appeared looming right behind them. A woman in a witch's hat with green hair appeared. Dane declared she'd modify the Matrix to her advantage. He introduced her as the Vine Witch, a mysterious figure lazily blowing smoke from the pipe in her hand. The two girls regarded the stranger warily, since she didn't resemble anyone they'd ever met. Vine Witch reached toward the magic wall, preparing to carry out the work Dane requested. A vivid green magic circle appeared, ready to intervene in the Moon Sect's Matrix. An entire wall of characters flared to life under the power of the green-haired witch in the dark alley. Green energy streamed from her fingertips, beginning to permeate and alter the structure of the old Matrix. Suddenly, she jabbed a finger into Han Dane's chest, causing Yuna to cry out in panic and ask what the hell she was doing. A strange blue light began to seep into his body through the point of contact. When she finished, Vine Witch turned and asked Han Dane if everything was in order. She explained that now, with the Matrix activated, he would be able to act completely freely without being affected. Dane smiled smugly, knowing what he gained from the Matrix was far more terrifying than mere freedom. Vine Witch looked at him with deep, inscrutable eyes, as if she fully understood the grand scheme he was plotting. She turned to ask the two girls if they were his comrades, making them blanch and stay silent. Dane clapped his hands and said everyone had worked late enough. Now dismiss, go home, wash up, and sleep. The two girls were so exhausted they turned chibai. Dane had to promise a big meal tomorrow to placate them. Vine Witch remained silent and observant, while Yunwoo kept grumbling about their boss exploiting his staff. Suddenly, the witch turned and planted a loud kiss on Han Dane's cheek, leaving him frozen in place. He stared blankly and brought a hand to his cheek, his mind empty, not understanding what had just happened. Vine Witch sneered mysteriously, vowed she'd always support him, then slowly vanished into her cigarette smoke. The two girls screamed in horror at the unexpected gift the witch had given their boss. Cut to another scene. A muscular man was straining as he crushed a huge boulder in his hands. He spat in contempt, flaunting a rippling six-pack after his physical transformation. He laughed with satisfaction. The enhancement surgery had succeeded, turning him into a true monster. This rank criminal arrogantly declared he would slaughter anything that dared annoy him. In the morning sun at a luxurious villa, a voice wondered aloud whether things were truly over. Han Do-in, holding a drink and popcorn, turned to Seo Yunwoo and asked if yet another criminal had been taken down with a single move. As predicted, the muscular criminal was now flat on the ground amid rubble, defeated before he could even gasp. Dane sank onto the sofa with a long sigh, his mind burdened with new anxieties about the current situation. He sipped his drink and pondered. Stardust has been getting too strong lately. One-shotting enemies like this isn't good. Seeing Stardust's image in the news, Dane feared that the lack of drama would make her complacent and gradually dull her fighting instincts. He sat brooding, absent-mindedly chewing the straw as he calculated his next moves. Seeing Seo Yunwoo muttering to herself about destructive power and glove durability, Dane leaned in, curious what on earth she was doing. But Yunwoo ignored him, eyes fixed on her phone with a mysterious expression. When Daeun tried to press her, she raised her phone to silence him, looking very pleased as if she'd achieved something great. Yunwoo proudly revealed she was the genius behind Egoistic's official fan forum, Aka Team Mango. Then she dashed off, telling her boss to wait for a surprise, leaving Daeun standing there bewildered. Choi Yuna stood beside him, making a teasing sour face, prompting only a weary sigh from Daeun at their mischievousness. Everyone went about their own business. Daeun plopped down on the floor and began scribbling something that looked very important. It was a letter to the Hero Association chairman, warning of a large-scale terrorist attack planned for the first snowfall in Seoul. A woman entering teased him, asking if autumn had turned Daeun sentimental and whether he was writing a love letter to someone. Putting that aside, the group went out to celebrate because Haeil, Daeun's younger sister, had just finished an important exam. Haeil blushed shyly and timidly thanked everyone for throwing such a warm celebration for her. During the party, Daeun blurted out a question about her scores and was immediately slapped down by Seo Yunwoo for asking something sensitive right after exams. Yunwoo turned and asked which department Haeil planned to apply to, since she hadn't revealed her future plans yet. Haeil tucked her hair behind her ear and softly disclosed she'd applied to medical school, surprising everyone at the table. While Choi Yuna excitedly offered her congratulations, Daeun scratched her head in puzzlement. If she already has healing abilities, why does she still want to become a doctor? Yuna, annoyed at her boss's tactlessness, shoved a large spoonful of food into his mouth to shut him up. Daeun choked and glowered at the girls, while Seo Yunwoo busied herself calling staff to bring a clean spoon. At that moment in another room, Lee Seol-ah was leisurely calling Daeun to invite him to dinner because she said the snow had started falling in Seoul. The moment he heard the word snow is falling, Daeun flinched and shouted into the phone, his expression suddenly tense and serious. Outside the window, snow was indeed falling, but woven through the white flurries were brilliant pink streams of energy swirling across the night sky. Daeun stared at his phone with a mysterious smile. He knew the play he'd been waiting for had finally begun. In the hazy darkness, a woman in traditional attire appeared, surrounded by bands of potent pink energy. Her blazing red eyes gleamed with coldness as she looked down on the city, heralding a terrifying storm about to descend on Seoul. The Shadow Walker was spun like a top by those swirling pink energy rings, his body flung in all directions among the rubble and broken stones. His darkness attack that had just been unleashed was snuffed out, slammed helplessly into the ground. Shadow Walker gritted his teeth in bitterness, not understanding why that flashy mass of energy could counter him so effectively. Icicle rushed over to assist, while Shadow Walker screamed in despair amid the choking dust and smoke. This guy realized his power was completely useless, able to do nothing but take the beating. Icicle watched the black smoke dissipate, her face registering clear worry as she saw her teammate battered. The pink tornado swept on, destroying nearby buildings like toys. Shadow Walker literally vanished, flung into the air like a leaf in the wind. Icicle tried to hold her position, but the black smoke around her also began to be swallowed by that mass of pink energy. With another powerful swirl, Shadow Walker could only scream in pain as the chaotic mass squeezed him. At the tensest moment, Icicle suddenly froze when he realized something was hurtling down from above. A massive burst of pink energy exploded, sweeping everything in sight and leaving her gasping in astonishment. Boom! A brilliant streak of golden light descended from nowhere, piercing through the pink energy cocoon enveloping the battlefield. The impact produced a terrifying explosion, blowing away heaps of rubble and temporarily breaking the siege. Icicle looked up and recognized that the savior who had just appeared was none other than Stardust. Stardust landed looking pretty pathetic, clothes torn and groaning from painful wounds. Though exhausted, she forced herself up, wiped the blood from her face, and steeled herself for the next fight. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, people were glued to the TV, watching the news with extremely pessimistic feelings about the country's future. Contrasting the tense atmosphere outside, Han Daeun sat calmly slurping his black noodles, ignoring his friend who was screaming to go help. Everyone at the table was stunned by the news of the hero's defeats. Only the young man Daeun remained focused on eating. Daeun beamed and told everyone to keep eating, because by his calculations, it wasn't yet time for them to act. While eating, he schemed to recruit Moon Priestess after this was over, but first he wanted her to rack up a little more debt. The young man argued that this was a good opportunity for Stardust to face a real enemy and grow stronger. He waved his chopsticks philosophically. To make a child grow, you must let them walk a bumpy road. Overprotection ruins them. Seeing Daeun's nonchalant face, the friends were speechless, thinking to themselves that this guy was a certified pervert. Back on the battlefield, Icicle formed an ice slide and shot straight into the heart of the pink energy storm, trying to break through. Stardust didn't remain idle either. She reached toward the bright blue vortex spinning in midair. Icicle unleashed ice arrows, as massive blocks of ice rose from the ground and shot straight at the enemy. She weaved through the barrage, trying to find a gap in the enemy's dense attack network. A violent collision between ice and pink energy erupted, shaking an entire district of the city. While focused on the fight, Icicle suddenly froze when she saw someone standing at the epicenter of the rubble. Everything around exploded in succession. that cluster of pink energy seemed to be losing control more and more. A massive wave of pressure surged in, hurling Icicle away so fast she couldn't react. She tried to form ice to steady herself. Her breathing had started to quicken from exhaustion. Looking at the chaos before her, Icicle began to feel despair as all their efforts seemed in vain. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared again, enveloping her entire field of vision. Pink energy petals fluttered down, each contact carrying devastating force. Stardust hurled herself into the danger zone, trying to use the remaining strength she had to protect everyone. She was like a blazing red streak piercing through the pink mist that covered everything. But the pressure was so great that Stardust had to suppress herself, her face showing clear pain and shock. She wondered what this demonic mass of energy could be that drained her power so quickly. Another direct blow landed. Stardust only had time to stare in horror before being completely engulfed in blinding pink light. Stardust braced herself amid the hail of pink energy projectiles, realizing these things were like missiles, streaking straight toward their targets. Consecutive explosions tore apart the surrounding buildings, leaving her stunned by their terrifying destructive power. The deeper she pushed into the storm, the more she felt her strength being drained by some invisible pull. In the midst of the massive energy vortex, she froze when she saw a child standing alone at its center. Despite the danger, Stardust plunged like a golden arrow, hopping to reach and save the child. A heavy impact made her slip on the rubble. She only managed a pained groan. A crimson energy washed over her vision. Stardust still fought to keep her willpower intact, even as her body began to reach its limit. She suddenly realized something was wrong, her eyes filled with horror at a terrifying surge of pressure bearing down. A colossal beam of light struck down, flinging Stardust far away as desperate screams echoed across the battlefield. The terrifying blast tore a deep crater in the ground, and a choking cloud of dust and smoke obscured much of downtown Seoul. Stardust lay collapsed among the rubble, breathing shallowly while Icicle and Shadow Walker hurried over to help. Shadow Walker anxiously asked about her condition, his eyes full of helplessness at seeing even the strongest hero fall. Stardust knelt low, her blonde hair matted with sweat and blood, while her two teammates could only watch in anguish. She gasped, each breath felt unbearably heavy, as if tearing her chest open after tasting a power beyond control. Around them, the city continued to be ravaged by the relentless pink energy whirlwinds. Civilians fled in panic amid piercing screams, turning the place into a literal hell on Earth. Sitting dazed among the wreckage, Stardust realized this was truly a terrorist attack, unlike anything she had faced before. Debris and vehicles were hurled into the sky, and she berated herself for being too complacent and dismissive all this time. Stardust's trembling gaze met the bitter truth. She had been merely a plaything in egoistic theatrics all along. Icicle standing beside her felt equally helpless, tearing at her hair, unsure how to stop this catastrophe. She glanced at Stardust and suddenly noticed something very unusual in the strongest hero's expression. Tears streamed down Stardust's cheeks. She sobbed uncontrollably as she faced her own weakness before a truly fearsome force. At the restaurant, Han-din went mad watching his idol cry on TV, screaming pitifully and causing an uproar. He completely lost control, demanding to rush off to rescue Haru, immediately despite his friend's attempts to restrain him. Watching Dane thrash like a child, Choi Yuna could only sigh at her brother's excessive fanaticism. The situation was too chaotic, so Seo Yunwoo had to unleash a shock to subdue the deranged fan. The powerful jolt made his skeleton momentarily visible. Dane only had time to